We didn't have these genres that we had to stick to. We could just make whatever game we felt like. And with a game like Pirates, we combined some role playing and some action and some strategy, and it was like, those were the good old days when we could kind of basically say let's make a game and whatever topic hasn't been covered yet. And growing up, I did play all these games, but I also kind of developed an interest in history and things like that. I remember reading my dad a cool big book about
Legends
the
of
Civil War.
Flying Men's Sword.
Cool game someday. And I think that's
you are on the
one of the things that
brink
people ask me,
transforming
how do I
those
become a game
legends
designer?
into
What
a
courses should I take,
reality.
etc. And there's a lot of technical courses
With
and things like that that are
flight,
useful, but I really encourage
new
people to have an
forms
interest
of
outside of games.
communication,
Games have to
you
be
can
about something.
create a
They can't be
small
about other games necessarily. So I hope people have an interest in history or science or music or whatever it is, that they can bring their own interest to gaming and expand what we do, not just make games about games that have already been made.
Now, if you look at the very early years of Microprose, which I believe started in 1982.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Yeah, and prior to Pirates, you're still looking at games that are, I guess for lack of a better word, grounded in some semblance of reality, that they're not indulging the sci-fi or the fantasy elements all that heavily. And then there's that transition into Pirates, which yet again is not the most fantastical representation of piracy back in the 17th century. I mean, were you always kind of committed to just finding the adventure in real life?
I think so. Our idea was really that you could come to our games with kind of what you already knew about flying or pirates or history or whatever. There was something cool about those topics that you would kind of already bring in your imagination, because your imagination was a key component in a game that had 4 colors and 320 resolution screen. You had to add a lot in your mind to bring that to life. Now, our approach was to kind of find the fun, what are the cool parts of this topic, and bring them to life. I mean, a game like Pirates, we avoided things like scurvy and 6-month-long voyages and kind of the not so much fun part, and tried to it was kind of a combination of the swashbuckling movie approach and enough of the historical accuracy to kind of ground it in the real world. We've heard stories from people that kind of learned their geography of the Caribbean from playing Pirates, so that was accurate to that extent. And as a kid that kind of his 6th grade geography teacher was amazed that he knew all the ports in the Caribbean because he played Pirates. But in those days, we actually did a lot of our research by getting children's picture books of the topic, because that would really highlight kind of what's the common currency of this topic. What are the cool things, and that would give us some visual ideas, but also kind of tell us what to highlight in the game. And so we would do our initial research, picking up a few children's books about the topic, and later on we'd write a 60-page manual about the whatever it was. But that really wasn't the foundation of our games.
Pirates was kind of the big transitional moment. It was the first game that had your name above the title, but more importantly, it really was the first establishment of the turn-based type of gameplay that you're so well known for now. What was what was it, technology that allowed you to do that? What was that turning point?
You're right. We had been doing essentially military simulation games. We had done Silent Service, we were in a submarine, a couple of airplane games, etc. Those were fun. I enjoyed those. But as a designer, you want to break out a little bit and do something new. And actually, one of our producers had this idea. Why don't we do a Pirates game? It would be cool. And it kind of sparked some ideas in my mind about how we could do things a little differently. We also developed a technology. This is really hardcore, but on the Commodore 64, one of the ways you could to do art was by folding it into a font. And we had this cool tool where the artist could actually draw a picture, a beautiful picture, and then you press a button and it would fold it into a font, which was a very efficient way to store it. So we had this way of bringing the game to life in a series of kind of pictures and text, almost like a literary-ish for the time approach. So we combined that technology with the idea of what if there was an adventure game that wasn't about picking up every object in the room and going north, south, east, and west, but kind of had a movie quality about it, where what are the key plot moments, and you just kind of make a decision of what port do I go to, where do I visit. Anyway, kind of a fast-moving adventure type of game. And then combine that with some action and role-playing. We said, yeah, let's do that. We had no we had no fear in those days.
Apparently not. I mean, what you're describing there is kind of what is still considered to be most valuable in games now, which is that sense of player agency and ownership over their own decisions, which, yes, it's feasible now, but it still takes quite a while. Back then, I'm actually having a hard time understanding how you guys, A, could just sort of map out how it's designed, and then B, make it work on the existing technology.
Those were 2 challenges, but again, we had no fear. We wanted this open world game. I think that's one of the things people really responded to. The first game had this open world feel, you could go wherever you wanted. Sail here, sail there, I'm going to be alive with the British for a while. No, I think I'll go with the French or the Dutch. It had this write your own story quality that turned out to be, I think, one of the things that people really remembered from that game, and kind of, is one of their fond memories. We didn't know why we couldn't do that, so we just did it. We were young and fearless, and it worked out.
So from Pirates, I believe the next title, maybe not the exactly next one, but the next major title was Railroad Tycoon.
Yeah.
I think once again, in the modern era of games, I think walking into an office with executives saying, "Hey, we're going to do a railroad simulator," and you're probably not going to get the most positive responses. What was kind of the impetus to do something that, I guess, on some level, philosophically, it was similar to Pirates, but it very much was sort of a heavy simulation of a business practice that has since gone extinct in the United States.
Once again, we were fearless. Railroad Tycoon actually started as a model railroading game. Because model railroads are cool, but they take an incredibly long time to make, and you spend more time working on them than actually running the railroad. So we thought, hey, if you do it on the computer, you can do it really quickly and have the fun of actually running your railroad, and less of the pain of actually building it. So that was kind of the step one, was make a model railroad simulator. And then as well, as long as we got this, why don't we make some money and have a reason to run your trains? Okay, well, let's make it historical and add the history of trains and those cool old trains and the modern diesels, and make it the East Coast, and then well, let's add the West, and well, the Europe had some cool trains too, so let's make a European scenario. And actually towards the end, we said, well, this would be more exciting if there were other railroads competing against you, so you had some real incentive to do as well. So we added that. Kind of. It was pretty shaky, but it was, as many of our games, they grow incrementally. You kind of say, let's start with a what are those core fun things and get them in there. But then, oh, we gotta add this and we need some of this, and you also identify what the holes are in your game. It's not so much fun over here, but it'd be more fun if we added competition. It would really give me incentive to make my railroad run as efficiently as possible. Or I get kind of bored, so I'm going to need later engines more and more. I need a sense of progress. So you kind of identify what the problems are in the game and find the solutions from those history books or whatever. That kind of makes the game a full experience, and that happened with Railroad Tycoon.
Which I think was a far more effective, far more enjoyable way of learning about the role of the railroads in American history than reading that book, The Octopus, which is really, really kind of tiring and old.
Well, I think you've hit on really the key to most of our games and many games is that they give you the opportunity to tell your own story as opposed to reading somebody else's story. And in that process, you're actually learning something. And we're often asked about our games. Are they educational? Are they shouldn't they be used in a school curriculum? Yes, they should. But we're not setting out to be educational. But people enjoy learning, and that kind of joy is learning is hidden in there.
Well, it's because of the systems. I think once you sort of see how it all works together, there's a sense of discovery and invention that goes along with it.
Yeah, and you can sense that. Oh, I'm better at this than I was last week or 2 weeks ago. You get that feeling of progress and understanding things better, and then wanting to try get even better, or try a different strategy or something like that. And that keeps you coming back to play over and over again.
So pirates, the railroad industry, and that's like, let's just do Civilization. I mean, I'm assuming you're about to tell me you're rather fearless in that regard as well, but I mean, that is still, I mean, I don't know, I almost want to say, was it hubris to take on something so massive?
Yes, I guess it was. We did actually say almost exactly what we did railroads. What's bigger than railroads? We like the kind of God game paradigm where you start very small and build something of your own design. We like the interaction of systems like the operation, the finances, the competition. We like the way those all kind of work together. So what's a topic that's bigger than railroads but can kind of have this quality of starting small and growing over time, having a number of different aspects and considerations that interact with each other in an interesting way. And we said Civilization. It just felt like the next step, taking that kind of empire building concept of railroads and cranking it up a little bit.
And I mean, it was quite diverse in terms of, it had that core that was in Pirates. There's a Railroad Tycoon of, you have a lot of player agency in how you build your civilization. It was based on sort of the logic of how civilizations were, established. Was when you started out, did you foresee it being as ambitious as it would end up being?
It was actually more ambitious. We actually had to do more paring down than we did adding in that game. I mean, the topic is so rich that the problem we had was what not to put in the game, really. And we kind of came upon this idea of the tech tree fairly early, and that became kind of the core of the game. That really controlled the rate and the extent to which it got more complicated and more interesting. It gave us a tool, kind of a rational tool to start with a fairly small set of options and choices, and then make that grow over time at a rate that the player kind of controlled. I think they said, I want to research ironworking next, and that's going to allow me to build some of these things. So we weren't imposing complexity on the player. We were allowing them to generate their own complexity and their own growth through the game. In my mind, frankly, Civilization is a pretty simple game. The individual systems themselves are very straightforward. You have a bucket, and if you fill it with food, your population grows. Have another bucket if you fill it with hammers, then a spearman appears. Whatever. Those are very very simple things. My guy can move 2 squares per turn. I mean, the fundamentals of the game are very straightforward and comprehensible. But you bring to the game your idea of Napoleon, or your ideas about Gandhi, and how Gandhi should react, and why is Gandhi threatening me with nuclear weapons? So you're adding to the game a lot of your own imagination, and that's what makes, I think, it helps it to feel huge and fun.
It's larger Civilization.
Right, exactly.
How many people worked on that game?
I'd say about 8 to 10, directly. I believe I did almost all the programming on that game. We might have had some graphic tools. I apologize to anybody that I'm slighting.
But I think it would be much smaller than what the teams who make games these days.
Yes. I wrote the AI and the gameplay code. We had 4 or 5 artists doing different parts. Actually, a lot of the math graphics that ended up in the final game, especially on the 4-color version, are the graphics that I created really initially for the prototype. So yeah, it was a very, very, very different team structure in those days than some of our games are today. We'll probably talk about that. But we're kind of getting back in some ways to that model again. But yeah, it was a small team, probably under a year of development time. Those were the good old days.
So, I mean, probably not just that, but not long afterwards, we start to see sort of the new transitions of what's happening in video games. We're getting into the era of Doom, in Quake, in the action game, graphics. Suddenly there's graphics accelerators, but you decided to sort of stick with what you did. I mean, I like to think that that turn-based strategy was also, it was predicated on the fact that you really couldn't do something that was real time with the technology that was at hand. But even when the technology had shifted, you really wanted to sort of stick with what you did so well, and it worked out for you. But I'm curious if you started to flirt with the ideas of, hey, maybe we need to kind of keep pace with the Joneses.
That was something that we certainly talked about, but it was really our feeling that turn-based was not just because we couldn't do real time. It was a genre that made sense, regardless, because of the kind of player control over the pace of decision making. That allowed a lot of people to play who might not be comfortable in a real time game, and it also allowed us to present deeper decisions. If you have enough time, as much time as you want to make decisions, they can be more complicated and kind of involve different things. We loved the Age of Empires series. Those were very fun games, and those were kind of in a way Civilization made real time, and you get some things for that. And
in the beginning, legends of
we were able to cover
flying
the whole span of
sword.
history and
Today,
this epic story
you are on the brink.
at maybe a lower level of intensity, whereas Age of Empires.
Stock, but more paternalistic than that, he would not become. By the time the founder died in 1982, Quantech was debt-free and, except as a reputation enhancer, really didn't need any shareholders' equity to run its business, no matter how fast revenues grew. However, the old man believed with Ben Franklin that it is hard for an empty sack to stand upright, and he wanted Quantech to stand upright. Moreover, he loved his business and his co-workers, and he always wanted to have on hand large amounts of cash equivalents so as to be able to maximize workout or work-up chances if an unexpected adversity or opportunity came along. And so in 1982, Quantech had on hand $500 million in cash equivalents amounting to 50% of revenues. Possessing a strong balance sheet and a productive culture, and also holding a critical mass of expertise in a rapidly changing and rapidly growing business, Quantech, using the old man's methods, by 1982 was destined for 20 years ahead to maintain profits at 10% of revenues, while revenues increased at 20% per year. After these 20 years, commencing in 2003, Quantech's profit margin would hold for a very long time at 10%, while revenue growth would slow down to 4% per year. But no one at Quantech knew precisely when its inevitable period of slow revenue growth would begin. The old man's dividend policy for Quantech was simplicity itself. He never paid a dividend. Instead, all earnings simply piled up in cash equivalents. Every truly sophisticated investor in common stocks could see that the stock of cash-rich Quantech provided a splendid investment opportunity in 1982, when it sold at a mere 15 times earnings and, despite its brilliant prospects, had a market capitalization of only $1.5 billion. This low market capitalization, despite brilliant prospects, existed in 1982 because other wonderful common stocks were also then selling at 15 times earnings or less as a natural consequence of high interest rates then prevailing, plus disappointing investment returns that had occurred over many previous years for holders of typical diversified portfolios of common stocks. One result of Quantech's low market capitalization in 1982 was that it made Quantech's directors uneasy and dissatisfied right after the old man's death. A wiser board would then have bought in Quantech's stock very aggressively, using up all cash on hand and also borrowing funds to use in the same way. However, such a decision was not in accord with conventional corporate wisdom in 1982, and so the directors made a conventional decision. They recruited a new CEO and CFO from outside Quantech, in particular from a company that had a conventional stock option plan for employees and also possessed a market capitalization at 20 times reported earnings, even though its balance sheet was weaker than Quantech's, and its earnings were growing more slowly than earnings at Quantech. Incident to the recruitment of the new executives, it was made plain that Quantech's directors wanted a higher market capitalization as soon as feasible. The newly installed Quantech officers quickly realized that the company could not wisely either drive its revenues up at an annual rate higher than the rate in place or increase Quantech's profit margin. The founder had plainly achieved an optimum in each case, nor did the new officers dare tinker with an engineering culture that was working so well. Therefore, the new officers were attracted to employing what they called modern financial engineering, which required prompt use of any and all arguably lawful methods for driving up reported earnings, with big, simple changes to be made first. By a strange irony of fate, the accounting convention for stock options that had so displeased Quantech's founder now made the new officer's job very easy, and would ultimately ruin Quantech's reputation. There was now an accounting convention in the United States that, provided employees were first given options, required that when easily marketable stock was issued to employees at a below-market price, the bargain element for the employees, although roughly equivalent to cash, could not count as a compensation expense in determining a company's reported profits. This amazingly peculiar accounting convention had been selected by the accounting profession, over the objection of some of its wisest and most ethical members, because corporate managers, by and large, preferred that their gains from exercising options covering their employer's stock not be counted as an expense in determining their employer's earnings. The accounting profession, in making its amazingly peculiar decision, had simply followed the injunction so often followed by persons quite different from prosperous entrenched accountants. The injunction was that normally followed by insecure and powerless people, whose bread I eat, his song I sing. Fortunately, the income tax authorities did not have the same amazingly peculiar accounting idea as did the accounting profession. Elementary common sense prevailed, and the bargain element in stock option exercises was treated as an obvious compensation expense, deductible in determining income for tax purposes. Quantech's new officers, financially shrewd as they were, could see at a glance that, given the amazingly peculiar accounting convention and the sound income tax rules in place, Quantech had a breathtakingly large opportunity to increase its reported profits by taking very simple action. The fact that so large a share of Quantech's annual expense was incentive bonus expense provided a modern financial engineering opportunity second to none. For instance, it was mere child's play for the executives to realize that if in 1982 Quantech had substituted employee stock option exercise profits for all its incentive bonus expenses of $400 million, while using bonus money saved plus option prices paid to buy back all shares issued in option exercises, and keeping all else the same, the result would have been to drive Quantech's 1982 reported earnings up by 400% to $500 million from $100 million, while shares outstanding remained exactly the same. And so it seemed that the obviously correct ploy for the officers was to start substituting employee stock option exercise profits for incentive bonuses. Why should a group of numerate engineers care whether their bonuses were in cash or virtually perfect equivalents of cash? Arranging such substitutions on any schedule desired seemed like no difficult chore. However, it was also mere child's play for the new officers to realize that a certain amount of caution and restraint would be desirable in pushing their new ploy. Obviously, if they pushed their new ploy too hard in any single year, there might be rebellion from Quantech's accountants or undesirable hostility from other sources. This in turn would risk killing a goose with a vast ability to deliver golden eggs, at least to the officers. After all, it was quite clear that their ploy would be increasing reported earnings only by adding to real earnings an element of phony earnings. Phony in the sense that Quantech would enjoy no true favorable economic effect, except a temporary fraud-type effect similar to that from overcounting closing inventory, from that part of reported earnings increases attributable to use of the ploy. The new CEO privately called the desirable cautious approach wisely restrained falsehood. Plainly, the new officers saw it would be prudent to shift bonus payments to employee stock option exercise profits in only a moderate amount per year over many years ahead. They privately called the prudent plan they adopted their dollop-by-dollop system, which they believed had 4 obvious advantages. First, a moderate dollop of phony earnings in any single year would be less likely to be noticed than a large dollop. Second, the large long-term effect from accumulating many moderate dollops of phony earnings over the years would also tend to be obscured in the dollop-by-dollop system. As the CFO pithily and privately said, if we mix only a moderate minority share of turds with the raisins each year, probably no one will recognize what will ultimately become a very large collection of turds. Third, the outside accountants, once they had blessed a few financial statements containing earnings increases, only a minority share of which were phony, would probably find it unendurably embarrassing not to bless new financial statements containing only the same phony proportion of reported earnings increases. Fourth, the dollop-by-dollop system would tend to prevent disgrace, or something more seriously harmful for Quantech's officers. With virtually all corporations, except Quantech, having ever more liberal stock option plans, the officers could always explain that a moderate dollop of shift toward compensation in option exercise form was needed to help attract or retain employees. Indeed, given corporate culture and stock market enthusiasm likely to exist as a consequence of the strange accounting convention for stock options, this claim would often be true. With these 4 advantages, the dollop-by-dollop system seemed so clearly desirable that it only remained for Quantech's officers to decide how big to make their annual dollops of phony earnings. This decision, too, turned out to be easy. The officers first decided upon 3 reasonable conditions they wanted satisfied. First, they wanted to be able to continue their dollop-by-dollop system without major discontinuities for 20 years. Second, they wanted Quantech's reported earnings to go up by roughly the same percentage each year throughout the whole 20 years, because they believed that financial analysts representing institutional investors would value Quantech's stock higher if reported annual earnings growth never significantly varied. Third, to protect credibility for reported earnings, they never wanted to strain the credulity of investors by reporting, even in their 20th year, that Quantech was earning more than 40% of revenues from designing power plants. With these requirements, the math was easy, given the officers' assumption that Quantech's non-phony earnings and revenues were both going to grow at 20% per year for 20 years. The officers quickly decided to use their dollop-by-dollop system to make Quantech's reported earnings increase by 28% per year, instead of the 20% that would have been reported by the founder. And so the great scheme of modern financial engineering went forward toward tragedy at Quantech. And few disreputable schemes of man have ever worked better in achieving what was attempted. Quantech's reported earnings, certified by its accountants, increased regularly at 28% per year. No one criticized Quantech's financial reporting except a few people widely regarded as impractical, overly theoretical, misanthropic cranks. It turned out that the founder's policy of never paying dividends, which was continued, greatly helped in preserving credibility for Quantech's reports that its earnings were rising steadily at 28% per year. With cash equivalents on hand so remarkably high, the Pavlovian mere association effects that so often impair reality recognition served well to prevent detection of the phony element in the reported earnings. It was therefore natural, after the dollop-by-dollop system had been in place for a few years, for Quantech's officers to yearn to have Quantech's reported earnings per share keep going up at 28% per year, while cash equivalents grew much faster than they were then growing. This turned out to be a snap. By this time, Quantech's stock was selling at a huge multiple of reported earnings, and the officers simply started causing some incremental stock option exercises that were not matched either by reductions in cash bonuses paid or by repurchases of Quantech's stock. This change, the officers easily recognized, was a very helpful revision of their original plan. Not only was detection of the phony element in the reported earnings made much more difficult as cash accumulation greatly accelerated, but also a significant amount of Ponzi scheme or chain letter effect was being introduced into Quantech, with real benefits for present shareholders, including the officers. At this time, the officers also fixed another flaw in their original plan. They saw that as Quantech's reported earnings, containing an increasing phony element, kept rising at 28%, Quantech's income taxes, as a percentage of reported pre-tax earnings, kept going lower and lower. This plainly increased their chances of attracting undesired questions and criticism. This problem was soon eliminated. Many power plants in foreign nations were built and owned by governments, and it proved easy to get some foreign governments to raise Quantech's design fees, provided that in each case slightly more than the fee increase was paid back in additional income taxes to the foreign government concerned. Finally, for 2002, Quantech reported $16 billion in earnings on $47 billion in revenue that now included a lot more revenue from interest on cash equivalents than would have been present without net issuances of new stock over the years. Cash equivalents on hand now amounted to an astounding $85 billion, and somehow it didn't seem impossible to most investors that a company virtually drowning in so much cash could be earning the $16 billion it was reporting. The market capitalization of Quantech at its peak early in 2003 became $1.4 trillion, about 90 times earnings reported for 2002. However, all man's desired geometric progressions, if a high rate of growth is chosen, at last come to grief on a finite Earth. And the social system for man on Earth is fair enough, eventually, that almost all massive cheating ends in disgrace. And in 2003, Quantech failed in both ways. By 2003, Quantech's real earning power was growing at only 4% per year, after sales growth had slowed to 4%. There was now no way for Quantech to escape causing a big disappointment for its shareholders, now largely consisting of institutional investors. This disappointment triggered a shocking decline in the price of Quantech stock, which went down suddenly by 50%. This price decline in turn triggered a careful examination of Quantech's financial reporting practices, which at long last convinced nearly everyone that a very large majority of Quantech's reported earnings had long been phony earnings, and that massive and deliberate misreporting had gone on for a great many years. This triggered even more price decline for Quantech stock, until in mid-2003 the market capitalization of Quantech was only $140 billion, down 90% from its peak only 6 months earlier. A quick 90% decline in the price of the stock of such an important company that was previously so widely owned and admired caused immense human suffering, considering the $1.3 trillion in market value that had disappeared. And naturally, with Quantech's deserved disgrace, the public and political reaction included intense hatred and revulsion directed at Quantech, even though its admirable engineers were still designing the nation's best power plants. Moreover, the hatred and revulsion did not stop with Quantech. It soon spread to other corporations, some of which plainly had undesirable financial cultures different from Quantech's only in degree. The public and political hatred, like the behavior that had caused it, soon went to gross excess and fed upon itself. Financial misery spread far beyond investors into a serious recession like that of Japan in the 1990s, following the long period of false Japanese accounting. There was huge public antipathy to professions following the great scandal. The accounting profession, of course, got the most blame. The rulemaking body for accountants had long borne the acronym FASB, and now nearly everyone said this stood for Financial Accounts Still Bogus. Economics professors likewise drew much criticism for failing to blow the whistle on false accounting, and for not sufficiently warning about the eventual bad macroeconomic effects of widespread false accounting. So great was the disappointment with conventional economists that Harvard's John Kenneth Galbraith received the Nobel Prize in Economics. After all, he had once predicted that massive, undetected corporate embezzlement would have a wonderfully stimulating effect on the economy. And people could now see that something very close to what Galbraith had predicted had actually happened in the years preceding 2003, and had thereafter helped create a big reactive recession. With Congress and the SEC so heavily peopled by lawyers, and with lawyers having been so heavily involved in drafting financial disclosure documents now seen as bogus, there was a new lawyer joke every week. One such was, the butcher says the reputation of lawyers has fallen dramatically, and the checkout clerk replies, how do you fall dramatically off a pancake? But the hostility to established professions did not stop with accountants, economists, and lawyers. There were many adverse rub-off effects on the reputations of professionals who had always performed well, like engineers, who did not understand the financial fraud that their country had made a conventional requirement. In the end, much that was good about the country and needed for its future felicity was widely and unwisely hated. At this point, action came from a higher realm. God himself, who reviews all, changed his decision schedule to bring to the fore the sad case of the great financial scandal of 2003. He called in his chief detective and said, Smith, bring in for harsh but fair judgment the most depraved of those responsible for this horrible outcome. But when Smith brought in a group of security analysts who had long and uncritically touted the stock of Quantech, the great judge was displeased. Smith, he said, I can't come down hardest on low-level cognitive error, much of it subconsciously caused by the standard incentive systems of the world. Next, Smith brought in a group of SEC commissioners and powerful politicians. No, no, said the great judge. These people operate in a virtual maelstrom of regrettable forces, and can't reasonably be expected to meet the behavioral standard you seek to impose. Now the chief detective thought he had gotten the point. He next brought in the corporate officers who had practiced their version of modern financial engineering at Quantech. You are getting close, said the great judge, but I told you to bring in the most depraved. These officers will, of course, get strong punishment for their massive fraud and disgusting stewardship of the great engineer's legacy, but I want you to bring in the miscreants who will soon be in the lowest circle of hell, the ones who so easily could have prevented all this calamity. At last the chief detective truly understood. He remembered that the lowest circle of hell was reserved for traitors. And so he now brought in from purgatory a group of elderly persons who, in their days on Earth, had been prominent partners in major accounting firms. Here are your traitors, said the chief detective. They adopted the false accounting convention for employee stock options. They occupied high positions in one of the noblest professions, which, like yours, helped make society work right by laying down the right rules. They were very smart and securely placed, and it is inexcusable that they deliberately caused all this lying and cheating that was so obviously predictable. They well knew what they were doing was disastrously wrong, yet they did it anyway. Owing to the press of business in your judicial system, you made a mistake at first in punishing them so lightly, but now you can send them into the lowest circle in hell. Startled by the vehemence and presumption, the great judge paused. Then he quietly said, Well done, my good and faithful servant. This account is not an implied prediction about 2003. It is a work of fiction. Except in the case of Professor Galbraith, any resemblance to real persons or companies is accidental. It was written in an attempt to focus possibly useful attention on certain modern behaviors and belief systems. Talk 8 Revisited. I had a lot of fun composing this account in the summer of 2000, but I was serious as I tried to show how standard accounting treatment for stock options was functionally equivalent to simpler types of promotional fraud. To me, a profession and a nation that allow unsound accounting for management cost are leaning in the same moral direction as the group that leaves most of the steel out of the concrete in erecting high-rise apartment buildings. Moreover, the unsound accounting is more virulent than the murderous construction practice. After all, the defective constructors have a harder time rationalizing their deplorable behavior, and therefore the bad accounting will more easily spread than the defective construction, which is exactly what happened, as defective accounting for stock options became ubiquitous. There has been some good news since Talk 8 was delivered. The accounting profession now requires that some provision for stock option cost be charged against earnings. However, by the time stock options are exercised, the total cost charged is usually far less than total cost incurred. Moreover, the part of the cost that is charged to earnings is often manipulated downward by dubious techniques. What this accounting saga constitutes is one more sad example of evil rewarded dying hard, as a great many people conclude that something can't be evil if they are profiting from it. Talk 9. Academic Economics, Strengths and Faults After Considering Interdisciplinary Needs. October 3rd, 2003. Herb K. Undergraduate Lecture, University of California, Santa Barbara Economics Department. The editor of this book spent 12 consecutive hours with Charlie on the day he delivered this speech at the University of California at Santa Barbara. Our schedule that day, a 2-hour drive each way from Los Angeles, lunch, pre-talk meetings, the talk itself, a post-talk reception, and finally dinner at the home of Jeff Henley, Chief Financial Officer, and now Chairman of Oracle. Despite then being within a few months of his 80th birthday, Charlie performed like a tireless virtuoso. His sharpness, stamina, and good humor during that long day were astounding and inspiring. What Charlie laid forth on that occasion might be considered the grand unified theory of the Munger approach. The talk incorporates the many ideas that Charlie discussed in his previous talks and presents them checklist style as a coherent philosophy. Charlie's audience, the economics department of this major university, was the perfect group on which to unleash this lament and remediation proposals besides about the lack of multidisciplinarianism in the soft sciences. I have outlined some remarks in a rough way, and after I'm finished talking from that outline, I'll take questions as long as anybody can endure listening until they drag me away to wherever else I'm supposed to go. As you might guess, I agreed to do this because the subject of getting the soft sciences so they talk better to each other has been one that has interested me for decades. And of course, economics is, in many respects, the queen of the soft sciences. It's expected to be better than the rest. It's my view that economics is better at the multidisciplinary stuff than the rest of soft science. It's also my view that it's still lousy, and I'd like to discuss this failure in this talk. As I talk about strengths and weaknesses in academic economics, one interesting fact you are entitled to know is that I never took a course in economics. And with this striking lack of credentials, you may wonder why I have the chutzpah to be up here giving this talk. The answer is I have a black belt in chutzpah. I was born with it. Some people, like some of the women I know, have a black belt in spending. They were born with that. But what they gave me was a black belt in chutzpah. I come from two peculiar strands of experience that may have given me some useful economic insights. One is Berkshire Hathaway, and the other is my personal educational history. Berkshire, of course, has finally gotten interesting. When Warren took over Berkshire, the market capitalization was about $10 million. 40-something years later, there are not many more shares outstanding now than there were then, and the market capitalization is about $100 billion. $10,000 for one. And since that has happened year after year in kind of a grind-ahead fashion with very few failures, it eventually drew some attention, indicating that maybe Warren and I knew something useful in microeconomics. For a long time, there was a Nobel Prize-winning economist who explained Berkshire Hathaway's success as follows. First, he said Berkshire beat the market in common stock investing through 1 sigma of luck, because nobody could beat the market except by luck. This hard-form version of efficient market theory was taught in most schools of economics at the time. People were taught that nobody could beat the market. Next, the professor went to 2 sigmas, and 3 sigmas, and 4 sigmas, and when he finally got to 6 sigmas of luck, people were laughing so hard he stopped doing it. Then he reversed the explanation 180 degrees. He said, no, it was still 6 sigmas, but it was 6 sigmas of skill. Well, this very sad history demonstrates the truth of Benjamin Franklin's observation in Poor Richard's Almanac. If you would persuade, appeal to interest and not to reason. The man changed his silly view when his incentives made him change it, and not before. I watched the same thing happen at the Jules Stein Eye Institute at UCLA. I asked at one point, why are you treating cataracts only with a totally obsolete cataract operation? And the man said to me, Charlie, it's such a wonderful operation to teach. When he stopped using that operation, it was because almost all the patients had voted with their feet. Again, appeal to interest and not to reason if you want to change conclusions. Well, Berkshire's whole record has been achieved without paying 1 ounce of attention to the efficient market theory in its hard form, and not 1 ounce of attention to the descendants of that idea, which came out of academic economics and went into corporate finance and morphed into such obscenities as the capital asset pricing model, which we also paid no attention to. I think you'd have to believe in the tooth fairy to believe that you could easily outperform the market by 7 percentage points per annum just by investing in high volatility stocks. Yet, believe it or not, like the Jules Stein doctor, people once believed this stuff. And the belief was rewarded and it spread, and many people still believe it. But Berkshire never paid any attention to it. Now I think the world is coming our way, and the idea of perfection in all market outcomes is going the way of the dodo. It was always clear to me that the stock market couldn't be perfectly efficient, because as a teenager I'd been to the racetrack in Omaha where they had the pari-mutuel system. And it was quite obvious to me that if the house stake, the croupier's stake, was 17%, some people consistently lost a lot less than 17% of all their bets, and other people consistently lost more than 17% of all their bets. So the pari-mutuel system in Omaha had no perfect efficiency, and so I didn't accept the argument that the stock market was always perfectly efficient in creating rational prices. Indeed, there have been some documented cases since of people getting so good at understanding horses and odds that they actually are able to beat the house in off-track betting. There aren't many people who can do that, but there are a few people in America who can. Next, my personal education history is interesting because its deficiencies and my peculiarities eventually created advantages. For some odd reason, I had an early and extreme multidisciplinary cast of mind. I couldn't stand reaching for a small idea in my own discipline when there was a big idea right over the fence in somebody else's discipline. So I just grabbed in all directions for the big ideas that would really work. Nobody taught me to do that. I was just born with that yen. I also was born with a huge craving for synthesis, and when it didn't come easily, which was often, I would rag the problem, and then when I failed, I would put it aside, and I'd come back to it and rag it again. It took me 20 years to figure out how and why cult conversion methods worked, but the psychology departments haven't figured it out yet, so I'm ahead of them. But anyway, I have this tendency to want to rag the problems. Because World War II caught me, I drifted into some physics, and the Air Corps sent me to Caltech, where I did a little more physics as part of being made into a meteorologist. And there, at a very young age, I absorbed what I call the fundamental full attribution ethos of hard science. That was enormously useful to me. Let me explain that ethos. Under this ethos, you've got to know all the big ideas in all the disciplines more fundamental than your own. You can never make any explanation that can be made in a more fundamental way in any other way than the most fundamental way. And you always take them with full attribution to the most fundamental ideas that you are required to use. When you're using physics, you say you're using physics. When you're using biology, you say you're using biology, and so on and so on. I could early see that that ethos would act as a fine organizing system for my thought, and I strongly suspected that it would work really well in the soft sciences as well as the hard sciences, so I just grabbed it and used it all through my life in soft science as well as hard science. That was a very lucky idea for me. Let me explain how extreme that ethos is in hard science. There is a constant, one of the fundamental constants in physics, known as Boltzmann's constant. You probably all know it very well. The interesting thing about Boltzmann's constant is that Ludwig Boltzmann didn't discover it. So why is Boltzmann's constant now named for Boltzmann? Well, the answer is that Boltzmann derived that constant from basic physics in a more fundamental way than the poor forgotten fellow who found the constant in the first place in some less fundamental way. The ethos of hard science is so strong in favor of reductionism to the more fundamental body of knowledge that you can wash the discoverer right out of history when somebody else handles his discovery in a more fundamental way. I think that is correct. I think Boltzmann's constant should be named for Boltzmann. At any rate, in my history and Berkshire's history, Berkshire went on and on into considerable economic success while ignoring the hard form efficient markets doctrine, once very popular in academic economics, and ignoring the descendants of that doctrine in corporate finance, where the results became even sillier than they were in economics. This naturally encouraged me. Finally, with my peculiar history, I'm also bold enough to be here today because, at least when I was young, I wasn't a total klutz. For 1 year at the Harvard Law School, I was ranked second in a very large group, and I always figured that while there were always a lot of people much smarter than I was, I didn't have to hang back totally in the thinking game. Let me begin by discussing the obvious strengths of academic economics. The first obvious strength, and this is true of a lot of places that get repute, is that it was in the right place at the right time. 200 years ago, aided by the growth of technology and the growth of other developments in civilization, the real output per capita of the civilized world started going up at about 2% per annum, compounded. Before that, for the previous thousands of years, it had gone up at a rate that hovered just a hair's breadth above zero. And, of course, economics grew up amidst this huge success. Partly it helped the success, and partly it explained it. So, naturally, academic economics grew. And lately, with the collapse of all the communist economies, as the free market economies or partially free market economies flourished, that added to the reputation of economics. Economics has been a very favorable place to be if you're in academia. Economics was always more multidisciplinary than the rest of soft science. It just reached out and grabbed things as it needed to. And that tendency to just grab whatever you need from the rest of knowledge, if you're an economist, has reached a fairly high point in N. Gregory Mankiw's new textbook. I checked out that textbook. I must have been one of the few businessmen in America who bought it immediately when it came out because it had gotten such a big advance. I wanted to figure out what this guy was doing where he could get an advance that great. So this is how I happened to riffle through Mankiw's freshman textbook. And there I found laid out as principles of economics, opportunity cost is a superpower to be used by all people who have any hope of getting the right answer. Also, incentives are superpowers. And lastly, the tragedy of the commons model, popularized by my longtime friend, UCSB's Garrett Hardin. Hardin caused the delightful introduction into economics alongside Smith's beneficent invisible hand of Hardin's wicked, evil-doing invisible foot. Well, I thought that the Hardin model made economics more complete, and I knew when Hardin introduced me to his model, the tragedy of the commons, that it would be in the economics textbooks eventually. And lo and behold, it finally made it about 20 years later. And it's right for Mankiw to reach out into other disciplines and grab Hardin's model and anything else that works well. Another thing that helped economics is that from the beginning it attracted the best brains in soft science. Its denizens also interacted more with the practical world than was at all common in soft science and the rest of academia, and that resulted in very creditable outcomes like the 3 cabinet appointments of economics PhD George Shultz and the cabinet appointment of Larry Summers. So this has been a very favored part of academia. Also, economics early on attracted some of the best writers of language in the history of the earth. You start out with Adam Smith. Adam Smith was so good a thinker and so good a writer that in his own time, Immanuel Kant, then the greatest intellectual in Germany, simply announced that there was nobody in Germany to equal Adam Smith. Well, Voltaire, being an even pithier speaker than Kant, which wouldn't be that hard, immediately said, oh, well, France doesn't have anybody who can even be compared to Adam Smith. So economics started with some very great men and great writers. And then there have been later great writers, like John Maynard Keynes, whom I quote all the time and who has added a great amount of illumination to my life. And finally, even in the present era, if you take Paul Krugman and read his essays, you will be impressed by his fluency. I can't stand his politics, I'm on the other side, but I love this man's essays. I think Paul Krugman is one of the best essayists alive. So economics has constantly attracted these fabulous writers, and they are so good that they have this enormous influence far outside their economic discipline, and that's very uncommon in other academic departments. Okay, now it's time to extend criticism instead of praise. We've recognized that economics is better than other soft science academic departments in many ways, and one of the glories of civilization. Now it's only fair that we outline a few things that are wrong with academic economics. 1. Fatal unconnectedness, leading to man-with-a-hammer syndrome, often causing overweighing of what can be counted. I think I've got 9 objections, some being logical subdivisions of a big general objection. The big general objection to economics was the one early described by Alfred North Whitehead when he spoke of the fatal unconnectedness of academic disciplines, wherein each professor didn't even know the models of the other disciplines, much less try to synthesize those disciplines with his own. I think there's a modern name for this approach that Whitehead didn't like, and that name is bonkers. This is a perfectly crazy way to behave. Yet economics, like much else in academia, is too insular. The nature of this failure is that it creates what I always call man-with-a-hammer syndrome. That's taken from the folk saying, to the man with only a hammer, every problem looks pretty much like a nail. That works marvelously to gum up all professions, and all departments of academia, and indeed most practical life. The only antidote for being an absolute klutz due to the presence of a man-with-a-hammer syndrome is to have a full kit of tools. You don't have just a hammer, you've got all the tools. And you've got to have one more trick. You've got to use those tools checklist style, because you'll miss a lot if you just hope that the right tool is going to pop up unaided whenever you need it. But if you've got a full list of tools and go through them in your mind, checklist style, you will find a lot of answers that you won't find any other way. So limiting this big general objection that so disturbed Alfred North Whitehead is very important, and there are mental tricks that help do the job. A special version of this man-with-a-hammer syndrome is terrible not only in economics, but practically everywhere else, including business. It's really terrible in business. You've got a complex system, and it spews out a lot of wonderful numbers that enable you to measure some factors, but there are other factors that are terribly important, yet there's no precise numbering you can put to these factors. You know they're important, but you don't have the numbers. Well, practically everybody, 1, overweighs the stuff that can be numbered because it yields to the statistical techniques they're taught in academia, and 2, doesn't mix in the hard-to-measure stuff that may be more important. That is a mistake I've tried all my life to avoid, and I have no regrets for having done that. The late great Thomas Hunt Morgan, who was one of the greatest biologists who ever lived, when he got to Caltech, he had a very interesting, extreme way of avoiding some mistakes from overcounting what could be measured and undercounting what couldn't. At that time, there were no computers, and the computer substitute then available to science and engineering was the Frieden calculator, and Caltech was full of Frieden calculators. Thomas Hunt Morgan banned the Frieden calculator from the biology department. And when they said, "What the hell are you doing, Dr. Morgan?" he said, "Well, I am like a guy who was prospecting for gold along the banks of the Sacramento River in 1849. With a little intelligence, I can reach down and pick up big nuggets of gold. And as long as I can do that, I'm not going to let any people in my department waste scarce resources in placer mining." And that's the way Thomas Hunt Morgan got through life. I've adopted the same technique, and here I am in my 80th year. I haven't had to do any placer mining yet, and it begins to look like I'm going to get all the way through, as I'd always hoped, without doing any of that damned placer mining. Of course, if I were a physician, particularly an academic physician, I'd have to do the statistics, do the placer mining. But it's amazing what you can do in life without the placer mining, if you've got a few good mental tricks and just keep ragging the problems the way Thomas Hunt Morgan did. 2. Failure to follow the fundamental full attribution ethos of hard science. What's wrong with the way Mankiw does economics is that he grabs from other disciplines without attribution. He doesn't label the grabbed items as physics or biology or psychology or game theory or whatever they really are, fully attributing the concept to the basic knowledge from which it came. If you don't do that, it's like running a business with a sloppy filing system. It reduces your power to be as good as you can be. Now, Mankiw is so smart he does pretty well even when his technique is imperfect. He got the largest advance any textbook writer ever got. But nonetheless, he'd be better if he had absorbed the hard science ethos, which has been helpful to me. I have names for Mankiw's approach, grabbing whatever you need without attribution. Sometimes I call it take what you wish, and sometimes I call it Kiplingism. And when I call it Kiplingism, I'm reminding you of Joseph Rudyard Kipling's stanza of poetry, which went something like this. When Homer smote his blooming lyre, he'd heard men sing by land and sea, and what he thought he might require, he went and took, the same as me. Well, that's the way Mankiw does it. He just grabs. This is much better than not grabbing, but it is much worse than grabbing with full attribution and full discipline, using all knowledge plus extreme reductionism where feasible. 3. Physics envy. The third weakness that I find in economics is what I call physics envy, and of course that term has been borrowed from penis envy, as described by one of the world's great idiots, Sigmund Freud. But he was very popular in his time, and the concept got a wide vote. One of the worst examples of what physics envy did to economics was cause adoption of hard-form efficient market theory. Then, when you logically derived consequences from this wrong theory, you would get conclusions such as it can never be correct for any corporation to buy its own stock. Because the stock price, by definition, is totally efficient, there could never be any advantage, QED. And they taught this theory to some partner at McKinsey when he was at some school of business that had adopted this crazy line of reasoning from economics, and the partner became a paid consultant for the Washington Post. And Washington Post stock was selling at a fifth of what an orangutan could figure was the plain value per share by just counting up the values and dividing. But he so believed what he'd been taught in graduate school that he told the Washington Post it shouldn't buy its own stock. Well, fortunately, they put Warren Buffett on the board, and he convinced them to buy back more than half of the outstanding stock, which enriched the remaining shareholders by much more than $1 billion. So there was at least one instance of a place that quickly killed a wrong academic theory. It's my view that economics could avoid a lot of this trouble that comes from physics envy. I want economics to pick up the basic ethos of hard science, the full attribution habit, but not the craving for an unattainable precision that comes from physics envy. The sort of precise, reliable formula that includes Boltzmann's constant is not going to happen, by and large, in economics. Economics involves too complex a system, and the craving for that physics-style precision does little but get you in terrible trouble, like the poor fool from McKinsey. I think that economists would be way better off if they paid more attention to Einstein and Sharon Stone. Well, Einstein is easy because Einstein is famous for saying everything should be made as simple as possible, but no more simple. Now, the saying is a tautology, but it's very useful, and some economist, it may have been Herb Stein, had a similar tautological saying that I dearly love. If a thing can't go on forever, it will eventually stop. Sharon Stone contributed to the subject because someone once asked her if she was bothered by penis envy. And she said, absolutely not. I have more trouble than I can handle with what I've got. When I talk about this false precision, this great hope for reliable, precise formulas, I'm reminded of Arthur Laffer, who's in my political party, and who takes a mistaken approach sometimes when it comes to doing economics. His trouble is his craving for false precision, which is not an adult way of dealing with his subject matter. The situation of people like Laffer reminds me of a rustic legislator, and this really happened in America. I don't invent these stories. Reality is always more ridiculous than what I'm going to tell you. At any rate, this rustic legislator proposed a new law in his state. He wanted to pass a law rounding pi to an even 3.2, so it would be easier for the school children to make the computations. Well, you can say that this is too ridiculous, and it can't be fair to liken economics professors like Laffer to a rustic legislator like this. I say I'm under-criticizing the professors. At least when this rustic legislator rounded pi to an even number, the error was relatively small. But once you try to put a lot of false precision into a complex system like economics, the errors can compound to the point where they're worse than those of the McKinsey partner when he was incompetently advising the Washington Post. So economics should emulate physics' basic ethos, but its search for precision in physics-like formulas is almost always wrong in economics. 4. Too much emphasis on macroeconomics. My fourth criticism is that there's too much emphasis on macroeconomics and not enough on microeconomics. I think this is wrong. It's like trying to master medicine without knowing anatomy and chemistry. Also, the discipline of microeconomics is a lot of fun. It helps you correctly understand macroeconomics, and it's a perfect circus to do. In contrast, I don't think macroeconomics people have all that much fun. For one thing, they are often wrong because of extreme complexity in the system they wish to understand. Let me demonstrate the power of microeconomics by solving two microeconomic problems, one simple and one a little harder. The first problem is this. Berkshire Hathaway just opened a furniture and appliance store in Kansas City, Kansas. At the time Berkshire opened it, the largest selling furniture and appliance store in the world was another Berkshire Hathaway store selling $350 million worth of goods per year. The new store in a strange city opened up selling at the rate of more than $500 million a year. From the day it opened, the 3,200 spaces in the parking lot were full. The women had to wait outside the ladies' restroom because the architects didn't understand biology. It's hugely successful. Well, I've given you the problem. Now tell me what explains the runaway success of this new furniture and appliance store that is outselling everything else in the world. Let me do it for you. Is this a low-priced store or a high-priced store? It's not going to have runaway success in a strange city as a high-priced store. That would take time. Number two, if it's moving $500 million worth of furniture through it, it's one hell of a big store, furniture being as bulky as it is. And what does a big store do? It provides a big selection. So what could this possibly be except a low-priced store with a big selection? But you may wonder, why wasn't it done before, preventing its being done first now? Again, the answer just pops into your head. It costs a fortune to open a store this big, so nobody's done it before. So you quickly know the answer. With a few basic concepts, these microeconomic problems that seem hard can be solved much as you put a hot knife through butter. I like such easy ways of thought that are very remunerative, and I suggest that you people should also learn to do microeconomics better. Now I'll give you a harder problem. There's a tire store chain in the Northwest that has slowly succeeded over 50 years, the Les Schwab tire store chain. It just ground ahead. It started competing with the stores that were owned by the big tire companies that made all the tires, the Goodyears and so forth. And of course the manufacturers favored their own stores. Their Tide stores had a big cost advantage. Later, Les Schwab rose in competition with the huge price discounters, like Costco and Sam's Club, and before that, Sears Roebuck, and so forth. And yet here is Schwab now with hundreds of millions of dollars in sales. And here's Les Schwab in his 80s with no education, having done the whole thing. How did he do it? I don't see a whole lot of people looking like a light bulb has come on. Well, let's think about it with some microeconomic fluency. Is there some wave that Schwab could have caught? The minute you ask the question, the answer pops in. The Japanese had a zero position in tires and they got big. So this guy must have ridden that wave some in the early times. Then the slow following success has to have some other causes. And what probably happened here, obviously, is this guy did one hell of a lot of things right. And among the things that he must have done right is he must have harnessed what Mankiw calls the superpower of incentives. He must have a very clever incentive structure driving his people, and a clever personnel selection system, etc. And he must be pretty good at advertising, which he is. He's an artist. So he had to get a wave in the Japanese tire invasion, the Japanese being as successful as they were, and then a talented fanatic had to get a hell of a lot of things right and keep them right with clever systems. Again, not that hard of an answer. But what else would be a likely cause of the peculiar success? We hire business school graduates, and they're no better at these problems than you were. Maybe that's the reason we hire so few of them. Well, how did I solve those problems? Obviously, I was using a simple search engine in my mind to go through checklist style. And I was using some rough algorithms that work pretty well in a great many complex systems, and these algorithms run something like this. Extreme success is likely to be caused by some combination of the following factors. 1. Extreme maximization or minimization of one or two variables. Example, Costco, or our furniture and appliance store. 2. Adding success factors so that a bigger combination drives success, often in nonlinear fashion, as one is reminded by the concept of breakpoint and the concept of critical mass in physics. Often results are not linear. You get a little bit more mass and you get a Lollapalooza result. And of course, I've been searching for Lollapalooza results all my life, so I'm very interested in models that explain their occurrence. 3. An extreme of good performance over many factors. Example, Toyota or Les Schwab. 4. Catching and riding some sort of big wave. Example, Oracle. By the way, I cited Oracle before I knew that the Oracle CFO, Jeff Henley, was a big part of the proceedings here today. Generally, I recommend and use in problem solving cut-to-the-quick algorithms, and I find you have to use them both forward and backward. Let me give you an example. I irritate my family by giving them little puzzles. And one of the puzzles that I gave my family not very long ago was when I said, there's an activity in America with one-on-one contests and a national championship. The same person won the championship on 2 occasions about 65 years apart. Now, I said, name the activity. Again, I don't see a lot of light bulbs going on, and in my family, not a lot of light bulbs were flashing, but I have a physicist's son who has been trained more in the type of thinking I like, and he immediately got the right answer, and here's the way he reasoned. It can't be anything requiring a lot of hand-eye coordination. Nobody 85 years of age is going to win a national billiards tournament, much less a national tennis tournament. It just can't be. Then he figured it couldn't be chess, which this physicist plays very well because it's too hard. The complexity of the system and the stamina required are too great. But that led into checkers, and he thought, aha, there's a game where vast experience might guide you to be the best, even though you're 85 years of age. Anyway, I recommend that sort of mental puzzle solving to all of you, flipping one's thinking both backward and forward. And I recommend that academic economics get better at very small-scale microeconomics, as demonstrated here. 5. Too little synthesis in economics. My 5th criticism is there is too little synthesis in economics, not only with matter outside traditional economics, but also within economics. I have posed before 2 different business school classes the following problem. I say, you have studied supply and demand curves. You have learned that when you raise the price, ordinarily the volume you can sell goes down, and when you reduce the price, the volume you can sell goes up. Is that right? That's what you learned? They all nod yes. And I say, now tell me several instances when, if you want the physical volume to go up, the correct answer is to increase the price. And there's this long and ghastly pause. And finally, in each of the 2 business schools in which I've tried this, maybe 1 person in 50 could name 1 instance. They come up with the idea that under certain circumstances, a higher price acts as a rough indicator of quality, and thereby increases sales volumes. This happened in the case of my friend Bill Ballhaus. When he was head of Beckman Instruments, it produced some complicated product where if it failed, it caused enormous damage to the purchaser. It wasn't a pump at the bottom of an oil well, but that's a good mental example. And he realized that the reason this thing was selling so poorly, even though it was better than anybody else's product, was because it was priced lower. It made people think it was a low-quality gizmo, so he raised the price by 20% or so, and the volume went way up. But only 1 in 50 can come up with this sole instance in a modern business school, one of the business schools being Stanford, which is hard to get into. And nobody has yet come up with the main answer that I like. Suppose you raise that price and use the extra money to bribe the other guy's purchasing agent. Is that going to work? And are there functional equivalents in economics, microeconomics, of raising the price and using the extra sales proceeds to drive sales higher? And of course there are a zillion once you've made that mental jump. It's so simple. One of the most extreme examples is in the investment management field. Suppose you're the manager of a mutual fund and you want to sell more. People commonly come to the following answer. You raise the commissions, which of course reduces the number of units of real investments delivered to the ultimate buyer, so you're increasing the price per unit of real investment that you're selling the ultimate customer. And you're using that extra commission to bribe the customer's purchasing agent. You're bribing the broker to betray his client and put the client's money into the high commission product. This has worked to produce at least $1 trillion of mutual fund sales. This tactic is not an attractive part of human nature, and I want to tell you that I pretty much completely avoided it in my life. I don't think it's necessary to spend your life selling what you would never buy. Even though it's legal, I don't think it's a good idea. But you shouldn't accept all my notions because you'll risk becoming unemployable. You shouldn't take my notions unless you're willing to risk being unemployable by all but a few. I think my experience with my simple question is an example of how little synthesis people get, even in advanced academic settings, considering economic questions. Obvious questions with such obvious answers. Yet people take 4 courses in economics, go to business school, have all these IQ points, and write all these essays, but they can't synthesize worth a damn. This failure is not because the professors know all this stuff and they're deliberately withholding it from the students. This failure happens because the professors aren't all that good at this kind of synthesis. They were trained in a different way. I can't remember if it was Keynes or Galbraith who said that economics professors are most economical with ideas. They make a few they learned in graduate school last a lifetime. The second interesting problem with synthesis involves 2 of the most famous examples in economics. Number 1 is David Ricardo's principle of comparative advantage in trade, and the other is Adam Smith's pin factory. And both of these, of course, work to vastly increase economic output per person, and they're similar in that each somehow directs functions into the hands of people who are very good at doing the functions. Yet they're radically different examples in that one of them is the ultimate example of central planning, the pin factory, where the whole system was planned by somebody, while the other example, Ricardo's, happens automatically as a natural consequence of trade. And of course, once you get into the joys of synthesis, you immediately think, do these things interact? Of course they interact, beautifully. And that's one of the causes of the power of a modern economic system. I saw an example of that kind of interaction years ago. Berkshire had this former savings and loan company, and it had made this loan on a hotel right opposite the Hollywood Park racetrack. In due time, the neighborhood changed, and it was full of gangs, pimps, and dope dealers. They tore copper pipe out of the wall for dope fixes, and there were people hanging around the hotel with guns, and nobody would come. We foreclosed on it 2 or 3 times, and the loan value went down to nothing. We seemed to have an insolvable economic problem, a microeconomic problem. Now, we could have gone to McKinsey or maybe to a bunch of professors from Harvard, and we would have gotten a report about 10 inches thick about the ways we could approach this failing hotel in this terrible neighborhood. But instead, we put a sign on the property that said for sale or rent. And in came, in response to that sign, a man who said, "I'll spend $200,000 fixing up your hotel and buy it at a high price on credit if you can get zoning so I can turn the parking lot into a putting green." "You've got to have a parking lot in a hotel," we said. "What do you have in mind?" He said, "No, my business is flying seniors in from Florida, putting them near the airport, and then letting them go out to Disneyland and various places by bus and coming back. I don't care how bad the neighborhood is going to be because my people are self-contained behind walls. All they have to do is get on the bus in the morning and come home in the evening. They don't need a parking lot, they need a putting green." So we made the deal with the guy. The whole thing worked beautifully, and the loan got paid off, and it all worked out. Obviously, that's an interaction of Ricardo and the pin factory examples. The odd system that this guy had designed to amuse seniors was pure pin factory, and finding the guy with this system was pure Ricardo. So these things are interacting. Well, I've taken you partway through the synthesis. It gets harder when you want to figure out how much activity should be within private firms and how much should be within the government, and what are the factors that determine which functions are where, and why do the failures occur, and so on and so on. It's my opinion that anybody with a high IQ who graduated in economics ought to be able to sit down and write a 10-page synthesis of all these ideas that's quite persuasive. And I would bet a lot of money that I could give this test in practically every economics department in the country and get a perfectly lousy bunch of synthesis. They'd give me Ronald Coase. They'd talk about transaction costs. They'd click off a little something that their professors gave them and spit it back. But in terms of really understanding how it all fits together, I would confidently predict that most people couldn't do it very well. By the way, if any of you want to try and do this, go ahead. I think you'll find it hard. In this connection, one of the interesting things that I want to mention is that Max Planck, the great Nobel laureate who found Planck's constant, tried once to do economics. He gave it up. Now, why did Max Planck, one of the smartest people who ever lived, give up economics? The answer is, he said, it's too hard. The best solution you can get is messy and uncertain. It didn't satisfy Planck's craving for order, and so he gave it up. And if Max Planck early on realized he was never going to get perfect order, I will confidently predict that all the rest of you are going to have exactly the same result. By the way, there's a famous story about Max Planck that is apocryphal. After he won his prize, he was invited to lecture everywhere, and he had this chauffeur who drove him around to give public lectures all through Germany. And the chauffeur memorized the lecture, so one day he said, "Gee, Professor Planck, why don't you let me try it by switching places?" So he got up and gave the lecture. At the end of it, some physicist stood up and posed a question of extreme difficulty. But the chauffeur was up to it. "Well," he said, "I'm surprised that a citizen of an advanced city like Munich is asking so elementary a question, so I'm going to ask my chauffeur to respond." 6. Extreme and counterproductive psychological ignorance. All right, I'm down to the 6th main defect, and this is a subdivision of the lack of adequate multidisciplinarity. Extreme and counterproductive psychological ignorance in economics. Here I want to give you a very simple problem. I specialize in simple problems. You own a small casino in Las Vegas. It has 50 standard slot machines. Identical in appearance, they're identical in the function. They have exactly the same payout ratios. The things that cause the payouts are exactly the same. They occur in the same percentages. But there's one machine in this group of slot machines that no matter where you put it among the 50, in fairly short order, when you go to the machines at the end of the day, there will be 25% more winnings from this one machine than from any other machine. Now surely I'm not going to have a failure here. What is different about the heavy winning machine? Can anybody do it? Audience member. More people play it. No, I want to know why more people play it. What's different about that machine is people have used modern electronics to give a higher ratio of near misses. That machine is going bar, bar, lemon, bar, bar, grapefruit way more often than normal machines, and that will cause heavier play. How do you get an answer like that? Easy. Obviously, there's a psychological cause. That machine is doing something to trigger some basic psychological response. If you know the psychological factors, if you've got them on a checklist in your head, you just run down the factors, and boom, you get to one that must explain this occurrence. There isn't any other way to do it effectively. These answers are not going to come to people who don't learn these problem-solving methods. If you want to go through life like a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest, why, be my guest. But if you want to succeed like a strong man with 2 legs, you have to pick up these methods, including doing micro and macroeconomics while knowing psychology. In this vein, I next want to mention a strange Latin American case of a dysfunctional economy that got fixed. In this little subdivision of Latin America, a culture had arisen wherein everybody stole everything. They embezzled from the company. They stole everything that was loose in the community. And of course, the economy came practically to a halt. And this thing got fixed. Now, where did I read about this case? I'll give you a hint. It wasn't in the annals of economics. I found this case in the annals of psychology. Clever people went down and used a bunch of psychological tricks, and they fixed it. Well, I think there's no excuse if you're an economist when there are wonderful cases like that of the dysfunctional economy becoming fixed, and these simple tricks that solve so many problems, and you don't know how to do the fixes and understand the problems. Why be so ignorant about psychology that you don't even know psychology's tricks that will fix your own dysfunctional economic systems? Here I want to give you an extreme injunction. This is even tougher than the fundamental organizing ethos of hard science. This has been attributed to Samuel Johnson. He said, in substance, that if an academic maintains in place an ignorance that can be easily removed with a little work, the conduct of the academic amounts to treachery. That was his word, treachery. You can see why I love this stuff. He says you have a duty, if you're an academic, to be as little of a klutz as you can possibly be, and therefore you have got to keep grinding out of your system as much removable ignorance as you can remove. 7. Too little attention to second and higher order effects. On to the next, the 7th defect. Too little attention in economics to second-order and even higher-order effects. This defect is quite understandable because the consequences have consequences, and the consequences of the consequences have consequences, and so on. It gets very complicated. When I was a meteorologist, I found this stuff very irritating, and economics makes meteorology look like a tea party. Extreme economic ignorance was displayed when various experts, including PhD economists, forecast the cost of the original Medicare law. They did simple extrapolations of past costs. Well, the cost forecast was off by a factor of more than 1,000%. The cost they projected was less than 10% of the cost that happened. Once they put in place various new incentives, the behavior changed in response to the incentives, and the numbers became quite different from their projection, and medicine invented new and expensive remedies, as it was sure to do. How could a great group of experts make such a silly forecast? Answer, they oversimplified to get easy figures, like the rube rounding pi to 3.2. They chose not to consider effects of effects of effects, and so on. One good thing about this common form of misthinking from the viewpoint of academia is that business people are even more foolish about microeconomics. The business version of the Medicare-type insanity is when you own a textile plant, and a guy comes in and says, oh, isn't this wonderful? They invented a new loom. It'll pay for itself in 3 years at current prices because it adds so much efficiency to the production of textiles. And you keep buying these looms and their equivalent for 20 years, and you keep making 4% on capital. You never go anywhere. And the answer is, it wasn't that the technology didn't work, it's that the laws of economics caused the benefit from the new looms to go to the people that bought the textiles, not to the guy who owned the textile plant. How could anybody not know that if he'd taken freshman economics or been through business school? I think the schools are doing a lousy job. Otherwise, such insanities wouldn't happen so often. Usually, I don't use formal projections. I don't let people do them for me because I don't like throwing up on the desk, but I see them made in a very foolish way all the time, and many people believe in them, no matter how foolish they are. It's an effective sales technique in America to put a foolish projection on a desk. And if you're an investment banker, it's an art form. I don't read their projections either. Once, Warren and I bought a company, and the seller had a big study done by an investment banker. It was about this thick. We just turned it over as if it were a diseased carcass. He said, we paid $2 million for that. I said, we don't use them. Never look at them. Anyway, as the Medicare example showed, all human systems are gamed for reasons rooted deeply in psychology. And great skill is displayed in the gaming because game theory has so much potential. That's what's wrong with the workers' comp system in California. Gaming has been raised to an art form. In the course of gaming the system, people learn to be crooked. Is this good for civilization? Is it good for economic performance? Hell no. The people who design easily gameable systems belong in the lowest circle of hell. I've got a friend whose family controls about 8% of the truck trailer market. He just closed his last factory in California, and he had one in Texas that was even worse. The workers' comp cost in his Texas plant got to be double-digit percentages of payroll. Well, there's no such profit in making truck trailers. He closed his plant and moved it to Ogden, Utah, where a bunch of believing Mormons are raising big families and don't gain the workers' comp system. The workers' comp expense is 2% of payroll. Are the Latinos who are peopling his plant in Texas intrinsically dishonest or bad compared to the Mormons? No. It's just the incentive structure that so rewards all this fraud is put in place by these ignorant legislatures, many members of which have been to law school, and they just don't think about what terrible things they're doing to the civilization because they don't take into account the second-order effects and the third-order effects in lying and cheating. So this happens everywhere, and when economics is full of it, it is just like the rest of life. There was a wonderful example of gaming a human system in the career of Victor Niederhofer in the economics department of Harvard. Victor Niederhofer was the son of a police lieutenant, and he needed to get A's at Harvard. But he didn't want to do any serious work at Harvard because what he really liked doing was 1. Playing world-class checkers, 2. Gambling in high-stakes card games, at which he was very good all hours of the day and night, 3. Being the squash champion of the United States, which he was for years, and 4. Being about as good a tennis player as a part-time tennis player could be. This did not leave much time for getting A's at Harvard, so he went into the economics department. You'd think he would have chosen French poetry, but remember, this was a guy who could play championship checkers. He thought he was up to outsmarting the Harvard economics department, and he was. He noticed that the graduate students did most of the boring work that would otherwise go to the professors, and he noticed that because it was so hard to get to be a graduate student at Harvard, they were all very brilliant and organized and hard-working, as well as much needed by grateful professors. And therefore, by custom, and as would be predicted from the psychological force called reciprocity tendency, in a really advanced graduate course, the professors always gave an A. So Victor Niederhofer signed up for nothing but the most advanced graduate courses in the Harvard economics department, and of course he got A after A after A after A, and was hardly ever near a class. And for a while, some people at Harvard may have thought it had a new prodigy on its hands. That's a ridiculous story, but the scheme will work still, and Niederhofer is famous. They call his style Niederhofering the curriculum. This shows how all human systems are gamed. Another example of not thinking through the consequences of the consequences is the standard reaction in economics to Ricardo's law of comparative advantage, giving benefit on both sides of trade. Ricardo came up with a wonderful non-obvious explanation that was so powerful that people were charmed with it, and they still are because it's a very useful idea. Everybody in economics understands that comparative advantage is a big deal when one considers first-order advantages in trade from the Ricardo effect. But suppose you've got a very talented ethnic group like the Chinese, and they're very poor, and you're an advanced nation, and you create free trade with China, and it goes on for a long time. Now let's follow second and third order consequences. You are more prosperous than you would have been if you hadn't traded with China in terms of average well-being in the United States, right? Ricardo proved it. But which nation is going to be growing faster in economic terms? It's obviously China. They're absorbing all the modern technology of the world through this great facilitator in free trade. And like the Asian tigers have proved, they will get ahead fast. Look at Hong Kong, look at Taiwan, look at early Japan. So you start in a place where you've got a weak nation of 1.25 billion people, and in the end, they're going to be a much bigger, stronger nation than you are, maybe even having more and better atomic bombs. Well, Ricardo did not prove that that's a wonderful outcome for the former leading nation. He didn't try to determine second-order and higher-order effects. If you try to talk like this to economics professors, and I've done this 3 times, they shrink in horror and offense because they don't like this kind of talk. It really gums up this nice discipline of theirs, which is so much simpler when you ignore second and third-order consequences. The best answer I ever got on that subject, in 3 tries, was from George Shultz. He said, Charlie, the way I figure it is, if we stop trading with China, the other advanced nations will do it anyway. We wouldn't stop the ascent of China compared to us, and we'd lose the Ricardo-diagnosed advantages of trade, which is obviously correct. I said, well, George, you've just invented a new form of the tragedy of the commons. You're locked in this system and you can't fix it. You're going to go to a tragic hell in a handbasket if going to hell involves being once the great leader of the world and finally going to the shallows in terms of leadership. And he said, Charlie, I do not want to think about this. I think he's wise. He's even older than I am, and maybe I should learn from him. 8. Not enough attention to the concept of embezzlement. Okay, now I'm down to my 8th objection. Too little attention within economics to the simplest and most fundamental principle of algebra. Now, this sounds outrageous that economics doesn't do algebra, right? Well, I want to try an example. I may be wrong on this. I'm old and I'm iconoclastic. But I throw it out anyway. I say that economics doesn't pay enough attention to the concept of embezzlement, and that I derive from Galbraith's idea. Galbraith's idea was that if you have an undisclosed embezzlement, it has a wonderful Keynesian stimulating effect on the economy, because the guy who's been embezzled thinks he is as rich as he always was and spends accordingly, and the guy who has stolen the money gets all this new purchasing power. I think that's correct analysis on Galbraith's part. The trouble with his notion is that he's described a minor phenomenon, because when embezzlement is discovered, as it almost surely will be, the effect will quickly reverse, so the effect quickly cancels out. But suppose you paid a lot of attention to algebra, which I guess Galbraith didn't, and you think, well, the fundamental principle of algebra is if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C. You've then got a fundamental principle that demands that you look for functional equivalence, all you can find. So suppose you ask the question, is there such a thing in economics as embezzlement? By the way, Galbraith invented the word bezel to describe the amount of undisclosed embezzlement, so I invented the word embezzlement, the functional equivalent of embezzlement. This happened after I asked the question, is there a functional equivalent of embezzlement? I came up with a lot of wonderful affirmative answers. Some were in investment management. After all, I'm near investment management. I considered the billions of dollars totally wasted in the course of investing common stock portfolios for American owners. As long as the market keeps going up, the guy who's wasting all this money doesn't feel it because he's looking at these steadily rising values. And to the guy who is getting the money for investment advice, the money looks like well-earned income when he's really selling detriment for money, surely the functional equivalent of undisclosed embezzlement. You can see why I don't get invited to many lectures. So I say, if you look in the economy for embezzlement, the functional equivalent of embezzlement, you'll find some enormously powerful factors. They create some wealth effect that is on steroids compared to the old wealth effect. But practically nobody thinks as I do, and I quit claim my idea to any hungry graduate student who has independent means, which he will need before his thesis topic is approved. 9. Not enough attention to virtue and vice effects. Okay, my 9th objection. Not enough attention to virtue and vice effects in economics. It has been plain to me since early life that there are enormous virtue effects in economics and also enormous vice effects. But economists get very uncomfortable when you talk about virtue and vice. It doesn't lend itself to a lot of columns of numbers, but I would argue that there are big virtue effects in economics. I would say that the spreading of double-entry bookkeeping by the monk Fra Luca de Pacioli was a big virtue effect in economics. It made business more controllable and it made it more honest. Then the cash register. The cash register did more for human morality than the congregational church. It was a really powerful phenomenon to make an economic system work better. Just as in reverse, a system that can be easily defrauded ruins a civilization. A system that's very hard to defraud, like a cash register-based system, helps the economic performance of a civilization by reducing vice, but very few people within economics talk about it in those terms. I'll go further. I say economic systems work better when there's an extreme reliability ethos. The traditional way to get a reliability ethos, at least in past generations in America, was through religion. The religions instilled guilt. We have a charming Irish Catholic priest in our neighborhood, and he loves to say, those old Jews may have invented guilt, but we perfected it. This guilt derived from religion has been a huge driver of a reliability ethos, which has been very helpful to economic outcomes for man. Many bad effects from vice are clear. You've got the crazy booms and crooked promotions. All you have to do is read the paper over the last 6 months. There's enough vice to make us all choke. And by the way, everybody's angry about unfair compensation at the top of American corporations, and people should be. We now face various crazy governance nostrums invented by lawyers and professors that won't give us a fix for unfair compensation, yet a good partial solution is obvious. If directors were significant shareholders who got a pay of 0, you'd be amazed what would happen to unfair compensation of corporate executives as we dampened effects from reciprocity tendency. A roughly similar equivalent of this no-pay system has been tried in a strange place. In England, lay magistrates staff the lower criminal courts, which can send you to prison for a year or fine you substantially. You've got 3 judges sitting up there and they all get a pay of 0. Their expenses are reimbursed, but not too liberally, and they work about 40 half-days a year as volunteers. It's worked beautifully for about 700 years. Able and honest people compete to become magistrates, to perform the duty and get the significance, but no pay. This is the system Benjamin Franklin, near the end of his life, wanted for the U.S. government. He didn't want the high executives of government to be paid, but to be like himself or the entirely unpaid, well-off ministers and rulers of the Mormon Church. And when I see what's happened in California, I'm not sure he wasn't right. At any rate, no one now drifts in Franklin's direction. For one thing, professors, and most of them need money, get appointed directors. It is not always recognized that to function best, morality should sometimes appear unfair, like most worldly outcomes. The craving for perfect fairness causes a lot of terrible problems in system function. Some systems should be made deliberately unfair to individuals because they'll be fairer on average for all of us. Thus, there can be virtue in apparent non-fairness. I frequently cite the example of having your career over in the Navy if your ship goes aground, even if it wasn't your fault. I say the lack of justice for the one guy who wasn't at fault is way more than made up by a greater justice for everybody when every captain of a ship always sweats blood to make sure the ship doesn't go aground. Tolerating a little unfairness to some to get a greater fairness for all is a model I recommend to all of you. But again, I wouldn't put it in your assigned college work if you want to be graded well, particularly in a modern law school, wherein there is usually an overlove of fairness-seeking process. There are, of course, enormous vice effects in economics. You have these bubbles with so much fraud and folly. The aftermath is frequently very unpleasant, and we've had some of that lately. One of the first big bubbles, of course, was the huge and horrible South Sea bubble in England. The aftermath was interesting. Many of you probably don't remember what happened after the South Sea bubble, which caused an enormous financial contraction and a lot of pain. Except in certain rare cases, they banned publicly traded stock in England for decades. Parliament passed a law that said you can have a partnership with a few partners, but you can't have publicly traded stock. And by the way, England continued to grow without publicly traded stock. The people who are in the business of prospering because there's a lot of stock being traded in casino-like frenzy wouldn't like this example if they studied it enough. It didn't ruin England to have a long period when they didn't have publicly traded shares. Just as in real estate, we had all the shopping centers and auto dealerships and so on we needed for years when we didn't have publicly traded real estate shares. It's a myth that once you've got some capital market, economic considerations demand that it has to be as fast and efficient as a casino. It doesn't. Another interesting problem is raised by vice effects involving envy. Envy, wisely, got a very strong condemnation in the laws of Moses. You remember how they laid it on with a trowel. You couldn't covet thy neighbor's ass, you couldn't covet thy neighbor's servant girl, you couldn't covet... Those old Jews knew how envious people are and how much trouble it caused. They really laid it on hard, and they were right. But Bernard de Mandeville, remember his fable of bees? He demonstrated convincingly, to me anyway, that envy was a great driver of proclivity to spend. And so here's this terrible vice, which is forbidden in the Ten Commandments, and here it's driving all these favorable results in economics. There's some paradox in economics that nobody's going to get out. When I was young, everybody was excited by Kurt Gödel, who came up with proof that you couldn't have a mathematical system without a lot of irritating incompleteness in it. Well, since then, my betters tell me that they've come up with more irremovable defects in mathematics, and have decided that you're never going to get mathematics without some paradox in it. No matter how hard you work, you're going to have to live with some paradox if you're a mathematician. Well, if the mathematicians can't get the paradox out of their system when they're creating it themselves, the poor economists are never going to get rid of paradoxes, nor are any of the rest of us. It doesn't matter. Life is interesting with some paradox. When I run into a paradox, I think either I'm a total horse's ass to have gotten to this point, or I'm fruitfully near the edge of my discipline. It adds excitement to life to wonder which it is. As I conclude, I want to tell one more story demonstrating how awful it is to get a wrong idea from a limited repertoire and just stick to it. This is the story of Hyman Leibowitz, who came to America from the old country. In the new country, as in the old, he tried to make his way in the family trade, which was manufacturing nails. And he struggled, and finally his little nail business got to vast prosperity. And his wife said to him, "You are old, Hyman. It's time to go to Florida and turn the business over to your son." So down he went to Florida, turning his business over to the son, but he got weekly financial reports. And he hadn't been in Florida very long before they turned sharply negative. In fact, they were terrible. So he got on an airplane and he went back to New Jersey where the factory was. As he left the airport on the way to the factory, he saw this enormous outdoor advertising sign lighted up. There was Jesus, spread out on the cross, and under it was a big legend. They used Leibowitz's nails. So he stormed into the factory and said, "You dumb son, what do you think you're doing? It took me 50 years to create this business." "Papa," the son said, "trust me, I will fix it." So back he went to Florida, and while he was in Florida, he got more reports, and the results kept getting worse. So he got on the airplane again, left the airport, drove by the sign, looked up at this big lighted sign, and now there's a vacant cross. And lo and behold, Jesus is crumpled on the ground under the cross, and the sign said, "They didn't use Leibowitz's nails." Well, you can laugh at that. It is ridiculous, but it's no more ridiculous than the way a lot of people claim to failed ideas. Keynes said, "It's not bringing in the new ideas that's so hard, it's getting rid of the old ones." And Einstein said it better, attributing his mental success to curiosity, concentration, perseverance, and self-criticism. By self-criticism, he meant becoming good at destroying your own best-loved and hardest-won ideas. If you can get really good at destroying your own wrong ideas, that is a great gift. Well, it's time to repeat the big lesson in this little talk. What I've urged is the use of a bigger multidisciplinary bag of tricks, mastered to fluency, to help economics and everything else. And I also urged that people not be discouraged by irremovable complexity and paradox. It just adds more fun to the problems. My inspiration again is Keynes. Better roughly right than precisely wrong. And so I end by repeating what I said once before on a similar occasion. If you skillfully follow the multidisciplinary path, you will never wish to come back. It would be like cutting off your hands. Well, that's the end. I'll take questions as long as people can endure me. Audience question. The question was garbled, but the person asked about derivatives, which Buffett has called financial weapons of mass destruction. Buffett said that the genie's out of the bottle and the hangover may be proportionate to the binge. Would you speculate for us how that scenario can play out? Well, of course, catastrophe predictions have always been quite difficult to make with success, but I confidently predict that there are big troubles to come. The system is almost insanely irresponsible. And what people think are fixes aren't really fixes. It's so complicated I can't do it justice here, but you can't believe the trillions of dollars involved. You can't believe the complexity. You can't believe how difficult it is to do the accounting. You can't believe how big the incentives are to have wishful thinking about values and wishful thinking about ability to clear. Running off a derivative book is agony and takes time. You saw what happened when they tried to run off the derivative books at Enron. Its certified net worth vanished. In the derivative books of America, there are a lot of reported profits that were never earned and assets that never existed. There are large bebezzlement effects and some ordinary embezzlement effects that come from derivative activity, and the reversal of these is going to cause pain. How big the pain will be and how well it will be handled, I can't tell you. But you would be disgusted if you had a fair mind and spent a month really delving into a big derivative operation. You would think it was Lewis Carroll. You would think it was the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. And the false precision of these people is just unbelievable. They make the worst economics professors look like gods. Moreover, there is depravity augmenting the folly. Read the book Fiasco by law professor and former derivatives trader Frank Partnoy, an insider account of depravity in derivative trading at one of the biggest and best regarded Wall Street firms. The book will turn your stomach. Could you describe Warren's reaction to the negative reaction he got from musing about the defects of California's Prop 13? Was he shocked? Surprised? It's hard to shock Warren. He's past 70, he's seen a lot, and his brain works quickly. He generally avoids certain subjects before elections, and that is what I am going to do here. Talk 9 Revisited. This waggish talk on economics given in 2003 gave me pleasure as I put it together, but I hope it provided more than harmless fun. I even hope that some shred of my ideas eventually gets into academic economics, not because I want recognition, but because I think academic economics needs some improvement. Since the talk was given, I came across a book published by Alfred A. Knopf in 2005. It was written by a distinguished Harvard economics professor, Benjamin M. Friedman, and dealt with the interplay of economics and morals, much as I wished to in my talk. The title of this book is The Moral Consequences of Economic Growth. As readers will note from the title, Professor Friedman is particularly interested in the impact of economic growth on morals, whereas my interest is mostly in the reverse direction, the impact of morals on economic growth. This difference is not a big deal because every educated person can see reciprocal effects, for good or ill, between the two factors, creating what is often called either a virtuous circle or a vicious circle. Professor Friedman supplies a marvelous quotation on this subject from Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah. Where there is no bread, there is no law. Where there is no law, there is no bread. Talk 10. USC Gould School of Law Commencement Address. May 13th, 2007, University of Southern California. On a warm late spring day in 2007, Charlie addressed 194 Juris Doctor, 89 Master of Laws, and 3 Master of Comparative Laws degree recipients in the University of Southern California's Alumni Park. He offered his insights into the practices that have contributed to his success and to his standing as one of the wealthiest people in the world. He observed that the acquisition of wisdom is a moral duty, and he stressed that while attending law school, he realized the best road to success in life and learning would be a multidisciplinary one. Following the audience's enthusiastic reaction to this speech, USC Law Dean Edward J. McCaffrey awarded Charlie honorary admission into the Order of the Coif, a scholastic society founded to encourage excellence in legal education. No doubt many of you are wondering why this speaker is so old. Well, the answer is obvious. He hasn't died yet. And why was this speaker chosen? Well, I don't know that. I'd like to think that the development department had nothing to do with it. Whatever the reason, I think it's fitting that I'm speaking here because I see a crowd of older people in the rear not wearing robes. And I know from having educated an army of descendants who it is that really deserves a lot of the honors that are being given today to the robe-wearing students in front. The sacrifices and the wisdom and the value transfer that come from one generation to the next should always be appreciated. I also take pleasure from the sea of Asian faces to my left. All my life I have admired Confucius. I like the idea of filial piety, of ideas or values that are taught and duties that come naturally that should be passed on to the next generation. You people who don't think there's anything in this idea, please note how fast Asian people are rising in American life. I think they have something. All right, I've scratched out a few notes and I'm going to try and give an account of certain ideas and attitudes that have worked well for me. I don't claim that they're perfect for everybody, but I think many of them contain universal values and that many of them are can't-fail ideas. What are the core ideas that helped me? Well, luckily I had the idea at a very early age that the safest way to try to get what you want is to try to deserve what you want. It's such a simple idea. It's the golden rule. You want to deliver to the world what you would buy if you were on the other end. There is no ethos, in my opinion, that is better for any lawyer or any other person to have. By and large, the people who have had this ethos win in life, and they don't win just money and honors. They win the respect, the deserved trust of the people they deal with. And there's huge pleasure in life to be obtained from getting deserved trust. Now, occasionally you will find a perfect rogue of a person who dies rich and widely known, but mostly these people are fully understood as despicable by the surrounding civilization. If the cathedral is full of people at the funeral ceremony, most of them are there to celebrate the fact that the person is dead. That reminds me of the story of the time when one of these people died and the minister said, "It's now time to say something nice about the deceased." And nobody came forward, and nobody came forward, and nobody came forward. And finally one man came up and said, "Well, his brother was worse." That is not where you want to go. A life ending in such a funeral is not the life you want to have. The second idea that I developed very early is that there's no love that's so right as admiration-based love, and such love should include the instructive dead. Somehow I picked up that idea, and I've lived with it all my life. It's been very useful to me. A love like that described by William Somerset Maugham in his book of Human Bondage is a sick kind of love. It's a disease, and if you find yourself with a disease like that, you should eliminate it. Another idea, and this may remind you of Confucius too, is that the acquisition of wisdom is a moral duty. It's not something you do just to advance in life, and there's a corollary to that idea that is very important. It requires that you're hooked on lifetime learning. Without lifetime learning, you people are not going to do very well. You are not going to get very far in life based on what you already know. You're going to advance in life by what you learn after you leave here. Consider Berkshire Hathaway, one of the best regarded corporations in the world. It may have the best long-term, big assets involving investment record in the history of civilization. The skill that got Berkshire through one decade would not have sufficed to get it through the next decade with comparable levels of achievement. Warren Buffett had to be a continuous learning machine. The same requirement exists in lower walks of life. I constantly see people rise in life who are not the smartest, sometimes not even the most diligent, but they are learning machines. They go to bed every night a little wiser than they were that morning. And boy, does that habit help, particularly when you have a long run ahead of you. Alfred North Whitehead correctly said at one time that the rapid advance of civilization came only when man invented the method of invention. He was referring to the huge growth in GDP per capita and many other good things we now take for granted. Big-time progress started a few hundred years ago. Before that, progress per century was almost nil. Just as civilization can progress only when it invents the method of invention, you can progress only when you learn the method of learning. I was very lucky. I came to law school having learned the method of learning, and nothing has served me better in my long life than continuous learning. Consider Warren Buffett again. If you watched him with a time clock, you'd find that about half of his waking time is spent reading. Then a big chunk of the rest of his time is spent talking one-on-one, either on the telephone or personally, with highly gifted people whom he trusts and who trust him. Viewed up close, Warren looks quite academic as he achieves worldly success. Academia has many wonderful values in it. I came across an example not too long ago. In my capacity as a hospital board chairman, I was dealing with a medical school academic named Joseph M. Mira, M.D. This man, over years of disciplined work, made himself know more about bone tumor pathology than almost anyone else in the world. He wanted to pass this knowledge on to help treat bone cancer. How was he going to do it? Well, he decided to write a textbook. And even though I don't think a textbook like this sells more than a few thousand copies, they do end up in cancer treatment centers all over the world. He took a sabbatical year and sat down at his computer with all his slides, carefully saved and organized. He worked 17 hours a day, 7 days a week for a year. Some sabbatical. At the end of the year, he had created one of the 2 great bone tumor pathology textbooks of the world. When you're around values like Mira's, you want to pick up as much as you can. Another idea that was hugely useful to me was one I obtained when I listened in law school, when some waggish professor said, "A legal mind is a mind that considers it feasible and useful when 2 things are all twisted up together and interacting to try to think about one thing without considering the other." Well, I could see from that indirectly pejorative sentence that any such legal approach was ridiculous. And this pushed me further along in my natural drift, which was toward learning all the big ideas and all the big disciplines, so I wouldn't be the perfect damn fool the professor described. And because the really big ideas carry about 95% of the freight, it wasn't at all hard for me to pick up about 95% of what I needed from all the disciplines, and to include use of this knowledge as a standard part of my mental routines. Once you have the ideas, of course, you must continuously practice their use. Like a concert pianist, if you don't practice, you can't perform well. So I went through life constantly practicing a multidisciplinary approach. Well, this habit has done a lot for me. It's made life more fun. It's made me more constructive. It's made me more helpful to others. It's made me richer than can be explained by any genetic gifts. My mental routine, properly practiced, really helps. Now, there are dangers in it because it works so well. If you use it, you will frequently find when you're with some expert from another discipline, maybe even an expert who is your employer with a vast ability to harm you, that you know more than he does about fitting his specialty to the problem at hand. You'll sometimes see the correct answer when he's missed it. That is a very dangerous position to be in. You can cause enormous offense by being right in a way that causes somebody else to lose face in his own discipline or hierarchy. I never found the perfect way to avoid harm from this serious problem. Even though I was a good poker player when I was young, I wasn't good enough at pretending when I thought I knew more than my supervisors did. And I didn't try as hard at pretending as would have been prudent, so I gave a lot of offense. Now, I'm generally tolerated as a harmless eccentric who will soon be gone, but coming up, I had a difficult period to go through. My advice to you is to be better than I was at keeping insights hidden. One of my colleagues, who graduated as #1 in his class in law school and clerked at the U.S. Supreme Court, tended as a young lawyer to show that he knew a lot. One day, the senior partner he was working under called him in and said, "Listen, Chuck, I want to explain something to you. Your duty is to behave in such a way that the client thinks he's the smartest person in the room. If you have any energy or insight available after that, use it to make your senior partner look like the second smartest person in the room. And only after you've satisfied those 2 obligations do you want your light to shine at all." Well, that was a good system for rising in many a large law firm, but it wasn't what I did. I usually moved with the drift of my nature, and if some other people didn't like it, well, I didn't need to be adored by everybody. Let me further develop the idea that a multidisciplinary attitude is required if maturity is to be effective. Here I'm following the key idea of the greatest lawyer of antiquity, Marcus Tullius Cicero. Cicero is famous for saying that a man who doesn't know what happened before he's born goes through life like a child. That is a very correct idea. Cicero is right to ridicule somebody so foolish as not to know history. But if you generalize Cicero, as I think one should, there are a lot of other things that one should know in addition to history, and those other things are the big ideas in all the disciplines. And it doesn't help you much just to know something well enough so that on one occasion you can prattle your way to an A in an exam. You have to learn many things in such a way that they're in a mental latticework in your head, and you automatically use them the rest of your life. If many of you try that, I solemnly promise that one day most will correctly come to think, somehow I've become one of the most effective people in my whole age cohort. In contrast, if no effort is made toward such multidisciplinarity, many of the brightest of you who choose this course will live in the middle ranks or in the shallows. Another idea that I discovered was encapsulated by that story Dean McCaffrey recounted earlier about the rustic who wanted to know where he was going to die so he wouldn't go there. The rustic who had that ridiculous-sounding idea had a profound truth in his possession. The way complex adaptive systems work and the way mental constructs work, problems frequently become easier to solve through inversion. If you turn problems around into reverse, you often think better. For instance, if you want to help India, the question you should consider asking is not, how can I help India? Instead, you should ask, how can I hurt India? You find what will do the worst damage and then try to avoid it. Perhaps the two approaches seem logically the same thing, but those who have mastered algebra know that inversion will often and easily solve problems that otherwise resist solution. And in life, just as in algebra, inversion will help you solve problems that you can't otherwise handle. Let me use a little inversion now. What will really fail in life? What do we want to avoid? Some answers are easy. For example, sloth and unreliability will fail. If you're unreliable, it doesn't matter what your virtues are. You're going to crater immediately. So faithfully doing what you've engaged to do should be an automatic part of your conduct. Of course you want to avoid sloth and unreliability. Another thing to avoid is extremely intense ideology, because it cabbages up one's mind. You see a lot of it in the worst of the TV preachers. They have different, intense, inconsistent ideas about technical theology, and a lot of them have minds reduced to cabbage. That can happen with political ideology. And if you're young, it's particularly easy to drift into intense and foolish political ideology and never get out. When you announce that you're a loyal member of some cult-like group and you start shouting out the orthodox ideology, what you're doing is pounding it in, pounding it in, pounding it in. You're ruining your mind, sometimes with startling speed. So you want to be very careful with intense ideology. It presents a big danger for the only mind you're ever going to have. Darwin formulated his theories on the transmutation of species in the late 1830s, but it was not until 1859 that he published his seminal work on the origin of species by means of natural selection. Darwin accepted that any scientific theory proffering an alternative explanation to human origins would be met with widespread prejudice, and that therefore prudence dictated he become fully versed in every possible counter-argument before publishing his ideas. Accordingly, he spent 20 years painstakingly cultivating his theory and preparing for its defense. There is a warning example I use whenever I feel threatened by a drift toward intense political ideology. Some Scandinavian canoeists succeeded in getting through all the rapids of Scandinavia, and they thought they would continue their success by tackling the big whirlpools in Northwest America. The death rate was 100%. A big whirlpool is something you want to avoid, and I think the same is true about intense ideology, particularly when your companions are all true believers. I have what I call an iron prescription that helps me keep sane when I drift toward preferring one intense ideology over another. I feel that I'm not entitled to have an opinion unless I can state the arguments against my position better than the people who are in opposition. I think that I'm qualified to speak only when I've reached that state. This sounds almost as extreme as the iron prescription Dean Acheson was fond of attributing to William the Silent of Orange, who roughly said, "It's not necessary to hope in order to persevere." That probably is too tough for most people, although I hope it won't ever become too tough for me. My way of avoiding over-intensity in ideology is easier than Acheson's injunction and worth learning. This business of not drifting into extreme ideology is very, very important in life. If you want to end up wise, heavy ideology is very likely to prevent that outcome. Another thing that often causes folly and ruin is the self-serving bias, often subconscious, to which we're all subject. You think that the true little me is entitled to do what it wants to do. For instance, why shouldn't the true little me get what it wants by overspending its income? Well, there once was a man who became the most famous composer in the world, but he was utterly miserable most of the time. One of the reasons was that he always overspent his income. That was Mozart. If Mozart couldn't get by with this kind of asinine conduct, I don't think you should try it. Generally speaking, envy, resentment, revenge, and self-pity are disastrous modes of thought. Self-pity can get pretty close to paranoia. Paranoia is one of the very hardest things to reverse. You do not want to drift into self-pity. I had a friend who carried a thick stack of linen-based cards. When somebody would make a comment that reflected self-pity, he would slowly and portentously pull out his huge stack of cards, take the top one, and hand it to the person. The card said, "Your story has touched my heart. Never have I heard of anyone with as many misfortunes as you." Well, you can say that's swaggery, but I suggest it can be mental hygiene. Every time you find you're drifting into self-pity, whatever the cause, even if your child is dying of cancer, self-pity is not going to help. Just give yourself one of my friend's cards. Self-pity is always counterproductive. It's the wrong way to think. And when you avoid it, you get a great advantage over everybody else, or almost everybody else, because self-pity is a standard response, and you can train yourself out of it. Of course, you also want to get self-serving bias out of your mental routines. Thinking that what's good for you is good for the wider civilization, and rationalizing foolish or evil conduct based on your subconscious tendency to serve yourself is a terrible way to think. You want to drive that out of yourself because you want to be wise, not foolish, and good, not evil. You also have to allow in your own cognition and conduct for the self-serving bias of everybody else. Because most people are not going to be very successful at removing such bias, the human condition being what it is. If you don't allow for self-serving bias in the conduct of others, you are, again, a fool. I watched the brilliant and worthy Harvard Law Review-trained General Counsel of Salomon Brothers lose his career there. When the able CEO was told that an underling had done something wrong, the General Counsel said, "Gee, we don't have any legal duty to report this, but I think it's what we should do. It's our moral duty." The General Counsel was technically and morally correct, but his approach didn't persuade. He recommended a very unpleasant thing for the busy CEO to do, and the CEO, quite understandably, put the issue off and put it off, not with any intent to do wrong. In due course, when powerful regulators resented not having been promptly informed, down went the CEO and the General Counsel with him. The correct persuasive technique in situations like that was given by Ben Franklin. He said, "If you would persuade, appeal to interest, not to reason." The self-serving bias of man is extreme and should have been used in attaining the correct outcome. So the General Counsel should have said, look, this is likely to erupt into something that will destroy you, take away your money, take away your status, grossly impair your reputation. My recommendation will prevent a likely disaster from which you can't recover. That approach would have worked. You should often appeal to interest, not to reason, even when your motives are lofty. Another thing to avoid is being subjected to perverse incentives. You don't want to be in a perverse incentive system that's rewarding you if you behave more and more foolishly, or worse and worse. Perverse incentives are so powerful as controllers of human cognition and human behavior that one should avoid their influence. One of the things you're going to find in at least a few modern law firms is high billable hour quotas. I could not have lived under billable hour quotas of 2,400 hours a year. That would have caused too many problems for me. I wouldn't have done it. I don't have a solution for the situation some of you will face. You'll have to figure out for yourselves how to handle such significant problems. Perverse associations are also to be avoided. You particularly want to avoid working directly under somebody you don't admire and don't want to be like. It's dangerous. We're all subject to control to some extent by authority figures, particularly authority figures who are rewarding us. Dealing properly with this danger requires both some talent and will. I coped in my time by identifying people I admired and by maneuvering, mostly without criticizing anybody, so that I was usually working under the right sort of people. A lot of law firms will permit that if you're shrewd enough to work it out with some tact. Generally, your outcome in life will be more satisfactory if you work under people you correctly admire. Engaging in routines that allow you to maintain objectivity are, of course, very helpful to cognition. We all remember that Darwin paid special attention to disconfirming evidence, particularly when it disconfirmed something he believed and loved. Routines like that are required if a life is to maximize correct thinking. One also needs checklist routines. They prevent a lot of errors, and not just for pilots. You should not only possess wide-ranging elementary wisdom, but also go through mental checklist routines in using it. There is no other procedure that will work as well. Another idea that I found important is that maximizing non-egality will often work wonders. What do I mean? Well, John Wooden of UCLA presented an instructive example when he was the #1 basketball coach in the world. He said to the bottom 5 players, you don't get to play, you are practice partners. The top 7 did almost all the playing. Well, the top 7 learned more, remember the importance of the learning machine, because they were doing all the playing. And when he adopted that non-egalitarian system, Wooden won more games than he had won before. I think the game of competitive life often requires maximizing the experience of the people who have the most aptitude and the most determination as learning machines. If you want the very highest reaches of human achievement, that's where you have to go. You don't want to choose a brain surgeon for your child by drawing straws to select one of 50 applicants, all of whom take turns doing procedures. You don't want your airplanes designed in too egalitarian a fashion. You don't want your Berkshire Hathaways run that way either. You want to provide a lot of playing time for your best players. I frequently tell the apocryphal story about how Max Planck, after he won the Nobel Prize, went around Germany giving the same standard lecture on the new quantum mechanics. Over time, his chauffeur memorized the lecture and said, would you mind, Professor Planck, because it's so boring to stay in our routine, if I gave the lecture in Munich and you just sat in front wearing my chauffeur's hat? Planck said, why not? And the chauffeur got up and gave this long lecture on quantum mechanics, after which a physics professor stood up and asked a perfectly ghastly question. The speaker said, well, I'm surprised that in an advanced city like Munich I get such an elementary question. I'm going to ask my chauffeur to reply. Well, the reason I tell that story is not to celebrate the quick-wittedness of the protagonist. In this world, I think we have 2 kinds of knowledge. One is Planck knowledge, that of the people who really know. They've paid the dues, they have the aptitude. Then we've got chauffeur knowledge. They have learned to prattle the talk. They may have a big head of hair, they often have a fine timbre in their voices, they make a big impression, but in the end, what they've got is chauffeur knowledge, masquerading as real knowledge. I think I've just described practically every politician in the United States. You're going to have the problem in your life of getting as much responsibility as you can to the people with the Planck knowledge and away from the people who have the chauffeur knowledge. And there are huge forces working against you. My generation has failed you to some extent. More and more, we're delivering to you in California a legislature in which mostly the certified nuts from the left and the certified nuts from the right are the ones allowed to serve. And none of them are removable. That's what my generation has done for you. But you wouldn't like it to be too easy, would you? Another thing that I have found is that intense interest in any subject is indispensable if you're really going to excel in it. I could force myself to be fairly good in a lot of things, but I couldn't excel in anything in which I didn't have an intense interest. So, to some extent, you're going to have to do as I did. If at all feasible, you want to maneuver yourself into doing something in which you have an intense interest. Another thing you have to do is have a lot of assiduity. I like that word because to me it means sit down on your ass until you do it. I've had marvelous partners full of assiduity all my life. I think I got them partly because I tried to deserve them, and partly because I was shrewd enough to select them, and partly there was some luck. 2 partners that I chose for one phase in my life made the following simple agreement when they created a little design and build construction team in the middle of the Great Depression. 2-man partnership, they said, and divide everything equally. And whenever we're behind in our commitments to other people, we will both work 14 hours a day, 7 days a week until we're caught up. Well, needless to say, that firm didn't fail, and my partners were widely admired. Simple, old-fashioned ideas like theirs are almost sure to provide a good outcome. Another thing to cope with is that life is very likely to provide terrible blows, unfair blows. Some people recover and others don't. There, I think the attitude of Epictetus helps guide one to the right reaction. He thought that every mischance in life, however bad, created an opportunity to behave well. He believed every mischance provided an opportunity to learn something useful, and one's duty was not to become immersed in self-pity, but to utilize each terrible blow in a constructive fashion. His ideas were very sound, influencing the best of the Roman emperors, Marcus Aurelius, and many others over many centuries. And you may remember the epitaph that Epictetus made for himself. Here lies Epictetus, a slave, maimed in body, the ultimate in poverty, and favored by the gods. Well, that's the way Epictetus is now remembered, favored by the gods. He was favored because he became wise, became manly, and instructed others, both in his own time and over following centuries. I have another idea to emphasize in a brief account. My grandfather Munger was the only federal judge in his city for nearly 40 years. I admired him. I'm his namesake. And I'm Confucian enough that even now as I speak, I'm thinking, well, Judge Munger would be pleased to have me here. All these years after my grandfather is dead, I conceive myself as duty-bound to carry the torch for my grandfather's values. One such value was prudence as the servant of duty. Grandfather Munger was a federal judge at a time when there were no pensions for widows of federal judges. So if he didn't save from his income, my grandmother would become a destitute widow. And besides, net worth would enable him to serve others better. Being the kind of man he was, he underspent his income all his life and left his widow in comfortable circumstances. But that was not all that his prudence enabled. Along the way, in the 30s, my uncle's tiny bank failed and couldn't reopen without help. My grandfather saved the bank by exchanging over a third of his good assets for horrible bank assets. I've always remembered the event. It reminds me of A.E. Housman's little poem that went something like this. The thoughts of others were light and fleeting, of lovers meeting or luck or fame. Mine were of trouble, and mine were steady, and I was ready when trouble came. You may well say, who wants to go through life anticipating trouble? Well, I did, trained as I was. I've gone through a long life anticipating trouble. And here I am now, well along in my 84th year. Like Epictetus, I've had a favored life. It didn't make me unhappy to anticipate trouble all the time and be ready to perform adequately if trouble came. It didn't hurt me at all. In fact, it helped me. So I quit playing to you, Houseman and Judge Munger. The last idea that I want to give you, as you go out into a profession that frequently puts a lot of procedure and some mumbo-jumbo into what it does, is that complex bureaucratic procedure does not represent the highest form civilization can reach. One higher form is a seamless, non-bureaucratic web of deserved trust. Not much fancy procedure, just totally reliable people correctly trusting one another. That's the way an operating room works at the Mayo Clinic. If lawyers would introduce a lot of lawyer-like process, more patients would die. So never forget when you're a lawyer that while you may have to sell procedure, you don't always have to buy. In your own life, what you want to maximize is a seamless web of deserved trust. And if your proposed marriage contract has 47 pages, my suggestion is that you not enter. Well, that's enough for one graduation. I hope these ruminations of an old man are useful to you. In the end, I'm speaking toward the only feasible outcome for old Valiant for Truth in Pilgrim's Progress. My sword, I leave to him who can wield it. Talk 11. The Psychology of Human Misjudgment. 2005. Selections from 3 of Charlie's talks, combined into one talk never made, after revisions by Charlie in 2005 that included considerable new material. In the run-up to publishing this book, Charlie remarked that one of the most important talks in our list, The Psychology of Human Misjudgment, could use a little revising to bring it in line with his most current views on the subject. Little did we know, Charlie's little revision would amount to a full-scale rewrite, with loads of new material and a stop-the-press completion schedule. The talk features Charlie's original concept of behavioral finance, which has now burgeoned into its own academic field of study. As attendee Donald Hall recalls, Charlie was espousing his well-reasoned views on behavioral finance before the term was even coined. Charlie also addresses the importance of recognizing patterns to determine how humans behave, both rationally and irrationally. He shares with us his checklist of 25 standard causes of human misjudgment, which contains observations that are ingenious, counterintuitive, and important, values Charlie treasures in the work of other great thinkers throughout history. He also emphasizes the Lollapalooza power of psychological misjudgments in combination. Here then, written exclusively for Poor Charlie's Almanac, is Charlie's magnum opus on why we behave the way we do. We wish you success in the application of these ideas in your own personal and business endeavors. Selections from 3 of Charlie's talks combined into one talk never made, after revisions by Charlie in 2005 that included considerable new material. The 3 talks were, 1, the Bray Lecture at the Caltech Faculty Club, February 2nd, 1992, 2, talk under the sponsorship of the Cambridge Center for Behavioral Studies at the Harvard Faculty Club, October 6, 1994, 3, talk under the sponsorship of the Cambridge Center for Behavioral Studies at the Boston Harbor Hotel, April 24, 1995. The extensive revision by Charlie in 2005, made from memory and unassisted by any research, occurred because Charlie thought he could do better at age 81 than he did more than 10 years earlier when he, 1, knew less and was more harried by a crowded life, and 2, was speaking from rough notes instead of revising transcripts. Preface. When I read transcripts of my psychology talks given about 15 years ago, I realized that I could now create a more logical but much longer talk, including most of what I had earlier said, but I immediately saw 4 big disadvantages. First, the longer talk, because it was written out with more logical completeness, would be more boring and confusing to many people than any earlier talk. This would happen because I would use idiosyncratic definitions of psychological tendencies in a manner reminiscent of both psychology textbooks and Euclid. And who reads textbooks for fun or revisits Euclid? Second, because my formal psychological knowledge came only from skimming 3 psychology textbooks about 15 years ago, I know virtually nothing about any academic psychology later developed. Yet in a longer talk containing guesses, I would be criticizing much academic psychology. This sort of intrusion into a professional territory by an amateur would be sure to be resented by professors, who would rejoice in finding my errors and might be prompted to respond to my published criticism by providing theirs. Why should I care about new criticism? Well, who likes new hostility from articulate critics with an information advantage? Third, a longer version of my ideas would surely draw some disapproval from people formerly disposed to liking me. Not only would there be stylistic and substantive objections, but also there would be perceptions of arrogance in an old man who displayed much disregard for conventional wisdom while popping off on a subject in which he had never taken a course. My old Harvard law classmate, Ed Rothschild, always called such a popping off the shoe button complex, named for the condition of a family friend who spoke in oracular style on all subjects after becoming dominant in the shoe button business. Fourth, I might make a fool of myself. Despite these 4 very considerable objections, I decided to publish the much expanded version. Thus, after many decades in which I have succeeded mostly by restricting my action to jobs and methods in which I was unlikely to fail, I have now chosen a course of action in which 1. I have no significant personal benefit to gain, 2. I will surely give some pain to family members and friends, and 3. I may make myself ridiculous. Why am I doing this? One reason may be that my nature makes me inclined toward diagnosing and talking about errors in conventional wisdom. And despite years of being smoothed out by the hard knocks that were inevitable for one with my attitude, I don't believe life ever knocked all the boy's brashness out of the man. The second reason for my decision is my approval of the attitude of Diogenes when he asked, "Of what use is a philosopher who never offends anybody?" My third and final reason is the strongest. I have fallen in love with my way of laying out psychology because it has been so useful for me. And so before I die, I want to imitate to some extent the bequest practices of 3 characters: the protagonist in John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, Benjamin Franklin, and my first employer, Ernest Buffett. Bunyan's character, the knight wonderfully named Old Valiant for Truth, makes the only practical bequest available to him when he says at the end of his life, "My sword I leave to him who can wear it." And like this man, I don't mind if I have misappraised my sword, provided I have tried to see it correctly, or if many will not wish to try it, or if some who try to wield it may find it serves them not. Ben Franklin, to my great benefit, left behind his autobiography, his almanacs, and much else. And Ernest Buffett did the best he could in the same mode when he left behind How to Run a Grocery Store and a few things I have learned about fishing. Whether or not this last contribution to the genre was the best, I will not say, but I will report that I have now known 4 generations of Ernest Buffett's descendants, and that the results have encouraged my imitation of the founder. The psychology of human misjudgment. I have long been very interested in standard thinking errors. However, I was educated in an era wherein the contributions of non-patient treating psychology to an understanding of misjudgment met little approval from members of the mainstream elite. Instead, interest in psychology was pretty well confined to a group of professors who talked and published mostly for themselves, with much natural detriment from isolation and groupthink. And so, right after my time at Caltech and Harvard Law School, I possessed a vast ignorance of psychology. Those institutions failed to require knowledge of the subject. And of course, they couldn't integrate psychology with their other subject matter when they didn't know psychology. Also, like the Nietzsche character who was proud of his lame leg, the institutions were proud of their willful avoidance of fuzzy psychology and fuzzy psychology professors. I shared this ignorant mindset for a considerable time, and so did a lot of other people. What are we to think, for instance, of the Caltech course catalog that for years listed just one psychology professor, self-described as a professor of psychoanalytical studies, who taught both abnormal psychology and psychoanalysis in literature? Soon after leaving Harvard, I began a long struggle to get rid of the most dysfunctional part of my psychological ignorance. Today, I will describe my long struggle for elementary wisdom and a brief summary of my ending notions. After that, I will give examples, many quite vivid and interesting to me, of both psychology at work and antidotes to psychology-based dysfunction. Then I will end by asking and answering some general questions raised by what I have said. This will be a long talk. When I started law practice, I had respect for the power of genetic evolution and an appreciation of man's many evolution-based resemblances to less cognitively gifted animals and insects. I was aware that man was a social animal, greatly and automatically influenced by behavior he observed in and around him. I also knew that man lived, like barnyard animals and monkeys, in limited-size dominance hierarchies, wherein he tended to respect authority and to like and cooperate with his own hierarchy members, while displaying considerable distrust and dislike for competing men not in his own hierarchy. But this generalized evolution-based theory structure was inadequate to enable me to cope properly with the cognition I encountered. I was soon surrounded by much extreme irrationality, displayed in patterns and subpatterns. So surrounded, I could see that I was not going to cope as well as I wished with life, unless I could acquire a better theory structure on which to hang my observations and experiences. By then, my craving for more theory had a long history. Partly, I had always loved theory as an aid in puzzle solving and as a means of satisfying my monkey-like curiosity. And partly, I had found that theory structure was a superpower in helping one get what one wanted, as I had early discovered in school, wherein I had excelled without labor, guided by theory, while many others, without mastery of theory, failed despite monstrous effort. Better theory, I thought, had always worked for me, and if now available, could make me acquire capital and independence faster, and better assist everything I love. So I slowly developed my own system of psychology, more or less in the self-help style of Ben Franklin, and with the determination displayed in the refrain of the nursery story, "Then I'll do it myself," said the little red hen. I was greatly helped in my quest by 2 turns of mind. First, I had long looked for insight by inversion in the intense manner counseled by the great algebraist Jacobi. Invert, always invert. I sought good judgment, mostly by collecting instances of bad judgment, then pondering ways to avoid such outcomes. Second, I became so avid a collector of instances of bad judgment that I paid no attention to boundaries between professional territories. After all, why should I search for some tiny, unimportant, hard-to-find new stupidity in my own field, when some large, important, easy-to-find stupidity was just over the fence in the other fellow's professional territory? Besides, I could already see that real-world problems didn't neatly lie within territorial boundaries. They jumped right across. And I was dubious of any approach that, when two things were inextricably intertwined and interconnected, would try and think about one thing but not the other. I was afraid if I tried any such restricted approach that I would end up, in the immortal words of John L. Lewis, with no brain at all, just a neck that had haired over. Pure curiosity, somewhat later, made me wonder how and why destructive cults were often able, over a single long weekend, to turn many tolerably normal people into brainwashed zombies, and thereafter keep them in that state indefinitely. I resolved that I would eventually find a good answer to this cult question if I could do so by general reading and much musing. I also got curious about social insects. It fascinated me that both the fertile female honeybee and the fertile female harvester ant could multiply their quite different normal life expectancies by exactly 20 by engaging in one orgy in the sky. The extreme success of the ants also fascinated me. How a few behavioral algorithms caused such extreme evolutionary success, grounded in extremes of cooperation within the breeding colony, and almost always, extremes of lethal hostility toward ants outside the breeding colony, even ants of the same species. Motivated as I was, by midlife I should probably have turned to psychology textbooks. But I didn't, displaying my share of the outcome predicted by the German folk, saying, "We are too soon old and too late smart." However, as I later found out, I may have been lucky to avoid for so long the academic psychology that was then laid out in most textbooks. These would not have guided me well with respect to cults, and were often written as if the authors were collecting psychology experiments as a boy collects butterflies, with a passion for more butterflies and more contact with fellow collectors, and little craving for synthesis in what is already possessed. When I finally got to the psychology texts, I was reminded of the observation of Jacob Viner, the great economist, that many an academic is like the truffle hound, an animal so trained and bred for one narrow purpose that it is no good at anything else. I was also appalled by the hundreds of pages of extremely non-scientific musing about comparative weights of nature and nurture in human outcomes. And I found that introductory psychology texts, by and large, didn't deal appropriately with a fundamental issue. Psychological tendencies tend to be both numerous and inseparably intertwined, now and forever, as they interplay in life. Yet the complex parsing out of effects from intertwined tendencies was usually avoided by the writers of the elementary texts. Possibly the authors did not wish, through complexity, to repel entry of new devotees to their discipline, and possibly the cause of their inadequacy was the one given by Samuel Johnson in response to a woman who inquired as to what accounted for his dictionary's misdefinition of the word pastern. "Pure ignorance," Johnson replied. Finally, the text writers showed little interest in describing standard antidotes to standard psychology-driven folly, and they thus avoided most discussion of exactly what most interested me. But academic psychology has some very important merits alongside its defects. I learned this eventually in the course of general reading from a book, Influence, aimed at a popular audience by a distinguished psychology professor, Robert Cialdini, at Arizona State, a very big university. Cialdini had made himself into a super-tenured regents professor at a very young age by devising, describing, and explaining a vast group of clever experiments in which man manipulated man to his detriment, with all of this made possible by man's intrinsic thinking flaws. I immediately sent copies of Cialdini's book to all my children. I also gave Cialdini a share of Berkshire stock, Class A, to thank him for what he had done for me and the public. Incidentally, the sale by Cialdini of hundreds of thousands of copies of a book about social psychology was a huge feat, considering that Cialdini didn't claim that he was going to improve your sex life or make you any money. Part of Cialdini's large book-buying audience came because, like me, it wanted to learn how to become less often tricked by salesmen and circumstances. However, as an outcome not sought by Cialdini, who was a profoundly ethical man, a huge number of his books were bought by salesmen who wanted to learn how to become more effective in misleading customers. Please remember this perverse outcome when my discussion comes to incentive-caused bias as a consequence of the superpower of incentives. With the push given by Cialdini's book, I soon skimmed through 3 much-used textbooks covering introductory psychology. I also pondered considerably while craving synthesis and taking into account all my previous training and experience. The result was Munger's partial summary of the non-patient treating, non-nature versus nurture weighing parts of non-developmental psychology. This material was stolen from its various discoverers, most of whose names I did not even try to learn, often with new descriptions and titles selected to fit Munger's notion of what makes recall easy for Munger, then revised to make Munger's use easy as he seeks to avoid errors. I will start my summary with a general observation that helps explain what follows. This observation is grounded in what we know about social insects. The limitations inherent in evolution's development of the nervous system cells that control behavior are beautifully demonstrated by these insects, which often have a mere 100,000 or so cells in their entire nervous systems, compared to man's multiple billions of cells in his brain alone. Each ant, like each human, is composed of a living physical structure, plus behavioral algorithms in its nerve cells. In the ant's case, the behavioral algorithms are few in number and almost entirely genetic in origin. The ant learns a little behavior from experiences, but mostly it merely responds to 10 or so stimuli with a few simple responses programmed into its nervous system by its genes. Naturally, the simple ant behavior system has extreme limitations because of its limited nerve system repertoire. For instance, one type of ant, when it smells a pheromone given off by a dead ant's body in the hive, immediately responds by cooperating with other ants in carrying the dead body out of the hive. Harvard's great E.O. Wilson performed one of the best psychology experiments ever done when he painted dead ant pheromone on a live ant. Quite naturally, the other ants dragged this useful live ant out of the hive even though it kicked and otherwise protested throughout the entire process. Such is the brain of the ant. It has a simple program of responses that generally work out all right, but which are imprudently used by rote in many cases. Another type of ant demonstrates that the limited brain of ants can be misled by circumstances, as well as by clever manipulation from other creatures. The brain of this ant contains a simple behavioral program that directs the ant when walking to follow the ant ahead. And when these ants stumble into walking in a big circle, they sometimes walk round and round until they perish. It seems obvious, to me at least, that the human brain must often operate counterproductively, just like the ants, from unavoidable oversimplicity in its mental process, albeit usually in trying to solve problems more difficult than those faced by ants that don't have to design airplanes. The perception system of man clearly demonstrates just such an unfortunate outcome. Man is easily fooled either by the cleverly thought-out manipulation of man, by circumstances occurring by accident, or by very effective manipulation practices that man has stumbled into during practice evolution and kept in place because they work so well. One such outcome is caused by a quantum effect in human perception. If stimulus is kept below a certain level, it does not get through. And for this reason, a magician was able to make the Statue of Liberty disappear after a certain amount of magician lingo expressed in the dark. The audience was not aware that it was sitting on a platform that was rotating so slowly below man's sensory threshold that no one could feel the acceleration implicit in the considerable rotation. When a surrounding curtain was then opened in the place on the platform where the statue had earlier appeared, it seemed to have disappeared. Even when perception does get through to man's brain, it is often misweighted, because what is registered in perception is in the shockingness of apparent contrast, not the standard scientific units that make possible science and good engineering. A magician demonstrates this sort of contrast-based error in your nervous system when he removes your wristwatch without your feeling it. As he does this, he applies pressure of touch on your wrist that you would sense if it was the only pressure of touch you were experiencing. But he has concurrently applied other intense pressure of touch on your body, but not on your wrist, swamping the wrist pressure by creating a high-contrast touch pressure elsewhere. This high contrast takes the wrist pressure below perception. Some psychology professors like to demonstrate the inadequacy of contrast-based perception by having students put one hand in a bucket of hot water and one hand in a bucket of cold water. They are then suddenly asked to remove both hands and place them in a single bucket of room temperature water. Now, with both hands in the same water, one hand feels as if it has just been put in cold water, and the other hand feels as if it has just been placed in hot water. When one thus sees perception so easily fooled by mere contrast, where a simple temperature gauge would make no error, and realizes that cognition mimics perception in being misled by mere contrast, he is well on the way toward understanding not only how magicians fool one, but also how life will fool one. This can occur through deliberate human manipulation or otherwise, if one doesn't take certain precautions against often wrong effects from generally useful tendencies in his perception and cognition. Man's often wrong but generally useful psychological tendencies are quite numerous and quite different. The natural consequence of this profusion of tendencies is the grand general principle of social psychology. Cognition is ordinarily situation-dependent, so that different situations often cause different conclusions, even when the same person is thinking in the same general subject area. With this introductory instruction from ants, magicians, and the grand general principle of social psychology, I will next simply number and list psychology-based tendencies that, while generally useful, often mislead. Discussion of errors from each tendency will come later, together with a description of some antidotes to these errors, followed by some general discussion. Here are the tendencies. 1. Reward and punishment super-response tendency. 2. Liking-loving tendency. 3. Disliking-hating tendency. 4. Doubt-avoidance tendency. 5. Inconsistency avoidance tendency. 6. Curiosity tendency. 7. Kantian fairness tendency. 8. Envy-jealousy tendency. 9. Reciprocation tendency. 10. Influence from mere association tendency. 11. Simple pain-avoiding psychological denial. 12. Excessive self-regard tendency. 13. Over-optimism tendency. 14. Deprival superreaction tendency. 15. Social proof tendency. 16. Contrast misreaction tendency. 17. Stress influence tendency. 18. Availability misweighing tendency. 19. Use it or lose it tendency. 20. Drug misinfluence tendency. 21. Senescence misinfluence tendency. 22. Authority misinfluence tendency. 23. Twaddle tendency. 24. Reason respecting tendency. 25. Lollapalooza tendency. The tendency to get extreme consequences from confluences of psychological tendencies acting in favor of a particular outcome. 1. Reward and punishment super-response tendency. I place this tendency first in my discussion because almost everyone thinks he fully recognizes how important incentives and disincentives are in changing cognition and behavior. But this is not often so. For instance, I think I've been in the top 5% of my age cohort almost all my adult life in understanding the power of incentives, yet I've always underestimated that power. Never a year passes, but I get some surprise that pushes a little further my appreciation of incentive superpower. One of my favorite cases about the power of incentives is the Federal Express case. The integrity of the Federal Express system requires that all packages be shifted rapidly among airplanes in one central airport each night. The system has no integrity for the customers if the night work shift can't accomplish its assignment fast. And Federal Express had one hell of a time getting the night shift to do the right thing. They tried moral suasion. They tried everything in the world without luck. And finally, somebody got the happy thought that it was foolish to pay the night shift by the hour when what the employer wanted was not maximized billable hours of employee service, but fault-free rapid performance of a particular task. Maybe, this person thought, if they paid the employees per shift and let all night shift employees go home when all the planes were loaded, the system would work better. And lo and behold, that solution worked. Early in the history of Xerox, Joe Wilson, who was then in the government, had a similar experience. He had to go back to Xerox because he couldn't understand why its new machine was selling so poorly in relation to its older and inferior machine. When he got back to Xerox, he found out that the commission arrangement with the salesman gave a large and perverse incentive to push the inferior machine on customers who deserved a better result. Then there's the case of Mark Twain's cat that, after a bad experience with a hot stove, never again sat on a hot stove or a cold stove either. We should also heed the general lesson implicit in the injunction of Ben Franklin in Poor Richard's Almanac: if you would persuade, appeal to interest and not to reason. This maxim is a wise guide to a great and simple precaution in life. Never, ever think about something else when you should be thinking about the power of incentives. I once saw a very smart house counsel for a major investment bank lose his job with no moral fault because he ignored the lesson in this maxim of Franklin. This counsel failed to persuade his client because he told him his moral duty, as correctly conceived by the counsel, without also telling the client in vivid terms that he was very likely to be clobbered to smithereens if he didn't behave as his counsel recommended. As a result, both client and counsel lost their careers. We should also remember how a foolish and willful ignorance of the superpower of rewards caused Soviet communists to get their final result, as described by one employee. They pretend to pay us and we pretend to work. Perhaps the most important rule in management is, get the incentives right. But there is some limit to a desirable emphasis on incentive superpower. One case of excess emphasis happened at Harvard, where B.F. Skinner, a psychology professor, finally made himself ridiculous. At one time, Skinner may have been the best-known psychology professor in the world. He partly deserved his peak reputation because his early experiments using rats and pigeons were ingenious, and his results were both counterintuitive and important. With incentives, he could cause more behavior change, culminating in conditioned reflexes in his rats and pigeons, than he could in any other way. He made obvious the extreme stupidity in dealing with children or employees of rewarding behavior one didn't want more of. Using food rewards, he even caused strong superstitions pre-designed by himself in his pigeons. He demonstrated again and again a great recurring generalized behavior algorithm in nature. Repeat behavior that works. He also demonstrated that prompt rewards worked much better than delayed rewards in changing and maintaining behavior. And once his rats and pigeons had conditioned reflexes caused by food rewards, he found what withdrawal pattern of rewards kept the reflexive behavior longest in place: random distribution. With this result, Skinner thought he had pretty well explained man's misgambling compulsion, whereunder he often foolishly proceeds to ruin. But as we shall later see when we discuss other psychological tendencies that contribute to misgambling compulsion, he was only partly right. Later, Skinner lost most of his personal reputation by 1. Overclaiming for incentive superpower, to the point of thinking he could create a human utopia with it, and 2. Displaying hardly any recognition of the power of the rest of psychology. He thus behaved like one of Jacob Weiner's truffle hounds as he tried to explain everything with incentive effects. Nonetheless, Skinner was right in his main idea. Incentives are superpowers. The outcome of his basic experiments will always remain in high repute in the annals of experimental science. When I was at Harvard Law School, the professors sometimes talked about an over-focused Skinner-like professor at Yale Law School. They used to say, poor old Eddie Blanchard, he thinks declaratory judgments will cure cancer. Well, that's the way Skinner got with his very extreme emphasis on incentive superpower. I always call the Johnny one-note turn of mind that eventually so diminished Skinner's reputation the man with a hammer tendency, after the folk saying, to a man with only a hammer, every problem looks pretty much like a nail. Man with a hammer tendency does not exempt smart people like Blanchard and Skinner, and it won't exempt you if you don't watch out. I will return to man with a hammer tendency at various times in this talk, because fortunately there are effective antidotes that reduce the ravages of what pretty much ruined the personal reputation of the brilliant Skinner. One of the most important consequences of incentive superpower is what I call incentive-caused bias. A man has an acculturated nature, making him a pretty decent fellow, and yet driven both consciously and subconsciously by incentives, he drifts into immoral behavior in order to get what he wants. A result he facilitates by rationalizing his bad behavior, like the salesman at Xerox who harmed customers in order to maximize their sales commissions. Here, my early education involved a surgeon who, over the years, sent bushel baskets full of normal gallbladders down to the pathology lab in the leading hospital in Lincoln, Nebraska, my grandfather's town. And with that permissive quality control for which community hospitals are famous, many years after this surgeon should have been removed from the medical staff, he was. One of the doctors who participated in the removal was a family friend. And I asked him, did this surgeon think, here's a way for me to exercise my talents? This guy was very skilled, technically, and make a high living by doing a few maimings and murders every year in the course of routine fraud? And my friend answered, hell no, Charlie. He thought that the gallbladder was the source of all medical evil, and if you really love your patients, you couldn't get that organ out rapidly enough. Now, that's an extreme case, but in lesser strength, the cognitive drift of that surgeon is present in every profession and in every human being, and it causes perfectly terrible behavior. Consider the presentations of brokers selling commercial real estate and businesses. I've never seen one that I thought was even within hailing distance of objective truth. In my long life, I have never seen a management consultant's report that didn't end with the same advice. This problem needs more management consulting services. Widespread incentive-caused bias requires that one should often distrust or take with a grain of salt the advice of one's professional advisor, even if he is an engineer. The general antidotes here are, 1. Especially fear professional advice when it is especially good for the advisor. 2. Learn and use the basic elements of your advisor's trade as you deal with your advisor. And 3. Double-check, disbelieve, or replace much of what you're told, to the degree that seems appropriate after objective thought. The power of incentives to cause rationalized terrible behavior is also demonstrated by Defense Department procurement history. After the Defense Department had much truly awful experience with misbehaving contractors motivated under contracts paying on a cost plus percentage of cost basis, the reaction of our republic was to make it a crime for a contracting officer in the Defense Department to sign such a contract. And not only a crime, but a felony. And by the way, although the government was right to create this new felony, much of the way the rest of the world is run, including the operation of many law firms and a lot of other firms, is still under what is in essence a cost plus percentage of cost reward system. Human nature, bedeviled by incentive cost bias, causes a lot of ghastly abuse under these standard incentive patterns of the world. And many of the people who are behaving terribly you would be glad to have married into your family compared to what you're otherwise likely to get. Now, there are huge implications from the fact that the human mind is put together this way. One implication is that people who create things like cash registers, which make dishonest behavior hard to accomplish, are some of the effective saints of our civilization, because, as Skinner so well knew, bad behavior is intensely habit-forming when it is rewarded. And so the cash register was a great moral instrument when it was created. And by the way, Patterson, the great evangelist of the cash register, knew that from his own experience. He had a little store, and his employees were stealing him blind so that he never made any money. Then people sold him a couple of cash registers, and his store went to profit immediately. He promptly closed the store and went into the cash register business, creating what became the mighty National Cash Register Company, one of the glories of its time. Repeat behavior that works is a behavioral guide that really succeeded for Patterson after he applied one added twist. So did high moral cognition. An eccentric inveterate do-gooder, except when destroying competitors, all of which he regarded as would-be patent thieves, Patterson, like Andrew Carnegie, pretty well gave away all his money to charity before he died, always pointing out that shrouds have no pockets. So great was the contribution of Patterson's cash register to civilization, and so effectively did he improve the cash register and spread its use, that in the end he probably deserved the epitaph chosen for the Roman poet Horace: "I did not completely die." The strong tendency of employees to rationalize bad conduct in order to get rewards requires many antidotes in addition to the good cash control promoted by Patterson. Perhaps the most important of these antidotes is the use of sound accounting theory and practice. This was seldom better demonstrated than at Westinghouse, which had a subsidiary that made loans, having no connection to the rest of Westinghouse's businesses. The officers of Westinghouse, perhaps influenced by envy of General Electric, wanted to expand profits from loans to outsiders. Under Westinghouse's accounting practice, provisions for future credit losses on these loans depended largely on the past credit experience of its lending subsidiary, which mainly made loans unlikely to cause massive losses. Now, there are two special classes of loans that naturally cause much trouble for lenders. The first is 95% of value construction loans to any kind of real estate developer, and the second is any kind of construction loan on a hotel. So naturally, if one was willing to loan approximately 95% of the real cost to a developer constructing a hotel, the loan would bear a much higher than normal interest rate because the credit loss danger would be much higher than normal. So sound accounting for Westinghouse in making a big new mass of 95% of value construction loans to hotel developers would have been to report almost no profit or even a loss on each loan until years later the loan became clearly worth par. But Westinghouse instead plunged into big-time construction lending on hotels, using accounting that made its lending officers look good because it showed extremely high starting income from loans that were very inferior to the loans from which the company had suffered small credit losses in the past. This terrible accounting was allowed by both international and outside accountants for Westinghouse as they displayed the conduct predicted by the refrain, "Whose bread I eat, his song I sing." The result was billions of dollars of losses. Who was at fault? The guy from the refrigerator division or some similar division who as lending officer was suddenly in charge of loans to hotel developers? Or the accountants and other senior people who tolerated a nearly insane incentive structure, almost sure to trigger incentive-cost bias in the lending officer? My answer puts the most blame on the accountants and other senior people who created the accounting system. These people became the equivalent of an armored car cash-carrying service that suddenly decided to dispense with vehicles and have unarmed children hand-carry its customers' cash through slums in open bushel baskets. I wish I could tell you that this sort of thing no longer happens, but this is not so. After Westinghouse blew up, General Electric's Kidder Peabody subsidiary put a silly computer program in place that allowed a bond trader to show immense fictional profits. And after that, much accounting became even worse, perhaps reaching its nadir at Enron. So incentive cost bias is a huge important thing, with highly important antidotes, like the cash register and the sound accounting system. But when I came years ago to the psychology texts, I found that while they were about 1,000 pages long, there was little therein that dealt with incentive cost bias and no mention of Patterson or sound accounting systems. Somehow, incentive cost bias and its antidotes pretty well escaped the standard survey courses in psychology, even though incentive cost bias had long been displayed prominently in much of the world's great literature, and antidotes to it had long existed in standard business routines. In the end, I concluded that when something was obvious in life but not easily demonstrable in certain kinds of easy-to-do, repeatable academic experiments, the truffle hounds of psychology very often missed it. In some cases, other disciplines showed more interest in psychological tendencies than did psychology, at least as explicated in psychology textbooks. For instance, economists, speaking from the employer's point of view, have long had a name for the natural results of incentive cost bias: agency cost. As the name implies, economists have typically known that just as grain is always lost to rats, employers always lose to employees who improperly think of themselves first. Employer-installed antidotes include tough internal audit systems and severe public punishment for identified miscreants, as well as misbehavior-preventing routines and such machines as cash registers. From the employee's point of view, incentive cost bias quite naturally causes opposing abuse from the employer, the sweatshop, the unsafe workplace, etc. And these bad results for employees have antidotes not only in pressure from unions, but also in government action, such as wage and hour laws, workplace safety rules, measures fostering unionization, and workers' compensation systems. Given the opposing psychology-induced strains that naturally occur in employment because of incentive-caused bias on both sides of the relationship, it is no wonder the Chinese are so much into yin and yang. The inevitable ubiquity of incentive-caused bias has vast generalized consequences. For instance, a sales force living only on commissions will be much harder to keep moral than one under less pressure from the compensation arrangement. On the other hand, a purely commissioned sales force may well be more efficient per dollar spent. Therefore, difficult decisions involving trade-offs are common in creating compensation arrangements in the sales function. The extreme success of free market capitalism as an economic system owes much to its prevention of many bad effects from incentive-caused bias. Most capitalist owners in a vast web of free market economic activity are selected for ability by surviving in a brutal competition with other owners and have a strong incentive to prevent all waste in operations within their ownership. After all, they live on the difference between their competitive prices and their overall costs, and their businesses will perish if costs exceed sales. Replace such owners by salaried employees of the state, and you will normally get a substantial reduction in overall efficiency, as each employee who replaces an owner is subject to incentive-caused bias, as he determines what service he will give in exchange for his salary, and how much he will yield to peer pressure from any fellow employees who do not desire his creation of any strong performance model. Another generalized consequence of incentive-caused bias is that man tends to game all human systems, often displaying great ingenuity in wrongly serving himself at the expense of others. Anti-gaming features, therefore, constitute a huge and necessary part of almost all system design. Also needed in system design is an admonition. Dread and avoid as much as you can rewarding people for what can be easily faked. Yet our legislators and judges, usually including many lawyers educated in eminent universities, often ignore this injunction, fear and efficiency, as well as the incurrence of unfair costs and wealth transfers. If education were improved, with psychological reality becoming better taught and assimilated, better system design might well come out of our legislatures and courts. Of course, money is now the main reward that drives habits. A monkey can be trained to seek and work for an intrinsically worthless token, as if it were a banana, if the token is routinely exchangeable for a banana. So it is with humans working for money, only more so, because human money is exchangeable for many desired things in addition to food, and one ordinarily gains status from either holding or spending. Moreover, a rich person will often through habit work or connive energetically for more money long after he has almost no real need for more. Averaged out, money is a mainspring of modern civilization, having little precedent in the behavior of non-human animals. Money rewards are also intertwined with other forms of reward. For instance, some people use money to buy status, and others use status to get money, while still others sort of do both things at the same time. Although money is the main driver among rewards, it is not the only reward that works. People also change their behavior and cognition for sex, friendship, companionship, advancement in status, and other non-monetary items. Granny's rule provides another example of reward superpower, so extreme in its effects that it must be mentioned here. You can successfully manipulate your own behavior with this rule, even if you are using as rewards items that you already possess. Indeed, consultant PhD psychologists often urge business organizations to improve their reward systems by teaching executives to use Granny's rule to govern their own daily behavior. Granny's rule, to be specific, is the requirement that children eat their carrots before they get dessert. The business version requires that executives force themselves daily to first do their unpleasant and necessary tasks before rewarding themselves by proceeding to their pleasant tasks. Given reward superpower, this practice is wise and sound. Moreover, the rule can also be used in the non-business part of life. The emphasis on daily use of this practice is not accidental. The consultants well know, after the teaching of Skinner, that prompt rewards work best. Punishments, of course, also strongly influence behavior and cognition, although not so flexibly and wonderfully as rewards. For instance, illegal price fixing was fairly common in America when it was customarily punished by modest fines. Then, after a few prominent business executives were removed from their eminent positions and sent to federal prisons, price fixing behavior was greatly reduced. Military and naval organizations have very often been extreme in using punishment to change behavior, probably because they needed to cause extreme behavior. Around the time of Caesar, there was a European tribe that, when the assembly horn blew, always killed the last warrior to reach his assigned place, and no one enjoyed fighting this tribe. And George Washington hanged farm boy deserters 40 feet high as an example to others who might contemplate desertion. 2. Liking-loving tendency. A newly hatched baby goose is programmed, through the economy of its genetic program, to love and follow the first creature that is nice to it, which is almost always its mother. But if the mother goose is not present right after the hatching and a man is there instead, the gosling will love and follow the man, who becomes a sort of substitute mother. Somewhat similarly, a newly arrived human is born to like and love under the normal and abnormal triggering outcomes for its kind. Perhaps the strongest inborn tendency to love, ready to be triggered, is that of the human mother for its child. On the other hand, the similar child-loving behavior of a mouse can be eliminated by the deletion of a single gene, which suggests there is some sort of triggering gene in a mother mouse as well as in a gosling. Each child, like a gosling, will almost surely come to like and love, not only as driven by its sexual nature, but also in social groups not limited to its genetic or adoptive family. Current extremes of romantic love almost surely did not occur in man's remote past. Our early human ancestors were surely more like apes, triggered into mating in a pretty mundane fashion. And what will a man naturally come to like and love, apart from his parent, spouse, and child? Well, he will like and love being liked and loved. So many a courtship competition will be won by a person displaying exceptional devotion, and man will generally strive lifelong for the affection and approval of many people not related to him. One very practical consequence of liking-loving tendency is that it acts as a conditioning device that makes the liker or lover tend to 1. Ignore the faults of and comply with the wishes of the object of his affection. 2. Favor people, products, and actions merely associated with the object of his affection, as we shall see when we get to influence from mere association tendency. And 3. Distort other facts to facilitate love. The phenomenon of liking and loving causing admiration also works in reverse. Admiration also causes or intensifies liking or love. With this feedback mode in place, the consequences are often extreme, sometimes even causing deliberate self-destruction to help what is loved. Liking or loving, intertwined with admiration in a feedback mode, often has vast practical consequences in areas far removed from sexual attachments. For instance, a man who is so constructed that he loves admirable persons and ideas with a special intensity has a huge advantage in life. This blessing came to both Buffett and myself in large measure, sometimes from the same persons and ideas. One common beneficial example for us both was Warren's uncle, Fred Buffett, who cheerfully did the endless grocery store work that Warren and I ended up admiring from a safe distance. Even now, after I've known so many other people, I doubt it is possible to be a nicer man than Fred Buffett was, and he changed me for the better. There are large social policy implications in the amazingly good consequences that ordinarily come from people likely to trigger extremes of love and admiration, boosting each other in a feedback mode. For instance, it is obviously desirable to attract a lot of lovable, admirable people into the teaching profession. 3. Disliking hating tendency. In a pattern obverse to liking loving tendency, the newly arrived human is also born to dislike and hate, as triggered by normal and abnormal triggering forces in its life. It is the same with most apes and monkeys. As a result, the long history of man contains almost continuous war. For instance, most American Indian tribes warred incessantly, and some tribes would occasionally bring captives home to women so that all could join in the fun of torturing captives to death. Even with the spread of religion and the advent of advanced civilization, much modern war remains pretty savage. But we also get what we observe in present-day Switzerland and the United States, wherein the clever political arrangements of man channel the hatreds and dislikings of individuals and groups into non-lethal patterns, including elections. But the dislikings and hatreds never go away completely. Born into man, these driving tendencies remain strong. Thus we get maxims like the one from England. Politics is the art of marshalling hatreds. And we also get the extreme popularity of very negative political advertising in the United States. At the family level, we often see one sibling hate his other siblings and litigate with them endlessly if he can afford it. Indeed, a wag named Buffett has repeatedly explained to me that a major difference between rich and poor people is that the rich people can spend their lives suing their relatives. My father's law practice in Omaha was full of such intra-family hatreds. When I got to the Harvard Law School and its professors taught me property law with no mention of sibling rivalry in the family business, I appraised the school as a pretty unrealistic place that wore blinders like the milk wagon horses of yore. My current guess is that sibling rivalry has not yet made it into property law as taught at Harvard. Disliking-hating tendency also acts as a conditioning device that makes the disliker-hater tend to 1. Ignore virtues in the object of dislike, 2. Dislike people, products, and actions merely associated with the object of his dislike, and 3. Distort other facts to facilitate hatred. 4. Doubt avoidance tendency. The brain of man is programmed with a tendency to quickly remove doubt by reaching some decision. It is easy to see how evolution would make animals over the eons drift toward such quick elimination of doubt. After all, the one thing that is surely counterproductive for a prey animal that is threatened by a predator is to take a long time in deciding what to do. So man's doubt avoidance tendency is quite consistent with the history of his ancient non-human ancestors. So pronounced is the tendency in man to quickly remove doubt by reaching some decision that behavior to counter the tendency is required from judges and jurors. Here, delay before decision-making is forced, and one is required to comport himself prior to conclusion time so that he is wearing a mask of objectivity. And the mask works to help real objectivity along, as we shall see when we next consider man's inconsistency avoidance tendency. Of course, once one has recognized that man has a strong doubt avoidance tendency, it is logical to believe that at least some leaps of religious faith are greatly boosted by this tendency. Even if one is satisfied that his own faith comes from revelation, one must still account for the inconsistent faiths of others. And man's doubt avoidance tendency is almost surely a big part of the answer. What triggers doubt avoidance tendency? Well, an unthreatened man thinking of nothing in particular is not being prompted to remove doubt through rushing to some decision. As we shall see later when we get to social proof tendency and stress influence tendency, what usually triggers doubt avoidance tendency is some combination of 1. Puzzlement, and 2. Stress. And both of these factors naturally occur in facing religious issues. Thus, the natural state of most men is in some form of religion, and this is what we observe. 5. Inconsistency avoidance tendency. The brain of man conserves programming space by being reluctant to change, which is a form of inconsistency avoidance. We see this in all human habits, constructive and destructive. Few people can list a lot of bad habits that they have eliminated, and some people cannot identify even one of these. Instead, practically everyone has a great many bad habits he has long maintained, despite their being known as bad. Given this situation, it is not too much in many cases to appraise early formed habits as destiny. When Marley's miserable ghost in A Christmas Carol says, "I wear the chains I forged in life," he is talking about the chains of habit that were too light to be felt before they became too strong to be broken. The rare life that is wisely lived has in it many good habits maintained and many bad habits avoided or cured. The great rule that helps here is again from Franklin's Poor Richard's Almanac. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. What Franklin here is indicating in part is that inconsistency avoidance tendency makes it much easier to prevent a habit than to change it. Also tending to be maintained in place by the anti-change tendency of the brain are one's previous conclusions, human loyalties, reputational identity, commitments, accepted role in a civilization, etc. It is not entirely clear why evolution would program into man's brain an anti-change mode alongside his tendency to quickly remove doubt. My guess is the anti-change mode was significantly caused by a combination of the following factors. 1. It facilitated faster decisions when speed of decision was an important contribution to the survival of non-human ancestors that were prey. 2. It facilitated the survival advantage that our ancestors gained by cooperating in groups, which would have been more difficult to do if everyone was always changing responses. 3. It was the best form of solution that evolution could get to in the limited number of generations between the start of literacy and today's complex modern life. It is easy to see that a quickly reached conclusion triggered by doubt avoidance tendency, when combined with a tendency to resist any change in that conclusion, will naturally cause a lot of errors in cognition for modern man. And so it observably works out. We all deal much with others whom we correctly diagnose as imprisoned in poor conclusions that are maintained by mental habits they formed early and will carry to their graves. So great is the bad decision problem caused by inconsistency avoidance tendency that our courts have adopted important strategies against it. For instance, before making decisions, judges and juries are required to hear long and skillful presentations of evidence and arguments from the side they will not naturally favor, given their ideas in place. This helps prevent considerable bad thinking from first conclusion bias. Similarly, other modern decision makers will often force groups to consider skillful counter-arguments before making decisions. Proper education is one long exercise in the augmentation of high cognition, so that our wisdom becomes strong enough to destroy wrong thinking maintained by resistance to change. As Lord Keynes pointed out about his exalted intellectual group at one of the greatest universities in the world, it was not the intrinsic difficulty of new ideas that prevented their acceptance. Instead, the new ideas were not accepted because they were inconsistent with old ideas in place. What Keynes was reporting is that the human mind works a lot like the human egg. When one sperm gets into a human egg, there's an automatic shutoff device that bars any other sperm from getting in. The human mind tends strongly toward the same sort of result, and so people tend to accumulate large mental holdings of fixed conclusions and attitudes that are not often re-examined or changed, even though there is plenty of good evidence that they are wrong. Moreover, this doesn't just happen in social science departments, like the one that once thought Freud should serve as the only choice as a psychology teacher for Caltech. Holding to old errors even happens, although with less frequency and severity, in hard science departments. We have no less an authority for this than Max Planck, Nobel laureate, finder of Planck's constant. Planck is famous not only for his science, but also for saying that even in physics, the radically new ideas are seldom really accepted by the old guard. Instead, said Planck, progress is made by a new generation that comes along, less brain-blocked by its previous conclusions. Indeed, precisely this sort of brain-blocking happened to a degree in Einstein. At his peak, Einstein was a great destroyer of his own ideas, but an older Einstein never accepted the full implications of quantum mechanics. One of the most successful users of an antidote to first conclusion bias was Charles Darwin. He trained himself early to intensively consider any evidence tending to disconfirm any hypothesis of his, more so if he thought his hypothesis was a particularly good one. The opposite of what Darwin did is now called confirmation bias, the term of opprobrium. Darwin's practice came from his acute recognition of man's natural cognitive faults arising from inconsistency avoidance tendency. He provides a great example of psychological insight correctly used to advance some of the finest mental work ever done. Inconsistency avoidance tendency has many good effects in civilization. For instance, rather than act inconsistently with public commitments, new or old public identities, etc., most people are more loyal in their roles in life as priests, physicians, citizens, soldiers, spouses, teachers, employees, etc. One corollary of inconsistency avoidance tendency is that a person making big sacrifices in the course of assuming a new identity will intensify his devotion to the new identity. After all, it would be quite inconsistent behavior to make a large sacrifice for something that was no good. Thus, civilization has invented many tough and solemn initiation ceremonies, often public in nature, that intensify new commitments made. Tough initiation ceremonies can intensify bad conduct as well as good. The loyalty of the new made-man mafia member or of the military officer making the required blood oath of loyalty to Hitler was boosted through the triggering of inconsistency avoidance tendency. Moreover, the tendency will often make man a patsy of manipulative compliance practitioners who gain advantage from triggering his subconscious inconsistency avoidance tendency. Few people demonstrated this process better than Ben Franklin. As he was rising from obscurity in Philadelphia and wanted the approval of some important man, Franklin would often maneuver that man into doing Franklin some unimportant favor, like lending Franklin a book. Thereafter, the man would admire and trust Franklin more because a non-admired and non-trusted Franklin would be inconsistent with the appraisal implicit in lending Franklin the book. During the Korean War, this technique of Franklin's was the most important feature of the Chinese brainwashing system that was used on enemy prisoners. Small step by small step, the technique often worked better than torture in altering prisoner cognition in favor of Chinese captors. The practice of Franklin, whereunder he got approval from someone by maneuvering him into treating Franklin favorably, works viciously well in reverse. When one is maneuvered into deliberately hurting some other person, one will tend to disapprove of or even hate that person. This effect from inconsistency avoidance tendency accounts for the insight implicit in the saying, "A man never forgets where he has buried the hatchet." The effect accounts for much prisoner abuse by guards, increasing their dislike and hatred for prisoners that exists as a consequence of the guards' reciprocation of hostility from prisoners who are treated like animals. Given the psychology-based hostility natural in prisons between guards and prisoners, an intense continuous effort should be made to 1. Prevent prisoner abuse from starting, and 2. Stop it instantly when it starts, because it will grow by feeding on itself like a cluster of infectious disease. More psychological acuity on this subject, aided by more insightful teaching, would probably improve the overall effectiveness of the U.S. Army. So strong is inconsistency avoidance tendency that it will often prevail after one has merely pretended to have some identity, habit, or conclusion. Thus, for a while, many an actor sort of believes he is Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. and many a hypocrite is improved by his pretensions of virtue, and many a judge and juror, while pretending objectivity, is gaining objectivity, and many a trial lawyer or other advocate comes to believe what he formerly only pretended to believe. While inconsistency avoidance tendency with its status quo bias immensely harms sound education, it also causes much benefit. For instance, a near ultimate inconsistency would be to teach something to others that one did not believe true. So in clinical medical education, the learner is forced to see one, do one, then teach one, with the teaching pounding the learning into the teacher. Of course, the power of teaching to influence the cognition of the teacher is not always a benefit to society. When such power flows into political and cult evangelism, there are often bad consequences. For instance, modern education often does much damage when young students are taught dubious political notions and then enthusiastically push these notions on the rest of us. The pushing seldom convinces others, but as students pound into their mental habits what they are pushing out, the students are often permanently damaged. Educational institutions that create a climate where much of this goes on are, I think, irresponsible. It is important not to thus put one's brain in chains before one has come anywhere near his full potentiality as a rational person. 6. Curiosity tendency. There is a lot of innate curiosity in mammals, but its non-human version is highest among apes and monkeys. Man's curiosity, in turn, is much stronger than that of his simian relatives. In advanced human civilization, culture greatly increases the effectiveness of curiosity in advancing knowledge. For instance, Athens, including its colony Alexandria, developed much math and science out of pure curiosity, while the Romans made almost no contribution to either math or science. They instead concentrated their attention on the practical engineering of mines, roads, aqueducts, etc. Curiosity, enhanced by the best of modern education, which is by definition a minority part in many places, much helps man to prevent or reduce bad consequences arising from other psychological tendencies. The curious are also provided with much fun and wisdom long after formal education has ended. 7. Kantian fairness tendency. Kant was famous for his categorical imperative, a sort of golden rule that required humans to follow those behavior patterns that, if followed by all others, would make the surrounding human system work best for everybody. It is not too much to say that modern acculturated man displays and expects from others a lot of fairness as thus defined by Kant. In a small community having a one-way bridge or tunnel for autos, it is the norm in the United States to see a lot of reciprocal courtesy, despite the absence of signs or signals. And many freeway drivers, including myself, will often let other drivers come in front of them in lane changes or the like, because that is the courtesy they desire when roles are reversed. Moreover, there is in modern human culture a lot of courteous lining up by strangers so that all are served on a first-come, first-served basis. Also, strangers often voluntarily share equally in unexpected, unearned good and bad fortune. And as an obverse consequence of such fair-sharing conduct, much reactive hostility occurs when fair sharing is expected, yet not provided. It is interesting how the world's slavery was pretty well abolished during the last 3 centuries after being tolerated for a great many previous centuries, during which it coexisted with the world's major religions. My guess is that Kantian fairness tendency was a major contributor to this result. 8. Envy, jealousy tendency. A member of a species designed through evolutionary process to want often scarce food is going to be driven strongly toward getting food when it first sees food. This is going to occur often and will tend to create some conflict when the food is seen in the possession of another member of the same species. This is probably the evolutionary origin of the envy-jealousy tendency that lies so deep in human nature. Sibling jealousy is clearly very strong and usually greater in children than adults. It is often stronger than jealousy directed at strangers. Kantian fairness tendency probably contributes to this result. Envy-jealousy is extreme in myth, religion, and literature, wherein, in account after account, it triggers hatred and injury. It was regarded as so pernicious by the Jews of the civilization that preceded Christ that it was forbidden by phrase after phrase in the laws of Moses. You were even warned by the prophet not to covet your neighbor's donkey. Envy-jealousy is also extreme in modern life. For instance, university communities often go bananas when some university employee in money management or some professor in surgery gets annual compensation in multiples of the standard professorial salary. And in modern investment banks, law firms, etc., the envy-jealousy effects are usually more extreme than they are in university faculties. Many big law firms, fearing disorder from envy-jealousy, have long treated all senior partners alike in compensation, no matter how different their contributions to firm welfare. As I have shared the observation of life with Warren Buffett over decades, I have heard him wisely say on several occasions, it is not greed that drives the world, but envy. Because this is roughly right, one would expect a vast coverage of envy-jealousy in psychology textbooks. But no such vast coverage existed when I read my 3 textbooks. Indeed, the very words envy and jealousy were often absent from indexes. Non-discussion of envy-jealousy is not a phenomenon confined to psychology texts. When did any of you last engage in any large group discussion of some issue wherein adult envy-jealousy was identified as the cause of someone's argument? There seems to be a general taboo against any such claim. If so, what accounts for the taboo? My guess is that people widely and generally sense that labeling some position as driven by envy-jealousy will be regarded as extremely insulting to the position taker, possibly more so when the diagnosis is correct than when it is wrong. And if calling a position envy-driven is perceived as the equivalent of describing its holder as a childish mental basket case, then it is quite understandable how a general taboo has arisen. But should this general taboo extend to psychology texts when it creates such a large gap in the correct psychological explanation of what is widespread and important? My answer is no. 9. Reciprocation tendency. The automatic tendency of humans to reciprocate both favors and disfavors has long been noticed as extreme, as it is in apes, monkeys, dogs, and many less cognitively gifted animals. The tendency clearly facilitates group cooperation for the benefit of members. In this respect, it mimics much genetic programming of the social insects. We see the extreme power of the tendency to reciprocate disfavors in some wars, wherein it increases hatred to a level causing very brutal conduct. For long stretches in many wars, no prisoners were taken, the only acceptable enemy being a dead one. And sometimes that was not enough, as in the case of Genghis Khan, who was not satisfied with corpses. He insisted on their being hacked into pieces. One interesting mental exercise is to compare Genghis Khan, who exercised extreme lethal hostility toward other men, with ants that display extreme lethal hostility toward members of their own species that are not part of their breeding colony. Genghis looks sweetly lovable when compared to the ants. The ants are more disposed to fight and fight with more extreme cruelty. Indeed, E.O. Wilson once waggishly suggested that if ants were suddenly to get atom bombs, all ants would be dead within 18 hours. What both human and ant history suggest is that 1. Nature has no general algorithm making intraspecies turn-the-other-cheek behavior a booster of species survival. 2. It is not clear that a country would have good prospects were it to abandon all reciprocate disfavor tendency directed at outsiders. And 3. If turn-the-other-cheek behavior is a good idea for a country as it deals with outsiders, man's culture is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting because his genes won't be of much help. I next turn to man's reciprocated hostility that falls well short of war. Peacetime hostility can be pretty extreme, as in many modern cases of road rage or injury-producing temper tantrums on athletic fields. The standard antidote to one's overreactive hostility is to train oneself to defer reaction. As my smart friend Tom Murphy so frequently says, you can always tell the man off tomorrow if it is such a good idea. Of course, the tendency to reciprocate favor for favor is also very intense, so much so that it occasionally reverses the course of reciprocated hostility. Weird pauses in fighting have sometimes occurred right in the middle of wars, triggered by some minor courtesy or favor on the part of one side, followed by favor reciprocation from the other side, and so on until fighting stopped for a considerable period. This happened more than once in the trench warfare of World War I, over big stretches of the front, and much to the dismay of the generals. It is obvious that commercial trade, a fundamental cause of modern prosperity, is enormously facilitated by man's innate tendency to reciprocate favors. In trade, enlightened self-interest joining with reciprocation tendency results in constructive conduct. Daily interchange in marriage is also assisted by reciprocation tendency, without which marriage would lose much of its allure. Reciprocation tendency, insomuch as it causes good results, does not join forces only with the superpower of incentives. It also joins inconsistency avoidance tendency in helping cause 1. The fulfillment of promises made as part of a bargain, including loyalty promises and marriage ceremonies, and 2. Correct behavior expected from persons serving as priests, shoemakers, physicians, and all else. Like other psychological tendencies, and also man's ability to turn somersaults, reciprocate favor tendency operates to a very considerable degree at a subconscious level. This helps make the tendency a strong force that can sometimes be used by some men to mislead others, which happens all the time. For instance, when an automobile salesman graciously steers you into a comfortable place to sit and gives you a cup of coffee, you are very likely being tricked by this small courtesy alone into parting with an extra $500. This is far from the most extreme case of sales success that is rooted in a salesman dispensing minor favors. However, in this scenario of buying a car, you are going to be disadvantaged by parting with an extra $500 of your own money. This potential loss will protect you to some extent. But suppose you are the purchasing agent of someone else, a rich employer, for instance. Now, the minor favor you receive from the salesman is less opposed by the threat of extra cost to you because someone else is paying the extra cost. Under such circumstances, the salesman is often able to maximize his advantage, particularly when the government is the purchaser. Wise employers, therefore, try to oppose the reciprocate favor tendencies of employees engaged in purchasing. The simplest antidote works best. Don't let them accept any favors from vendors. Sam Walton agreed with this idea of absolute prohibition. He wouldn't let purchasing agents accept so much as a hot dog from a vendor. Given the subconscious level at which much reciprocation tendency operates, this policy of Walton's was profoundly correct. If I controlled the Defense Department, its policies would mimic Walton's. In a famous psychology experiment, Cialdini brilliantly demonstrated the power of compliance practitioners to mislead people by triggering their subconscious reciprocation tendency. Carrying out this experiment, Cialdini asked his compliance practitioners to wander around his campus and ask strangers to supervise a bunch of juvenile delinquents on a trip to a zoo. Because this happened on a campus, 1 person in 6 out of a large sample actually agreed to do this. After accumulating this 1 in 6 statistic, Cialdini changed his procedure. His practitioners next wandered around the campus, asking strangers to devote a big chunk of time every week for 2 years to the supervision of juvenile delinquents. This ridiculous request got him a 100% rejection rate. But the practitioner had a follow-up question. Will you at least spend 1 afternoon taking juvenile delinquents to a zoo? This raised Cialdini's former acceptance rate of 1 in 6 to 1 in 2, a tripling. What Cialdini's compliance practitioners had done was make a small concession, which was reciprocated by a small concession from the other side. This subconscious reciprocation of a concession by Cialdini's experimental subjects actually caused a much increased percentage of them to end up irrationally agreeing to go to a zoo with juvenile delinquents. Now, a professor who can invent an experiment like that, which so powerfully demonstrates something so important, deserves much recognition in the wider world, which he indeed got, to the credit of many universities that learned a great deal from Cialdini. Why is reciprocation tendency so important? Well, consider the folly of having law students graduate and go out in the world representing clients in negotiations, not knowing the nature of the subconscious processes of the mind as exhibited in Cialdini's experiment. Yet such folly was prevalent in the law schools of the world for decades, in fact, generations. The correct name for that is educational malpractice. The law schools didn't know or care to teach what Sam Walton so well knew. The importance and power of reciprocate favor tendency was also demonstrated in Cialdini's explanation of the foolish decision of the Attorney General of the United States to authorize the Watergate burglary. There, an aggressive subordinate made some extreme proposal for advancing Republican interests through the use of some combination of whores and a gigantic yacht. When this ridiculous request was rejected, the subordinate backed off in gracious concession to merely asking for consent to a burglary, and the Attorney General went along. Cialdini believes that subconscious reciprocation tendency thus became one important cause of the resignation of a United States president in the Watergate debacle, and so do I. Reciprocation tendency subtly causes many extreme and dangerous consequences, not just on rare occasions, but pretty much all the time. Man's belief in reciprocate favor tendency, following eons of his practicing it, has done some queer and bad things in religions. The ritualized murder of the Phoenicians and the Aztecs, in which they sacrificed human victims to their gods, was a particularly egregious example, and we should not forget that as late as the Punic Wars, the civilized Romans, out of fear of defeat, returned in a few instances to the practice of human sacrifice. On the other hand, the reciprocity-based, religion-boosting idea of obtaining help from God in reciprocation for good human behavior has probably been vastly constructive. Overall, both inside and outside religions, it seems clear to me that reciprocation tendencies' constructive contributions to man far outweigh its destructive effects. In cases of psychological tendencies being used to counter or prevent bad results from one or more other psychological tendencies, for instance, in the case of interventions to end chemical dependency, you will usually find reciprocation tendency performing strongly on the constructive side. And the very best part of human life probably lies in relationships of affection, wherein parties are more interested in pleasing than being pleased, a not uncommon outcome in display of reciprocate favor tendency. Before we leave reciprocate favor tendency, the final phenomenon we will consider is widespread human misery from feelings of guilt. To the extent the feeling of guilt has an evolutionary base, I believe the most plausible cause is the mental conflict triggered in one direction by reciprocation tendency, and in the opposite direction by reward super-response tendency, pushing one to 100% of some good thing. Of course, human culture has often greatly boosted the genetic tendency to suffer from feelings of guilt. Most especially, religious culture has imposed hard-to-follow ethical and devotional demands on people. There is a charming Irish Catholic priest in my neighborhood who, with rough accuracy, often says, "The old Jews may have invented guilt, but we Catholics perfected it." And if you, like me and this priest, believe that averaged out, feelings of guilt do more good than harm, you may join in my special gratitude for reciprocate favor tendency, no matter how unpleasant you find feelings of guilt. 10. Influence from mere association tendency. In the standard conditioned reflexes studied by Skinner and most common in the world, responsive behavior, creating a new habit, is directly triggered by rewards previously bestowed. For instance, a man buys a can of branded shoe polish, has a good experience with it when shining his shoes, and because of this reward, buys the same shoe polish when he needs another can. But there is another type of conditioned reflex wherein mere association triggers a response. For instance, consider the case of many men who have been trained by their previous experience in life to believe that when several similar items are presented for purchase, the one with the highest price will have the highest quality. Knowing this, some seller of an ordinary industrial product will often change his product's trade dress and raise its price significantly, hoping that quality-seeking buyers will be tricked into becoming purchasers by mere association of his product and its high price. This industrial practice frequently is effective in driving up sales and even more so in driving up profits. For instance, it worked wonderfully with high-priced power tools for a long time, and it would work better yet with high-priced pumps at the bottom of oil wells. With luxury goods, the process works with a special boost because buyers who pay high prices often gain extra status, from thus demonstrating both their good taste and their ability to pay. Even association that appears to be trivial, if carefully planned, can have extreme and peculiar effects on purchasers of products. The target purchaser of shoe polish may like pretty girls, so he chooses the polish with the pretty girl on the can, or the one with the pretty girl in the last ad for shoe polish that he saw. Advertisers know about the power of mere association. You won't see Coke advertised alongside some account of the death of a child. Instead, Coke ads picture life as happier than reality. Similarly, it is not from mere chance that military bands play such impressive music. That kind of music, appearing in mere association with military service, helps to attract soldiers and keep them in the army. Most armies have learned to use mere association in this successful way. However, the most damaging miscalculations from mere association do not ordinarily come from advertisers and music providers. Some of the most important miscalculations come from what is accidentally associated with one's past success, or one's liking and loving, or one's disliking and hating, which includes a natural hatred for bad news. To avoid being misled by the mere association of some fact with past success, use this memory clue. Think of Napoleon and Hitler when they invaded Russia after using their armies with much success elsewhere. And there are plenty of mundane examples of results like those of Napoleon and Hitler. For instance, a man foolishly gambles in a casino and yet wins. This unlikely correlation causes him to try the casino again, or again and again, to his horrid detriment. Or a man gets lucky in an odds-against venture headed by an untalented friend. So influenced, he tries again what worked before, with terrible results. The proper antidotes to being made such a patsy by past success are, 1. To carefully examine each past success, looking for accidental, non-causative factors associated with such success that will tend to mislead as one appraises the odds implicit in a proposed new undertaking, and 2. To look for dangerous aspects of the new undertaking that were not present when past success occurred. The damage to the mind that can come from liking and loving was once demonstrated by obviously false testimony given by an otherwise very admirable woman, the wife of a party in a jury case. The famous opposing counsel wanted to minimize his attack on such an admirable woman, yet destroy the credibility of her testimony. And so in his closing argument, he came to her testimony last. He then shook his head sadly and said, "What are we to make of such testimony? The answer lies in the old rhyme. As the husband is, so the wife is. She is married to a clown, and the grossness of his nature drags her down." The jury disbelieved the woman's testimony. They easily recognized the strong misinfluence of love on her cognition, and we now often see even stronger misinfluence from love as tearful mothers, with heartfelt conviction, declare before TV cameras the innocence of their obviously guilty sons. People disagree about how much blindness should accompany the association called love. In Poor Richard's Almanac, Franklin counseled, "Keep your eyes wide open before marriage and half shut thereafter." Perhaps this eyes half shut solution is about right, but I favor a tougher prescription. See it like it is, and love anyway. Hating and disliking also cause miscalculation triggered by mere association. In business, I commonly see people underappraise both the competency and morals of competitors they dislike. This is a dangerous practice, usually disguised, because it occurs on a subconscious basis. Another common bad effect from the mere association of a person and a hated outcome is displayed in Persian messenger syndrome. Ancient Persians actually killed some messengers whose sole fault was that they brought home truthful bad news, say of a battle lost. It was actually safer for the messenger to run away and hide instead of doing his job as a wiser boss would have wanted it done. Persian messenger syndrome is alive and well in modern life, albeit in less lethal versions. It is actually dangerous in many careers to be a carrier of unwelcome news. Union negotiators and employer representatives often know this, and it leads to many tragedies in labor relations. Sometimes lawyers, knowing their clients will hate them if they recommend an unwelcome but wise settlement, will carry on to disaster. Even in places well known for high cognition, one will sometimes find Persian messenger syndrome. For instance, years ago, 2 major oil companies litigated in a Texas trial court over some ambiguity in an operating agreement covering one of the largest oil reservoirs in the Western Hemisphere. My guess is that the cause of the trial was some general counsel's unwillingness to carry bad news to a strong-minded CEO. CBS, in its late heyday, was famous for the occurrence of Persian messenger syndrome because Chairman Paley was hostile to people who brought him bad news. The result was that Paley lived in a cocoon of unreality from which he made one bad deal after another, even exchanging a large share of CBS for a company that had to be liquidated shortly thereafter. The proper antidote to creating Persian messenger syndrome and its bad effects, like those at CBS, is to develop through exercise of will a habit of welcoming bad news. At Berkshire, there is a common injunction. Always tell us the bad news promptly. It is only the good news that can wait. It also helps to be so wise and informed that people fear not telling you bad news because you are so likely to get it elsewhere. Influence from mere association tendency often has a shocking effect that helps swamp the normal tendency to return favor for favor. Sometimes when one receives a favor, his condition is unpleasant due to poverty, sickness, subjugation, or something else. In addition, the favor may trigger an envy-driven dislike for the person who is in so favorable a state that he could easily be a favor giver. Under such circumstances, the favor receiver, prompted partly by mere association of the favored giver with past pain, will not only dislike the man who helped him, but also try to injure him. This accounts for a famous response, sometimes dubiously attributed to Henry Ford. "Why does that man hate me so? I never did anything for him." I have a friend whom I will now call Glotz, who had an amusing experience in favor giving. Glotz owned an apartment building that he had bought because he wanted eventually to use the land in a different development. Pending this outcome, Glotz was very lenient in collecting below-market rents from tenants. When, at last, there was a public hearing on Glotz's proposal to tear down the building, one tenant who was far behind in his rent payments was particularly angry and hostile. He came to the public hearing and said, "This proposal is outrageous. Glotz doesn't need any more money. I know this because I was supported in college by Glotz fellowships." A final serious clump of bad thinking caused by mere association lies in the common use of classification stereotypes. Because Pete knows that Joe is 90 years old and that most 90-year-old persons don't think very well, Pete appraises old Joe as a thinking klutz, even if old Joe still thinks very well. Or because Jane is a white-haired woman and Pete knows no old women good at higher math, Pete appraises Jane as no good at it, even if Jane is a whiz. This sort of wrong thinking is both natural and common. Pete's antidote is not to believe that, on average, 90-year-olds think as well as 40-year-olds, or that there are as many females as males among PhDs in math. Instead, just as he must learn that trend does not always correctly predict destiny, he must learn that the average dimension in some group will not reliably guide him to the dimension of some specific item. Otherwise, Pete will make many errors, like that of the fellow who drowned in a river that averaged out to only 18 inches deep. 11. Simple pain-avoiding psychological denial. This phenomenon first hit me hard in World War II, when the super-athlete, super-student son of a family friend flew off over the Atlantic Ocean and never came back. His mother, who was a very sane woman, then refused to believe he was dead. That's simple pain-avoiding psychological denial. The reality is too painful to bear, so one distorts the facts until they become bearable. We all do that to some extent, often causing terrible problems. The tendency's most extreme outcomes are usually mixed up with love, death, and chemical dependency. Where denial is used to make dying easier, the conduct meets almost no criticism. Who would begrudge a fellow man such help at such a time? But some people hope to leave life hewing to the iron prescription. It is not necessary to hope in order to persevere. And there is something admirable in anyone able to do this. In chemical dependency, wherein morals usually break down horribly, addicted persons tend to believe that they remain in respectable condition with respectable prospects. They thus display an extremely unrealistic denial of reality as they go deeper and deeper into deterioration. In my youth, Freudian remedies failed utterly in reversing chemical dependency, but nowadays Alcoholics Anonymous routinely achieves a 50% cure rate by causing several psychological tendencies to act together to counter addiction. However, the cure process is typically difficult and draining, and a 50% success rate implies a 50% failure rate. One should stay far away from any conduct at all likely to drift into chemical dependency. Even a small chance of suffering so great a damage should be avoided. 12. Excessive self-regard tendency. We all commonly observe the excessive self-regard of man. He mostly misappraises himself on the high side, like the 90% of Swedish drivers who judge themselves to be above average. Such misappraisals also apply to a person's major possessions. One spouse usually overappraises the other spouse, and a man's children are likewise appraised higher by him than they are likely to be in a more objective view. Even man's minor possessions tend to be overappraised. Once owned, they suddenly become worth more to him than he would pay if they were offered for sale to him and he didn't already own them. There is a name in psychology for this overappraise your own possessions phenomenon, the endowment effect. All man's decisions are suddenly regarded by him as better than would have been the case just before he made them. Man's excess of self-regard typically makes him strongly prefer people like himself. Psychology professors have had much fun demonstrating this effect in lost wallet experiments. Their experiments all show that the finder of a lost wallet containing identity clues will be most likely to return the wallet when the owner most closely resembles the finder. Given this quality and psychological nature, cliquish groups of similar persons will always be a very influential part of human culture, even after we wisely try to dampen the worst effects. Some of the worst consequences in modern life come when dysfunctional groups of cliquish persons, dominated by excessive self-regard tendency, select as new members of their organizations persons who are very much like themselves. Thus, if the English department at an elite university becomes mentally dysfunctional, or the sales department of a brokerage firm slips into routine fraud, the problem will have a natural tendency to get worse and be quite resistant to change for the better. So also with a police department or prison guard unit or political group gone sour, and countless other places mired in evil and folly, such as the worst of our big city teachers' unions that harm our children by preventing the discharge of ineffective teachers. Therefore, some of the most useful members of our civilization are those who are willing to clean house when they find a mess under their ambit of control. Well, naturally, all forms of excess self-regard cause much error. How could it be otherwise? Let us consider some foolish gambling decisions. In lotteries, the play is much lower when numbers are distributed randomly than when the player picks his own number. This is quite irrational. The odds are almost exactly the same and much against the player. Because state lotteries take advantage of man's irrational love of self-picked numbers, modern man buys more lottery tickets than he otherwise would have, with each purchase foolish. Intensify man's love of his own conclusions by adding the possessory wallop from the endowment effect, and you will find that a man who has already bought a pork belly future on a commodity exchange now foolishly believes even more strongly than before in the merits of his speculative bet. And foolish sports betting by people who love sports and think they know a lot about the relative merits of teams is a lot more addictive than racetrack betting, partly because of man's automatic overappraisal of his own complicated conclusions. Also extremely counterproductive is a man's tendency to bet time after time in games of skill, like golf or poker, against people who are obviously much better players. Excessive self-regard tendency diminishes the foolish better's accuracy in appraising his relative degree of talent. More counterproductive yet are man's appraisals, typically excessive, of the quality of the future service he is to provide to his business. His overappraisal of these prospective contributions will frequently cause disaster. Excesses of self-regard often cause bad hiring decisions because employers grossly overappraise the worth of their own conclusions that rely on impressions in face-to-face contact. The correct antidote to this sort of folly is to underweigh face-to-face impressions and overweigh the applicant's past record. I once chose exactly this course of action while I served as chairman of an academic search committee. I convinced fellow committee members to stop all further interviews and simply appoint a person whose achievement record was much better than that of any other applicant. And when it was suggested to me that I wasn't giving academic due process, I replied that I was the one being true to academic values because I was using academic research showing the poor predictive value of impressions from face-to-face interviews. Because man is likely to be over-influenced by face-to-face impressions that, by definition, involve his active participation, a job candidate who is a marvelous presenter often causes great danger under modern executive search practice. In my opinion, Hewlett-Packard faced just such a danger when it interviewed the articulate, dynamic Carly Fiorina in its search for a new CEO. I believe that 1, Hewlett-Packard made a bad decision when it chose Ms. Fiorina, and 2, this bad decision would not have been made if Hewlett-Packard had taken the methodological precautions it would have taken if it knew more psychology. There is a famous passage somewhere in Tolstoy that illuminates the power of excessive self-regard tendency. According to Tolstoy, the worst criminals don't appraise themselves as all that bad. They come to believe either that 1, they didn't commit their crimes, or 2, considering the pressures and disadvantages of their lives, it is understandable and forgivable that they behaved as they did and became what they became. The second half of the Tolstoy effect, wherein the man makes excuses for his fixable poor performance instead of providing the fix, is enormously important. Because a majority of mankind will try to get along by making way too many unreasonable excuses for fixable poor performance, it is very important to have personal and institutional antidotes limiting the ravages of such folly. On the personal level, a man should try to face the 2 simple facts. 1, fixable but unfixed bad performance is bad character, and tends to create more of itself, causing more damage to the excuse giver with each tolerated instance. And 2, in demanding places like athletic teams and General Electric, you are almost sure to be discarded in due course if you keep giving excuses instead of behaving as you should. The main institutional antidotes to this part of the Tolstoy effect are 1. A fair, meritocratic, demanding culture, plus personnel handling methods that build up morale, and 2. Severance of the worst offenders. Of course, when you can't sever, as in the case of your own child, you must try to fix the child as best you can. I once heard of a child teaching method so effective that the child remembered the learning experience over 50 years later. The child later became dean of the USC School of Music and then related to me what his father said when he saw his child taking candy from the stock of his employer with the excuse that he intended to replace it later. The father said, "Son, it would be better for you to simply take all you want and call yourself a thief every time you do it." The best antidote to folly from an excess of self-regard is to force yourself to be more objective when you are thinking about yourself, your family and friends, your property, and the value of your past and future activity. This isn't easy to do well and won't work perfectly, but it will work much better than simply letting psychological nature take its normal course. While an excess of self-regard is often counterproductive in its effects on cognition, it can cause some weird successes from overconfidence that happens to cause success. This factor accounts for the adage, never underestimate the man who overestimates himself. Of course, some high self-appraisals are correct and serve better than false modesty. Moreover, self-regard in the form of a justified pride in a job well done or a life well lived is a large constructive force. Without such justified pride, many more airplanes would crash. Pride is another word generally left out of psychology textbooks, and this omission is not a good idea. It is also not a good idea to construe the Bible's parable about the Pharisee and the publican as condemning all pride. Of all forms of useful pride, perhaps the most desirable is a justified pride in being trustworthy. Moreover, the trustworthy man, even after allowing for the inconveniences of his chosen course, ordinarily has a life that averages out better than he would have if he provided less reliability. 13. Over-optimism tendency. About 3 centuries before the birth of Christ, Demosthenes, the most famous Greek orator, said, "What a man wishes, that also will he believe." Demosthenes, parsed out, was thus saying that man displays not only simple pain-avoiding psychological denial, but also an excess of optimism, even when he is already doing well. The Greek orator was clearly right about an excess of optimism being the normal human condition, even when pain or the threat of pain is absent. Witness happy people buying lottery tickets or believing that credit-furnishing, delivery-making grocery stores were going to displace a great many super-efficient cash-and-carry supermarkets. One standard antidote to foolish optimism is trained, habitual use of the simple probability math of Fermat and Pascal, taught in my youth to high school sophomores. The mental rules of thumb that evolution gives you to deal with risk are not adequate. They resemble the dysfunctional golf grip you would have if you relied on a grip driven by evolution instead of golf lessons. 14. Deprival superreaction tendency. The quantity of man's pleasure from a $10 gain does not exactly match the quantity of his displeasure from a $10 loss. That is, the loss seems to hurt much more than the gain seems to help. Moreover, if a man almost gets something he greatly wants and has it jerked away from him at the last moment, he will react much as if he had long owned the reward and had it jerked away. I include the natural human reactions to both kinds of loss experience, the loss of the possessed reward and the loss of the almost possessed reward, under one description, deprival superreaction tendency. In displaying deprival superreaction tendency, man frequently incurs disadvantage by misframing his problems. He will often compare what is near instead of what really matters. For instance, a man with $10 million in his brokerage account will often be extremely irritated by the accidental loss of $100 out of the $300 in his wallet. The Mungers once owned a tame and good-natured dog that displayed the canine version of deprival superreaction tendency. There was only one way to get bitten by this dog, and that was to try and take some food away from him after he already had it in his mouth. If you did that, this friendly dog would automatically bite. He couldn't help it. Nothing could be more stupid than for the dog to bite his master, but the dog couldn't help being foolish. He had an automatic deprival superreaction tendency in his nature. Humans are much the same as this Munger dog. A man ordinarily reacts with irrational intensity to even a small loss or threatened loss of property, love, friendship, dominated territory, opportunity, status, or any other valued thing. As a natural result, bureaucratic infighting over the threatened loss of dominated territory often causes immense damage to an institution as a whole. This factor, among others, accounts for much of the wisdom of Jack Welch's long fight against bureaucratic ills at General Electric. Few business leaders have ever conducted wiser campaigns. Deprival superreaction tendency often protects ideological or religious views by triggering dislike and hatred directed toward vocal non-believers. This happens in part because the ideas of the non-believers, if they spread, will diminish the influence of views that are now supported by a comfortable environment, including a strong belief maintenance system. University liberal arts departments, law schools, and business organizations all display plenty of such ideology-based groupthink that rejects almost all conflicting inputs. When the vocal critic is a former believer, hostility is often boosted, both by one, the concept of betrayal that triggers additional deprival superreaction tendency because a colleague is lost, and 2, fears that conflicting views will have extra persuasive power when they come from a former colleague. The foregoing considerations help account for the old idea of heresy, which for centuries justified much killing of heretics, frequently after torture and frequently accomplished by burning the victim alive. It is almost everywhere the case that extremes of ideology are maintained with great intensity and with great antipathy to non-believers, causing extremes of cognitive dysfunction. This happens, I believe, because 2 psychological tendencies are usually acting concurrently toward this same sad result. 1, inconsistency avoidance tendency, plus 2, deprival superreaction tendency. One antidote to intense deliberate maintenance of groupthink is an extreme culture of courtesy, kept in place despite ideological differences, like the behavior of the justices now serving on the U.S. Supreme Court. Another antidote is to deliberately bring in able and articulate disbelievers of incumbent groupthink. Successful corrective measures to evil examples of groupthink maintenance have included actions like that of Derek Bach, when, as president of Harvard, he started disapproving tenure appointments proposed by ideologues at Harvard Law School. Even a 1-degree loss from a 180-degree view will sometimes create enough deprival superreaction tendency to turn a neighbor into an enemy. As I once observed when I bought a house from one of two neighbors locked into hatred by a tiny tree newly installed by one of them. As the case of these two neighbors illustrated, the clamor of almost any group of neighbors displaying irrational, extreme deprival superreaction over some trifle in a zoning hearing is not a pretty thing to watch. Such bad behavior drives some people from the zoning field. I once bought some golf clubs from an artisan who was formerly a lawyer. When I asked him what kind of law he had practiced, I expected to hear him say divorce law, but his answer was zoning law. Deprival superreaction tendency has ghastly effects in labor relations. Most of the deaths in the labor strife that occurred before World War I came when employers tried to reduce wages. Nowadays, we see fewer deaths and more occasions when whole companies disappear, as competition requires either takeaways from labor, which it will not consent to, or the death of the business. Deprival superreaction tendency causes much of this labor resistance, often in cases where it would be in labor's interest to make a different decision. In contexts other than labor relations, takeaways are also difficult to get. Many tragedies therefore occur that would have been avoided had there been more rationality and less subconscious heed of the imperative from deprival superreaction tendency. Deprival superreaction tendency is also a huge contributor to ruin from the compulsion to gamble. First, it causes the gambler to have a passion to get even once he has suffered a loss, and the passion grows with the loss. Second, the most addictive forms of gambling provide a lot of near misses, and each one triggers deprival superreaction tendency. Some slot machine creators are vicious in exploiting this weakness of man. Electronic machines enable these creators to produce a lot of meaningless bar lemon results that greatly increase play by fools who think they have very nearly won large rewards. Deprival superreaction tendency often does much damage to man in open outcry auctions. The social proof that we will next consider tends to convince man that the last price from another bidder was reasonable, and then deprival superreaction tendency prompts him strongly to top the last bid. The best antidote to being thus triggered into paying foolish prices at open outcry auctions is the simple Buffett practice. Don't go to such auctions. Deprival superreaction tendency and inconsistency avoidance tendency often join to cause one form of business failure. In this form of ruin, a man gradually uses up all his good assets in a fruitless attempt to rescue a big venture going bad. One of the best antidotes to this folly is good poker skill learned young. The teaching value of poker demonstrates that not all effective teaching occurs on a standard academic path. I myself, the would-be instructor here, many decades ago, made a big mistake, caused in part by the subconscious operation of my deprival superreaction tendency. A friendly broker called and offered me 300 shares of ridiculously underpriced, very thinly traded Belridge oil at $115 per share, which I purchased using cash I had on hand. The next day, he offered me 1,500 more shares at the same price, which I declined to buy, partly because I could only have made the purchase had I sold something or borrowed the required $173,000. This was a very irrational decision. I was a well-to-do man with no debt. There was no risk of loss, and similar no-risk opportunities were not likely to come along. Within 2 years, Belridge oil sold out to Shell at a price of about $3,700 per share, which made me about $5.4 million poorer than I would have been had I then been psychologically acute. As this tale demonstrates, psychological ignorance can be very expensive. Some people may question my defining deprival superreaction tendency to include reaction to profit barely missed, as in the well-documented responses of slot machine players. However, I believe that I haven't defined the tendency as broadly as I should. My reason for suggesting an even broader definition is that many Berkshire Hathaway shareholders I know never sell or give away a single share after immense gains in market value have occurred. Some of this reaction is caused by rational calculation, and some is no doubt attributable to some combination of 1. Reward super response, 2. Status quo bias from inconsistency avoidance tendency, and 3. The endowment effect from excessive self-regard tendency. But I believe the single strongest irrational explanation is a form of deprival superreaction tendency. Many of these shareholders simply can't stand the idea of having their Berkshire Hathaway holdings smaller. Partly, they dislike facing what they consider an impairment of identity, but mostly they fear missing out on future gains from stock sold or given away. 15. Social proof tendency. The otherwise complex behavior of man is much simplified when he automatically thinks and does what he observes to be thought and done around him. Such followership often works fine. For instance, what simpler way could there be to find out how to walk to a big football game in a strange city than by following the flow of the crowd? For some such reason, man's evolution left him with social proof tendency, an automatic tendency to think and act as he sees others around him thinking and acting. Psychology professors love social proof tendency because in their experiments it causes ridiculous results. For instance, if a professor arranges for some stranger to enter an elevator wherein 10 compliance practitioners are all silently standing so that they face the rear of the elevator, the stranger will often turn around and do the same. The psychology professors can also use social proof tendency to cause people to make large and ridiculous measurement errors. And of course, teenagers' parents usually learn more than they would like about teenagers' cognitive errors from social proof tendency. This phenomenon was recently involved in a breakthrough by Judith Rich Harris, who demonstrated that super respect by young people for their peers, rather than for parents or other adults, is ordained to some considerable extent by the genes of the young people. This makes it wise for parents to rely more on manipulating the quality of the peers than on exhortations to their own offspring. A person like Ms. Harris, who can provide an insight of this quality and utility backed by new reasons, has not lived in vain. In the highest reaches of business, it is not uncommon to find leaders who display followership akin to that of teenagers. If one oil company foolishly buys a mine, other oil companies often quickly join in buying mines. So too, if the purchased company makes fertilizer. Both of these oil company buying fads actually bloomed, with bad results. Of course, it is difficult to identify and correctly weigh all possible ways to deploy the cash flow of an oil company. So oil company executives, like everyone else, have made many bad decisions that were quickly triggered by discomfort from doubt. Going along with social proof provided by the action of other oil companies ends this discomfort in a natural way. When will social proof tendency be most easily triggered? Here the answer is clear from many experiments. Triggering most readily occurs in the presence of puzzlement or stress, and particularly when both exist. Because stress intensifies social proof tendency, disreputable sales organizations, engaged for instance in such action as selling swampland to school teachers, manipulate targets into situations combining isolation and stress. The isolation strengthens the social proof provided by both the knaves and the people who buy first, and the stress, often increased by fatigue, augments the target's susceptibility to the social proof. And of course, the techniques of our worst religious cults imitate those of the knavish salesman. One cult even used rattlesnakes to heighten the stress felt by conversion targets. Because both bad and good behavior are made contagious by social proof tendency, it is highly important that human societies, 1, stop any bad behavior before it spreads, and 2, foster and display all good behavior. My father once told me that just after commencing law practice in Omaha, he went with a large group from Nebraska to South Dakota to hunt pheasants. The South Dakota hunting license was, say, $2 for South Dakota residents and $5 for non-residents. All the Nebraska residents, one by one, signed up for South Dakota licenses with phony South Dakota addresses until it was my father's turn. Then, according to him, he barely prevented himself from doing what the others were doing, which was some sort of criminal offense. Not everyone so resists the social contagion of bad behavior, and therefore we often get Serpico syndrome, named to commemorate the state of a near-totally corrupt New York police division joined by Frank Serpico. He was then nearly murdered by gunfire because of his resistance to going along with the corruption in the division. Such corruption was being driven by social proof plus incentives, the combination that creates Serpico syndrome. The Serpico story should be taught more than it is because the didactic power of its horror is aimed at a very important evil, driven substantially by a very important force, social proof. In social proof, it is not only action by others that misleads, but also their inaction. In the presence of doubt, inaction by others becomes social proof that inaction is the right course. Thus, the inaction of a great many bystanders led to the death of Kitty Genovese in a famous incident much discussed in introductory psychology courses. In the ambit of social proof, the outside directors on a corporate board usually display the near ultimate form of inaction. They fail to object to anything much short of an axe murder until some public embarrassment of the board finally causes their intervention. A typical board of directors culture was once well described by my friend Joe Rosenfeld, as he said, "They asked me if I wanted to become a director of Northwest Bell, and it was the last thing they ever asked me." In advertising and sales promotion, social proof tendency is about as strong a factor as one could imagine. Monkey see, monkey do is the old phrase that reminds one of how strongly John will often wish to do something or have something just because Joe does or has it. One interesting consequence is that an advertiser will pay a lot to have its soup can instead of someone else's in a movie scene involving soup consumption only in a peripheral way. Social proof tendency often interacts in a perverse way with envy, jealousy, and deprival superreaction tendency. One such interaction amused my family for years, as people recalled the time when my cousin Russ and I, at ages 3 and 4, fought and howled over a single surplus shingle while surrounded by a virtual sea of surplus shingles. But the adult versions of this occasion, boosted by psychological tendencies preserving ideologies, are not funny and can bring down whole civilizations. The Middle East now presents just such a threat. By now, the resources spent by Jews, Arabs, and all others over a small amount of disputed land, if divided arbitrarily among land claimants, would have made everyone better off, even before taking into account any benefit from reduced threat of war, possibly nuclear. Outside domestic relations, it is rare now to try to resolve disputes by techniques including the discussion of impacts from psychological tendencies. Considering the implications of childishness that would be raised by such inclusion, and the defects of psychology as now taught, this result may be sound. But given the nuclear stakes now involved and the many failures in important negotiations lasting decades, I often wonder if someday, in some way, more use of psychological insight will eventually improve outcomes. If so, correct teaching of psychology matters a lot. And if old psychology professors are even less likely than old physics professors to learn new ways, which seems nearly certain, then we may, as Max Planck predicted, need a new generation of psychology professors who have grown up to think in a different way. If only one lesson is to be chosen from a package of lessons involving social proof tendency and used in self-improvement, my favorite would be, learn how to ignore the examples from others when they are wrong, because few skills are more worth having. 16. Contrast misreaction tendency. Because the nervous system of man does not naturally measure in absolute scientific units, it must instead rely on something simpler. The eyes have a solution that limits their programming needs. The contrast in what is seen is registered. And as in sight, so does it go largely in the other senses. Moreover, as perception goes, so goes cognition. The result is man's contrast misreaction tendency. Few psychological tendencies do more damage to correct thinking. Small-scale damages involve instances such as man's buying an overpriced $1,000 leather dashboard merely because the price is so low compared to his concurrent purchase of a $65,000 car. Large-scale damages often ruin lives, as when a wonderful woman with terrible parents marries a man who would be judged satisfactory only in comparison to her parents. or as when a man takes wife number 2, who would be appraised as all right only in comparison to wife number 1. A particularly reprehensible form of sales practice occurs in the offices of some real estate brokers. A buyer from out of the city, perhaps needing to shift his family there, visits the office with little time available. The salesman deliberately shows the customer 3 awful houses at ridiculously high prices. Then he shows him a merely bad house at a price only moderately too high, and boom, the broker often makes an easy sale. Contrast misreaction tendency is routinely used to cause disadvantage for customers buying merchandise and services. To make an ordinary price seem low, the vendor will very frequently create a highly artificial price that is much higher than the price always sought, then advertise his standard price as a big reduction from his phony price. Even when people know that this sort of customer manipulation is being attempted, it will often work to trigger buying. This phenomenon accounts in part for much advertising in newspapers. It also demonstrates that being aware of psychological ploys is not a perfect defense. When a man's steps are consecutively taken toward disaster, with each step being very small, the brain's contrast misreaction tendency will often let the man go too far toward disaster to be able to avoid it. This happens because each step presents so small a contrast from his present position. A bridge-playing pal of mine once told me that a frog tossed into very hot water would jump out, but the same frog would end up dying if placed in room-temperature water that was later heated at a very slow rate. My few shreds of physiological knowledge make me doubt this account, but no matter, because many businesses die in just the manner claimed by my friend for the frog. Cognition, misled by tiny changes involving low contrast, will often miss a trend that is destiny. One of Ben Franklin's best remembered and most useful aphorisms is, "A small leak will sink a great ship." The utility of the aphorism is large precisely because the brain so often misses the functional equivalent of a small leak in a great ship. 17. Stress influence tendency. Everyone recognizes that sudden stress, for instance from a threat, will cause a rush of adrenaline in the human body, prompting a faster and more extreme reaction. And everyone who has taken Psych 101 knows that stress makes social proof tendency more powerful. In a phenomenon less well recognized but still widely known, light stress can slightly improve performance, say in examinations, whereas heavy stress causes dysfunction. But few people know more about really heavy stress than that it can cause depression. For instance, most people know that an acute stress depression makes thinking dysfunctional because it causes an extreme of pessimism, often extended in length and usually accompanied by activity-stopping fatigue. Fortunately, as most people also know, such a depression is one of mankind's more reversible ailments. Even before modern drugs were available, many people afflicted by depression, such as Winston Churchill and Samuel Johnson, gained great achievement in life. Most people know very little about non-depressive mental breakdowns influenced by heavy stress, but there is at least one exception involving the work of Pavlov when he was in his 70s and 80s. Pavlov had won a Nobel Prize early in life by using dogs to work out the physiology of digestion. Then he became world famous by working out mere association responses in dogs, initially salivating dogs, so much so that changes in behavior triggered by mere association, like those caused by much modern advertisement, are today often said to come from Pavlovian conditioning. What happened to cause Pavlov's last work was especially interesting. During the great Leningrad flood of the 1920s, Pavlov had many dogs in cages. Their habits had been transformed by a combination of his Pavlovian conditioning plus standard reward responses into distinct and different patterns. As the waters of the flood came up and receded, many dogs reached a point where they had almost no airspace between their noses and the tops of their cages. This subjected them to maximum stress. Immediately thereafter, Pavlov noticed that many of the dogs were no longer behaving as they had. The dog that formerly had liked his trainer now disliked him, for example. This result reminds one of modern cognition reversals in which a person's love of his parents suddenly becomes hate, as new love has been shifted suddenly to a cult. The unanticipated extreme changes in Pavlov's dogs would have driven any good experimental scientist into a near frenzy of curiosity. That was indeed Pavlov's reaction, but not many scientists would have done what Pavlov next did, which was to spend the rest of his long life giving stress-induced nervous breakdowns to dogs, after which he would try to reverse the breakdowns, all the while keeping careful experimental records. He found that 1, he could classify dogs so as to predict how easily a particular dog would break down. 2, the dogs hardest to break down were also the hardest to return to their pre-breakdown state. 3, any dog could be broken down. And 4, he couldn't reverse a breakdown except by reimposing stress. Now, practically everyone is revolted by such experimental treatment of man's best friend, the dog. Moreover, Pavlov was Russian and did his last work under the communists. Maybe those facts account for the present extreme widespread ignorance of Pavlov's last work. The 2 Freudian psychiatrists with whom I tried many years ago to discuss this work had never heard of it. And the dean of a major medical school actually asked me several years ago if any of Pavlov's experiments were repeatable in the experiments of other researchers. Obviously, Pavlov is now a sort of forgotten hero in medical science. I first found a description of Pavlov's last work in a popular paperback written by some Rockefeller-financed psychiatrist when I was trying to figure out, 1, how cults worked their horrible mischief, and 2, what the law should say about what parents could do to deprogram children who had become brainwashed zombies. Naturally, mainstream law objected to the zombies being physically captured by their parents, and next subjected to stress that would help to deprogram the effects of the stress they had endured in cult conversions. I never wanted to get into the legal controversy that existed about this subject, but I did conclude that the controversy couldn't be handled with maximized rationality without considering whether, as Pavlov's last work suggests, the heavy-handed imposition of stress might be the only reversal method that would work to remedy one of the worst evils imaginable, a stolen mind. I have included this discussion of Pavlov, 1, partly out of general antagonism toward taboos, 2, partly to make my talk reasonably complete as it considers stress, and 3, partly because I hope some listener may continue my inquiry with more success. 18. Availability misweighing tendency. This mental tendency echoes the words of the song, "When I'm not near the girl I love the girl I'm near." Man's imperfect, limited capacity brain easily drifts into working with what's easily available to it, and the brain can't use what it can't remember or what it is blocked from recognizing because it is heavily influenced by one or more psychological tendencies bearing strongly on it, as the fellow is influenced by the nearby girl in the song. So the mind overweighs what is easily available and thus displays availability misweighing tendency. The main antidote to miscues from availability misweighing tendency often involve procedures, including the use of checklists, which are almost always helpful. Another antidote is to behave somewhat like Darwin did when he emphasized disconfirming evidence. What should be done is to especially emphasize factors that don't produce reams of easily available numbers, instead of drifting mostly or entirely into considering factors that do produce such numbers. Still, another antidote is to find and hire some skeptical, articulate people with far-reaching minds to act as advocates for notions that are opposite to the incumbent notions. One consequence of this tendency is that extra vivid evidence, being so memorable and thus more available in cognition, should often consciously be underweighed, while less vivid evidence should be overweighed. Still, the special strength of extra vivid images in influencing the mind can be constructively used, 1, in persuading someone else to reach a correct conclusion, or 2, as a device for improving one's own memory by attaching vivid images, one after the other, to many items one doesn't want to forget. Indeed, such use of vivid images as memory boosters is what enabled the great orators of classical Greece and Rome to give such long, organized speeches without using notes. The great algorithm to remember in dealing with this tendency is simple. An idea or a fact is not worth more merely because it is easily available to you. 19. Use it or lose it tendency. All skills attenuate with disuse. I was a whiz at calculus until age 20, after which the skill was soon obliterated by total non-use. The right antidote to such a loss is to make use of the functional equivalent of the aircraft simulator employed in pilot training. This allows a pilot to continuously practice all of the rarely used skills that he can't afford to lose. Throughout his life, a wise man engages in practice of all his useful, rarely used skills, many of them outside his discipline, as a sort of duty to his better self. If he reduces the number of skills he practices, and therefore the number of skills he retains, he will naturally drift into error from man with a hammer tendency. His learning capacity will also shrink as he creates gaps in the latticework of theory he needs as a framework for understanding new experience. It is also essential for a thinking man to assemble his skills into a checklist that he routinely uses. Any other mode of operation will cause him to miss much that is important. Skills of a very high order can be maintained only with daily practice. The pianist Ignacy Jan Paderewski once said that if he failed to practice for a single day, he could notice his performance deterioration, and that after a week's gap in practice, the audience could notice it as well. The hard rule of use it or lose it tendency tempers its harshness for the diligent. If a skill is raised to fluency, instead of merely being crammed in briefly to enable one to pass some test, then the skill, 1, will be lost more slowly, and 2, will come back faster when refreshed with new learning. These are not minor advantages, and a wise man engaged in learning some important skill will not stop until he is really fluent in it. 20. Drug misinfluence tendency. This tendency's destructive power is so widely known to be intense, with frequent tragic consequences for cognition and the outcome of life, that it needs no discussion here to supplement that previously given under simple pain-avoiding psychological denial. 21. Senescence misinfluence tendency. With advanced age, there comes a natural cognitive decay, differing among individuals in the earliness of its arrival and the speed of its progression. Practically no one is good at learning complex new skills when very old. But some people remain pretty good at maintaining intensely practiced old skills until late in life, as one can notice in many a bridge tournament. Old people like me get pretty skilled, without working at it, at disguising age-related deterioration because social convention, like clothing, hides much decline. Continuous thinking and learning, done with joy, can somewhat help delay what is inevitable. 22. Authority misinfluence tendency. Living in dominance hierarchies as he does, like all his ancestors before him, man was born mostly to follow leaders, with only a few people doing the leading. And so human society is formally organized into dominance hierarchies, with their culture augmenting the natural follow-the-leader tendency of man. But automatic as most human reactions are, with the tendency to follow leaders being no exception, man is often destined to suffer greatly when the leader is wrong, or when his leader's ideas don't get through properly in the bustle of life and are misunderstood. And so we find much miscognition from man's authority misinfluence tendency. Some of the misinfluences are amusing, as in a case described by Cialdini. A physician left a written order for a nurse treating an earache as follows: 2 drops, twice a day, ear. The nurse then directed the patient to turn over and put the eardrops in his anus. Other versions of confused instructions from authority figures are tragic. In World War II, a new pilot for a general who sat beside him in the co-pilot's seat was so anxious to please his boss that he misinterpreted some minor shift in the general's position as a direction to do some foolish thing. The pilot crashed the plane and became a paraplegic. Well, naturally, cases like this one get the attention of careful thinkers like Boss Buffett, who always acts like an overquiet mouse around his pilots. Such cases are also given attention in the simulator training of co-pilots, who have to learn to ignore certain really foolish orders from boss pilots, because boss pilots will sometimes err disastrously. Even after going through such a training regime, however, co-pilots in simulator exercises will too often allow the simulated plane to crash because of some extreme and perfectly obvious simulated error of the chief pilot. After Corporal Hitler had risen to dominate Germany, leading a bunch of believing Lutherans and Catholics into orgies of genocide and other mass destruction, one clever psychology professor, Stanley Milgram, decided to do an experiment to determine exactly how far authority figures could lead ordinary people into gross misbehavior. In this experiment, a man posing as an authority figure, namely a professor governing a respectable experiment, was able to trick a great many ordinary people into giving what they had every reason to believe were massive electric shocks that inflicted heavy torture on innocent fellow citizens. This experiment did demonstrate a terrible result contributed to by authority misinfluence tendency, but it also demonstrated extreme ignorance in the psychology professoriate right after World War II. Almost any intelligent person with my checklist of psychological tendencies in his hand would, by simply going down the checklist, have seen that Milgram's experiment involved about 6 powerful psychological tendencies acting in confluence to bring about his extreme experimental result. For instance, the person pushing Milgram's shock lever was given much social proof from the presence of inactive bystanders, whose silence communicated that his behavior was okay. Yet it took over 1,000 psychological papers, published before I got to Milgram, for the professoriate to get his experiment only about 90% as well understood as it would have immediately been by any intelligent person who used 1. Any sensible organization of psychology along the lines of this talk, plus 2. A checklist procedure. This outcome, displaying the dysfunctional thinking of long-dead professors, deserves a better explanation. I will later deal with the subject in a very hesitant fashion. We can be pleased that the psychology professoriate of a former era wasn't quite as dysfunctional as the angler in my next-to-last illustration of authority misinfluence tendency. When I once fished in the Rio Colorado in Costa Rica, my guide, in a state of shock, told me a story about an angler who'd earlier come to the river without ever having fished for tarpon. A fishing guide like the one I had runs the boat and gives fishing advice, establishing himself in this context as the ultimate authority figure. In the case of this guide, his native language was Spanish, while the angler's native language was English. The angler got a big tarpon on and began submitting to many directions from this authority figure called a guide. Tip up, tip down, reel in, etc. Finally, when it was necessary to put more pressure on the fish by causing more bending of the angler's rod, the guide said in English, "Give him the rod, give him the rod." Well, the angler threw his expensive rod at the fish, and when last seen, it was going down the Rio Colorado toward the ocean. This example shows how powerful is the tendency to go along with an authority figure, and how it can turn one's brain into mush. My final example comes from business. A psychology PhD once became a CEO of a major company, and went wild, creating an expensive new headquarters with a great wine cellar at an isolated site. At some point, his underlings remonstrated that money was running short. "Take the money out of the depreciation reserves," said the CEO. Not too easy, because a depreciation reserve is a liability account. So strong is undue respect for authority that this CEO, and many even worse examples, have actually been allowed to remain in control of important business institutions for long periods after it was clear they should be removed. The obvious implication, be careful whom you appoint to power, because a dominant authority figure will often be hard to remove, aided as he will be by authority misinfluence tendency. 23. Twaddle tendency. Man, as a social animal who has the gift of language, is born to prattle and pour out twaddle that does much damage when serious work is being attempted. Some people produce copious amounts of twaddle and others very little. Trouble from the honeybee version of twaddle was once demonstrated in an interesting experiment. A honeybee normally goes out and finds nectar and then comes back and does a dance that communicates to the other bees where the nectar is. The other bees then go out and get it. Well, some scientist, clever like B.F. Skinner, decided to see how well a honeybee would do with a handicap. He put the nectar straight up, way up. Well, in a natural setting there is no nectar a long way straight up, and the poor honeybee doesn't have a genetic program that is adequate to handle what she now has to communicate. You might guess that this honeybee would come back to the hive and slink into a corner, but she doesn't. She comes into the hive and does an incoherent dance. Well, all my life I've been dealing with the human equivalent of that honeybee. It's a very important part of wise administration to keep prattling people pouring out twaddle far away from the serious work. A rightly famous Caltech engineering professor, exhibiting more insight than tact, once expressed his version of this idea as follows. The principal job of an academic administration is to keep the people who don't matter from interfering with the work of the people who do. I include this quotation partly because I long suffered from backlash caused by my version of this professor's conversational manner. After much effort, I was able to improve only slightly, so one of my reasons for supplying the quotation is my hope that, at least in comparison, I will appear tactful. 24. Reason-respecting tendency. There is, in man, particularly one in an advanced culture, a natural love of accurate cognition and a joy in its exercise. This accounts for the widespread popularity of crossword puzzles, other puzzles, and bridge and chess columns, as well as all games requiring mental skill. This tendency has an obvious implication. It makes man especially prone to learn well when a would-be teacher gives correct reasons for what is taught, instead of simply laying out the desired belief ex cathedra with no reasons given. Few practices, therefore, are wiser than not only thinking through reasons before giving orders, but also communicating these reasons to the recipient of the order. No one knew this better than Karl Braun, who designed oil refineries with spectacular skill and integrity. He had a very simple rule, one of many in his large Teutonic company. You had to tell who was to do what, where, when, and why. And if you wrote a communication leaving out your explanation of why the addressee was to do what was ordered, Braun was likely to fire you, because Braun well knew that ideas got through best when the reasons for the ideas were meticulously laid out. In general, learning is most easily assimilated and used when, lifelong, people consistently hang their experience, actual and vicarious, on a latticework of theory, answering the question, why? Indeed, the question why is a sort of Rosetta Stone, opening up the major potentiality of mental life. Unfortunately, reason-respecting tendency is so strong that even a person's giving of meaningless or incorrect reasons will increase compliance with his orders and requests. This has been demonstrated in psychology experiments, wherein compliance practitioners successfully jump to the head of the lines in front of copying machines by explaining their reason. I have to make some copies. This sort of unfortunate byproduct of reason-respecting tendency is a conditioned reflex based on a widespread appreciation of the importance of reasons. Naturally, the practice of laying out various claptrap reasons is much used by commercial and cult compliance practitioners to help them get what they don't deserve. 25. Lollapalooza tendency, the tendency to get extreme consequences from confluences of psychological tendencies acting in favor of a particular outcome. This tendency was not in any of the psychology texts I once examined, at least in any coherent fashion, yet it dominates life. It accounts for the extreme result in the Milgram experiment and the extreme success of some cults that have stumbled through practice evolution into bringing pressure from many psychological tendencies to bear at the same time on conversion targets. The targets vary in susceptibility, like the dogs Pavlov worked with in his old age, but some of the minds that are targeted simply snap into zombiedom under cult pressure. Indeed, that is one cult's name for the conversion phenomenon, snapping. What are we to make of the extreme ignorance of the psychology textbook writers of yesteryear? How could anyone who had taken a freshman course in physics or chemistry not be driven to consider, above all, how psychological tendencies combine and with what effects? Why would anyone think his study of psychology was adequate without his having endured the complexity involved in dealing with intertwined psychological tendencies? What could be more ironic than professors using oversimplified notions while studying bad cognitive effects grounded in the mind's tendency to use oversimplified algorithms? I will make a few tentative suggestions. Maybe many of the long-dead professors wanted to create a whole science from one narrow type of repeatable psychology experiment that was conductible in a university setting and that aimed at one psychological tendency at a time. If so, these early psychology professors made a massive error in so restricting their approach to their subject. It would be like physics ignoring 1. Astrophysics, because it couldn't happen in a physics lab, plus 2. All compound effects. What psychological tendencies could account for early psychology professors adopting an over-restricted approach to their own subject matter? One candidate would be availability misweighing tendency, grounded in a preference for easy-to-control data. And then the restrictions would eventually create an extreme case of man with a hammer tendency. Another candidate might be envy-jealousy tendency, through which early psychology professors displayed some weird form of envy of a physics that was misunderstood. This possibility tends to demonstrate that leaving envy-jealousy out of academic psychology was never a good idea. I now quit claim all these historical mysteries to my betters. Well, that ends my brief description of psychological tendencies. Questions and answers. Now, as promised, I will ask and answer a few general questions. My first is a compound question. Isn't this list of psychological tendencies tautological to some extent compared to the system of Euclid? That is, aren't there overlaps in the tendencies? And couldn't the system be laid out just as plausibly in a somewhat different way? The answers are yes, yes, and yes, but this matters only moderately. Further refinement of these tendencies, while desirable, has a limited practical potential because a significant amount of messiness is unfixable in a soft science like psychology. My second question is, can you supply a real-world model instead of a Milgram-type controlled psychology experiment that uses your system to illustrate multiple psychological tendencies interacting in a plausibly diagnosable way? The answer is yes. One of my favorite cases involves the McDonnell-Douglas airliner evacuation test. Before a new airliner can be sold, the government requires that it pass an evacuation test, during which a full load of passengers must get out in some short period of time. The government directs that the test be realistic, so you can't pass by evacuating only 20-year-old athletes. So McDonnell-Douglas scheduled such a test in a darkened hangar using a lot of old people as evacuees. The passenger cabin was, say, 20 feet above the concrete floor of the hangar and was to be evacuated through moderately flimsy rubber chutes. The first test was made in the morning. There were about 20 very serious injuries, and the evacuation took so long it flunked the time test. So what did McDonnell-Douglas do? It repeated the test in the afternoon, and this time there was another failure, with about 20 more serious injuries, including one case of permanent paralysis. What psychological tendencies contributed to this terrible result? Well, using my tendency list as a checklist, I come up with the following explanation. Reward super response tendency drove McDonnell-Douglas to act fast. It couldn't sell its airliner until it passed the test. Also pushing the company was doubt avoidance tendency, with its natural drive to arrive at a decision and run with it. Then the government's direction that the test be realistic drove authority misinfluence tendency into the mischief of causing McDonnell-Douglas to overreact by using what was obviously too dangerous a test method. By now the course of action had been decided, so inconsistency avoidance tendency helped preserve the near-idiotic plan. When all the old people got to the dark hangar with its high airline cabin and concrete floor, the situation must have made McDonnell-Douglas employees very queasy, but they saw other employees and supervisors not objecting. Social proof tendency, therefore, swamped the queasiness. This allowed continued action as planned, a continuation that was aided by more authority misinfluence tendency. Then came the disaster of the morning test with its failure plus serious injuries. McDonnell-Douglas ignored the strong disconfirming evidence from the failure of the first test because confirmation bias, aided by the triggering of a strong deprival superreaction tendency, favored maintaining the original plan. McDonnell-Douglas's deprival superreaction tendency was now like that which causes a gambler bent on getting even after a huge loss to make his final big bet. After all, McDonnell-Douglas was going to lose a lot if it didn't pass its test as scheduled. More psychology-based explanation can probably be made, but the foregoing discussion is complete enough to demonstrate the utility of my system when used in a checklist mode. My third question is also compound. In the practical world, what good is the thought system laid out in this list of tendencies? Isn't practical benefit prevented because these psychological tendencies are so thoroughly programmed into the human mind by broad evolution, the combination of genetic and cultural evolution, that we can't get rid of them? Well, the answer is that the tendencies are probably much more good than bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there, working pretty well for man, given his condition and his limited brain capacity. So the tendencies can't be simply washed out automatically, and shouldn't be. Nevertheless, the psychological thought system described, when properly understood and used, enables the spread of wisdom and good conduct, and facilitates the avoidance of disaster. Tendency is not always destiny, and knowing the tendencies and their antidotes can often help prevent trouble that would otherwise occur. Here is a short list of examples reminding us of the great utility of elementary psychological knowledge. 1. Karl Braun's communication practices. 2. The use of simulators in pilot training. 3. The system of Alcoholics Anonymous. 4. Clinical training methods in medical schools. 5. The rules of the U.S. Constitutional Convention. Totally secret meetings, no recorded vote by name until the final vote, votes reversible at any time before the end of the convention, then just one vote on the whole Constitution. These are very clever psychology-respecting rules. If the founders had used a different procedure, many people would have been pushed by various psychological tendencies into inconsistent, hardened positions. The elite founders got our Constitution through by a whisker only because they were psychologically acute. 6. The use of Granny's incentive-driven rule to manipulate oneself toward better performance of one's duties. 7. The Harvard Business School's emphasis on decision trees. When I was young and foolish, I used to laugh at the Harvard Business School. I said, they're teaching 28-year-old people that high school algebra works in real life? But later I wised up and realized that it was very important that they do that to counter some bad effects from psychological tendencies. Better late than never. 8. The use of autopsy equivalents at Johnson & Johnson. At most corporations, if you make an acquisition and it turns out to be a disaster, all the people, paperwork, and presentations that caused the foolish acquisition are quickly forgotten. Nobody wants to be associated with the poor outcome by mentioning it. But at Johnson & Johnson, the rules make everybody revisit old acquisitions, comparing predictions with outcomes. That is a very smart thing to do. 9. The great example of Charles Darwin as he avoided confirmation bias, which has morphed into the extreme anti-confirmation bias method of the double-blind studies wisely required in drug research by the FDA. 10. The Warren Buffett rule for open outcry auctions. Don't go. My fourth question is, what special knowledge problems lie buried in the thought system demonstrated by your list? Well, one answer is paradox. In social psychology, the more people learn about the system, the less it is true. And this is what gives the system its great value as a preventer of bad outcomes and a driver of good outcomes. This result is paradoxical and doesn't remind one of elementary physics, but so what? One can't get all the paradox out of pure math, so why should psychology be shocked by some paradox? There's also some paradox in cognition change that works even when the manipulated person knows he is being manipulated. This creates a sort of paradox in a paradox, but again, so what? I once much enjoyed an occasion of this sort. I drew this beautiful woman as my dinner partner many years ago. I'd never seen her before. She was married to a prominent Los Angeles man. She sat down next to me, turned her beautiful face up, and said, "Charlie, what one word accounts for your remarkable success in life?" I knew I was being manipulated by a practiced routine, and I just loved it. I never see this woman without a little lift in my spirits. And by the way, I told her I was rational. You'll have to judge yourself whether that's true. I may be demonstrating some psychological tendency I hadn't planned on demonstrating. My fifth question is, don't we need more reconciliation of psychology and economics? My answer is yes, and I suspect that some slight progress is being made. I have heard of one such example. Colin Kammerer of Caltech, who works in experimental economics, devised an interesting experiment in which he caused high IQ students, playing for real money, to pay price A plus B for a security they knew would turn into A dollars at the end of the day. This foolish action occurred because the students were allowed to trade with each other in a liquid market for the security. Some students then paid price A plus B because they hoped to unload on other students at a higher price before the day was over. What I will now confidently predict is that, despite Kammerer's experimental outcome, most economics and corporate finance professors who still believe in the hard-form efficient market hypothesis will retain their original belief. If so, this will be one more indication of how irrational smart people can be when influenced by psychological tendencies. My sixth question is, don't moral and prudential problems come with knowledge of these psychological tendencies? The answer is yes. For instance, psychological knowledge improves persuasive power, and like other powers, it can be used for good or ill. Captain Cook once played a psychology-based trick on his seamen to cause them to eat sauerkraut and avoid scurvy. In my opinion, this action was both ethical and wise under the circumstances, despite the deliberate manipulation involved. But ordinarily, when you try to use your knowledge of psychological tendencies in the artful manipulation of someone whose trust you need, you will be making both a moral and a prudential error. The moral error is obvious. The prudential error comes because many intelligent people, targeted for conscious manipulation, are likely to figure out what you are trying to do and resent your action. My final question is, aren't there factual and reasoning errors in this talk? The answer is yes, almost surely yes. The final revision was made from memory over about 50 hours by a man 81 years old, who never took a course in psychology and has read none of it except one book on developmental psychology for nearly 15 years. Even so, I think the totality of my talk will stand up very well, and I hope all my descendants and friends will carefully consider what I have said. I even hope that more psychology professors will join me in 1. Making heavy use of inversion, 2. Driving for a complete description of the psychological system so that it works better as a checklist, and 3. Especially emphasizing effects from combinations of psychological tendencies. Well, that ends my talk. If in considering what I have said you had 10% the fun I had in saying it, you were lucky recipients. Talk 11 Revisited. In this talk, made in 2000, I gave favorable mention to Judith Rich Harris's strong-selling book, The Nurture Assumption. You will recall that this work demonstrated that peer pressure on the young is far more important, and parental nurture much less important, than had been commonly recognized. The success of the book, with its vast practical implications, has an interesting story behind it. Long before the book was published, Harris was kicked out of Harvard's PhD program in psychology because Harvard believed that she lacked qualities ideal in psychological research. Then later, out of illness and obscurity, as she was pretty much housebound throughout adult life by unfixable autoimmune disease, she published an academic paper on which her subsequent book was based. And for that paper, she won a prestigious medal named after the man who signed her dismissal notice from Harvard, awarded annually by the American Psychological Association for distinction in published writing. When I learned from her impressive book that this ironic result had occurred, I wrote to Harvard, my alma mater, urging it to award Harris, whom I did not know, an honorary PhD, or better yet, a real PhD. I cited the example of Oxford. That great university once allowed its best student, Samuel Johnson, to leave without a degree because he was too poor to continue paying tuition. But Oxford later made gracious amends. It gave Johnson a doctorate after he conquered sickness and became famous in a tough climb once described in his own words, "Slow rises worth by poverty oppressed." I failed utterly in my effort to convince Harvard to imitate Oxford in this way, but Harvard did later recruit from MIT one of the most famous living psychology professors, Steven Pinker, and Pinker is a big admirer of Harris. From this step, we can see one reason why its liberal arts division is more highly regarded than most others. The division's extreme depth often allows partial correction of bonehead errors that would flourish unopposed elsewhere. In 2006, Harris, struggling further through her unfixable illness, published another book, No Two Alike. The title is apt because one central question the author assaults is why identical twins turn out to be so different in important aspects of personality. Her dogged curiosity and rigor in dealing with this question remind me of both Darwin and Sherlock Holmes. And her solution is very plausible as she collects and explains data from professional literature, including an interesting case wherein one of two identical twins became a success in business and family life, while the other twin went to Skid Row. I won't here disclose Harris's desirably generalized answer to her central question, because it would be better for Almanac readers to first guess the answer, then read her book. If Harris is roughly right, which seems very likely to me, she has twice, from a very handicapped position, produced academic insights of great practical importance in child-rearing, education, and much else. How could this rare and desirable result happen? Well, by Harris's own account, she was impertinent and skeptical even as a child, and these qualities, plus patient, determined skill, have obviously served her truth-seeking well, all the way through to age 67. No doubt she was also assisted by her enthusiasm in destroying her own ideas, as she now demonstrates by apologizing for her former work as a textbook writer who repeated wrong notions, now outgrown. In this talk, I displayed some impertinency of my own by delivering an extreme-sounding message. It claims nothing less than that 1. Academic psychology is hugely important, 2. Even so, it is usually ill thought out and ill presented by its PhD denizens, and 3. My way of presenting psychology often has a large superiority in practical utility compared to most textbooks. Naturally, I believe these extreme claims are correct. After all, I assembled the material contained in this talk to help me succeed in practical thinking, and not to gain advantage by making public any would-be clever notions. If I am even partly right, the world will eventually see more psychology in roughly the form of this talk. If so, I confidently predict that the change in practice will improve general competency. And with that, I have nothing more to add.
That brings us to the end of the chapters covered in this video. If you enjoyed this video, give me a like. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
We didn't own the rides. We were the operator. In other words, Brevard County Fair, Pennsylvania State Fair, Long Island Fair, Nassau County Fair, where we just set it up, we promote it, and then the ride people would come in, and we were just, it didn't make a lot of money. But, you know, back in those days, listen, I remember the first time me and a guy took a piece of land and flipped it and made 60 grand. We split 60 grand. We went on a 2-week bender celebrating our $30,000 profit. You know, those first profits were like, holy shit. And it was like a side hustle. I mean, I was a lawyer, but I just made an extra 30 getting a piece of land rezoned and flipping it to the developer. So.
All right, so John has tons of side hustles, upside-down buildings, crime museums, chocolate factories. He's a machine. But here's the thing. Every single one started with him spotting an opportunity others missed. My old company, The Hustle, built a database with hundreds of ideas like this. Some are weird like John's, some are dead simple. If you like what you just heard, go check out the Side Hustle Ideas database. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Now let's get back to the show.
San Francisco inspired me. I went there once with my wife. We wanted to go see Alcatraz. We go to Alcatraz. Alcatraz is, we get there thinking we're going to walk right in. They go, there's no tickets available. I said, we'll be here a couple more days. When can we go? There's no tickets. Tickets sold out for the next 2 weeks. I'm like, what the f***? And so the way you always solve that problem is you pull out two $100 bills to the ticket taker and you say, are you sure you don't have 2 extra tickets back there? This is not for the tickets, this is for you. So I got to go through Alcatraz. And when I went through it, I thought, I had this epiphany. You know, you have these epiphanies. And my epiphany is, America is fascinated with crime and punishment like nothing else. TV shows, movies, books, Netflix, all of it. And I was in the attraction business anyway. I said, you know, what about an attraction dedicated to the history of crime and punishment? And so I built an attraction that's in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, called Alcatraz East. And I built it, it looks like an 1800 prison, and it's the history of crime and punishment, and it just prints money.
How big is that business?
It makes $5 million a year, net.
In profits.
And how much did it cost to build it initially?
It's an interesting thing because, you know, I got a speech called Failure Can Be Your Friend. And what happened is I first built it in Washington, D.C. because I thought, you know, the history, you know, I call it the National Museum of Crime and Punishment. And it didn't do very well. And the reason it didn't do very well, in my opinion, is there's a lot of free stuff in D.C. to begin with. But more importantly, they wouldn't let me do anything with the facade. So I was just in a building, you know, across from the National Portrait Gallery. I was doing okay. I was limping along. but paying rent and paying just a little bit. But the landlord came in and said, you know, you're not doing the numbers per the lease, and we're going to call the lease on you. I'm like, but I'm paying my rent. Why would you do this? They go, we're doing it. So I moved everything and built a structure in Pigeon Forge, moved a lot of the stuff. So some of the stuff I had, I bet the whole thing from what I had to build and what I took, I think the whole thing probably cost $13 million, $14 million. But like at the end of the attraction, I have 4 things that are just, you just can't believe it when you get there. 1, Ted Bundy's VW. 2, Bonnie and Clyde's Death Car from the movie. 3, OJ's Bronco. And 4, John Dillinger's sedan. And I just bought John Benet's bicycle and the Murdoch's golf cart. And let me tell you, America's fascination with crime is such that people are in this thing for 3.5, 4 hours. And it's an easy business to run because it's static. You know, there's not a lot of interactive.
I'm looking at your website right now. I've been here, I believe. I'm a huge crime fan, and so when you were waiting to name what you were going to name, I was like, forget OJ's car. This is awesome.
And you made a big bet, because after you do the thing in DC, I think the normal entrepreneur sort of starts to doubt the concept, doubt the viability. You know, it didn't go well right away, and yet you doubled down in the face of that. Is it just blind faith, conviction, or are you just a stubborn guy?
It's not that I'm stubborn. It's like, you know, you hear everybody give these speeches about failure is your friend. Failure can be the best thing that ever happens to you. But yet when we lose, we never go near it again. We say that, you know, it sounds good in a speech. But what happened is I had some investors from WonderWorks invested in this deal. So I had investors. I sent out, my wife kept saying, this is great, it's great. You just got to build it in a place where there's people, more people. And so I sent a letter to all my investors saying, look, I'm going to move it from here to there, and you'll be part of it. And everything was, you know, and not one person took me up on it. Not one person. They all said, you know, we're taking our loss. And then my wife, I said, what do you think? She goes, let's do it ourselves. And, you know, and so my new money was like $8 million, new money. And I got it back in a year and a half.
How big was the law firm, or like, what was your financial situation?
My financial situation was not bad, but, you know, I mean, my financial situation got, the older I get, the better it got, you know, because I was one of these guys that always was pushing my profits into new things. And it was good, but I did have $8 million.
That's amazing. So what's crazy about your story is you're this guy, you own one of the biggest, if not the biggest law firm in the country, right? We've seen your face on the billboards for Morgan. Before that, you've done all these other things. So you were talking about WonderWorks, maybe your favorite business that you're the most proud of, which was an amusement business. And maybe some of the inspiration from that came from you working at Disney when you were younger. And so, like, I guess, where does the story start for you? Does it start when you're like a little kid? Does it start at Disney? Where does the entrepreneurial bug start?
I think the story started for me probably the same way the story started for you two, except you're too young for this to happen. There are people that are born with a entrepreneurial seed. A seed. It just happens. Now, for my generation, you can spot those people because they were paper boys or paper girls. And a paper route was a MFer, because a paper route, you're 10, 11 years old, but it's every single day. It's rain, sleet, snow. If you miss one, you got to go back. You got to collect your money. And I'll bet you two guys, if you went back to your 10 or 11 years old, I don't know if there were paper routes when you all were younger, but you were probably doing something, hustling money. You two were probably coding or, you know,
selling stuff on eBay.
Selling stuff on eBay, whatever. You know, in my school, I always sold candy. I used to wear army pants with all the pockets, and I'd have watermelon sticks and bubble gum and not chocolate because that melted. And I would sell candy at school and make like $10 a day.
By the way, John, you know the evidence for what you're saying?
What?
Buffett had a paper route, plus, you know, sold magazines, gum, and Coke. Jeff Bezos had a paper route. Sam Walton from Walmart had a paper route. Walt Disney, Peter Drucker. There's like an insane roster of people that did exactly what you said.
Oprah had a paper route.
That's badass.
And so the reason I know all these people is because I've written a new book that's being edited right now called Life is Luck. And the thesis of my book is we wake up, we're born lucky. You know, we're born in America, first of all. Warren Buffett calls it, you know, winning the ovarian lottery. Just being born in America. And then you make 1,000 left turns and 1,000 right turns and 1,000 U-turns, and then you end up here. And one different turn. But part of my thesis is the paper boy, the paper girl, these people that were born with that genetic seed of entrepreneurism, it can't be taught. It's just in you. And it's such an advantage in life because, and it's really nothing we did. We were born with it. Rich people do never want to be told that they were lucky. They want to tell us, oh, I worked my ass off. I deserve every single penny I got. And they are like 100% wrong about that because one different turn. I mean, Buffett's company is basically 5 stocks. If you take, when Charlie Munger died, I read a thing about him yesterday. You take 5 stocks away from Berkshire, it's not Berkshire.
Yeah. It's like Amex, Coca-Cola, Apple, and
right, exactly. But we see him as this great investor, and his greatness has really been his patience and his understanding of index funds instead of, you know, money managers, and time and our compounding interest.
I believe what you're saying. I believe luck to be true. I think that most people, when they get successful, I actually think that they attribute a fair bit to luck because they realize, like for example, when I sold my company, the CEO got into a really bad accident, like 2 weeks after the deal closed. I'm like, I mean, if that happened 2 weeks prior, that could change everything. So there is a luck component. But you have, I have some research here, and I think you have like 10 or 12 things that have worked out really well for you. And so there is some, like, there's a lot of good decision making that you have on your side. Were you always doing these little hustles? Like, did Morgan start as a hustle and turn into a real thing, or were you trying to build something big from the get-go?
Well, I was not trying to build something big from the get-go. I mean, look, when I first got out of law school, if somebody told me they'd pay me $100,000 and tied to cola, I would have been, you know, give me the pen. I mean, I wasn't even thinking like this. You know, I got into this business because my brother got hurt when I was in college, and it kind of, you know, he became a quadriplegic from an accident. And so I was in the middle of all that, and our family was relatively poor. And when you're poor, you're helpless, hopeless, powerless, and then you're watching your brother pushed back by the big companies, and I became enraged about the way he was treated. And so when I went to law school, I knew what I was going to do when I went to law school. I knew exactly what I was going to do. I was going to come back and do this work. I had a lot of job offers other places, but this is all I wanted to do, and this is all I've ever done. But I didn't. There's no way I could have dreamt this because it's too big to dream. It's too big to even dream this.
Well, it's interesting because I would say personal injury lawyers, I think, have a pretty bad perception in the public. I think it's, ambulance chasers is seen as sort of a sleazy thing. I think I think that's fair as like mass perception. But when you think about what you were actually saying, what you did, right? Like, your brother has this tragic accident on the job, becomes a quadriplegic. You didn't, and insurance companies and large corporations, they're not trying to pay out fair compensation or huge settlements to folks that needed it. And you're in a way, like, you're basically helping somebody who needs the most help, who tends to have the least power or resources to fight against those who have a lot of power resources. In many ways, that's a very noble thing, but it has the opposite perception. Is that how you see it, or what's going on?
Yeah, it's like this. When I got out of law school, almost when I got out, you weren't even allowed to advertise. And personal injury lawyers were, like you said, ambulance chasers. That was what they were called. Everybody wants to look down on somebody. So lawyers who had a bad reputation themselves anyway, kill all the lawyers. All of a sudden they found somebody to look down on, and that was the personal injury lawyer, the ambulance chaser. I'm not an ambulance chaser. And then all of a sudden you have the advertising lawyers, which was another group that looked down on the personal injury lawyers. Well, I don't advertise. I'm above that. I'm down, And so what happened was, when I got out of law school, I would have been the last person you would have ever. I was straight and narrow. I was the president of everything at the university. I had all these job offers, but I didn't take them because I did have a desire to do what I'm doing. When I got out, I started going around to people who did advertise, who were kind of shady, and they gave me their business. And I took their bad cases, I took their tough cases, but I got inside the belly of the beast and I saw the future. And a lot of times you get to see the future. But Bill Gates and Paul Allen, they saw the future. But if they were born today, that future wouldn't be there for them. That was their luck when they were born, because if they were born today, Microsoft is already something else. And so I saw it, and I sat down with my wife and I said, look, this goes against everything I ever thought I'd be, but this train is leaving the station.
And that train being advertising for your services?
Yes, advertising for my services to get cases. Because when I was doing it, when I started out, other lawyers would refer you business, and you were paying them a 50% referral fee. So if your fee was $100, you had to give your referring lawyer $50. Well, that hurts margins. And all of a sudden you're seeing a different way. Now, it was still iffy when I did it because it hadn't become mainstream at all. So, but it was something, I was so embarrassed about it. I didn't even do the commercials myself. I had a friend who was very handsome, and I said, Vance, I want you to be my face, and he did it. And then the bar came in and said, well, you can't have spokespeople, you got to do it yourself. So I had to take my fat face and go on TV. There I was. Look,
no, man, you look pretty good to me.
You look sharp.
But I didn't like the way I looked.
So were people not advertising because they were literally just too proud for it, or was it a gray area legally if you could or couldn't?
It wasn't great legally, but it was taboo. It was just not done. People who could, wouldn't, because they didn't want to be shunned at the country club. People that would didn't have the money to do it. How I got to do it was I went to the bank and borrowed $100 grand, and went down, did the commercials. When I think back later, and by the way, my credit was so good that this TV station would only run my ads if I paid in advance, because that's how good my credit was.
So you're saying the order of operations was you graduated as a lawyer, you know what you want to do as a practice. You saw that there were some kind of lawyers at the bottom of the social barrel there that were advertising. You didn't advertise yourself. At first, you just went and took their cases. They would catch the fish, you would cook the fish. You would go and actually do the case. And you said, you said you're in the belly of the beast, and you saw, oh, this is the future. These guys are getting a lot of cases. This is how lawyers are going to get business. And you decided to do it. What was it that let you kind of go against that kind of the country club mindset? I heard this quote from Larry Ellison. He said one time that they were saying how successful he was, and he goes, yeah, I had all of the necessary disadvantages you would need to be successful. I had the chip on my shoulder. No, I wasn't the best student. No, I wasn't the best at this. No, I had everything I needed to be successful. That's what I needed. What was it that you needed to kind of break out from the way that other lawyers are doing things?
Well, I've always been, aggressive, and I'm a networker, but I didn't want to do it this way because, paying that 50%, how I looked at it was this. They were throwing me their trash. I felt like that I was up in a dumpster eating a half-eaten Whopper that had been thrown up in the dumpster. But guess what? It tasted okay. I was living. But I would rather have just had a fresh Whopper right through the drive-through window instead of having to climb into the dumpster. And that was my decision. Do I just keep, because I knew it was going to happen, and I knew first to market was always an advantage. And if I could get in there early enough, and become Kleenex instead of tissue, I had a better chance. And my wife was a securities lawyer. She's very smart. I'm not. I'm the part of the 50% of the law school class that enabled there to be a top 50%. And without me, there's no them. My wife was in the top 2%.
The foundation.
Yes.
Call it the foundation.
Yes. And so the thing that happened to Tim, it was one of these things where, we're very close, and he's in this terrible situation, and Disney is really treating him terrible. And the more that we'd fight, the more they would just crush him. And when you're watching somebody you love that much get manhandled that way, there's a rage that came inside of me. And so I always knew what I was going to do. I mean, I was offered a job with this guy, Mark Hulsey, wanted me to come to his firm, and I told him, I said, this is what I want to do, and he helped me get my first job out of law school. And so the good thing about what I've done, and the good thing for people that are listening to this is, when you wake up and work is not work, you're a lot better at it. So I woke up every day going, I'm going to take care of the Tims of the world. So it was never work for me, and I wanted to go and get my pound of flesh from these people who had bullied us when we were helpless, hopeless, and powerless. And so, as time's gone on, to me, it's been very noble what we do, because the people we represent didn't do anything wrong, but they had things taken from them. They had their health taken. They had their ability to walk taken. They had loss of income. They had things taken. And what we do is we give them back as much as we can, or compensate them as much as we can for what was taken from them. And so, I like the business. I liked Robin Hood when I was a kid. I always liked the Robin Hood story, and so the people I'm going against, look, the tobacco industry, I've had many, many trials against them. What do they do for a living? They are in the business of premeditated murder. They know what they're doing. They're going to kill us. They're going to kill a bunch of us this year, and they know it. And the reason they know it in their internal documents, they call new smokers replacement smokers. They laced the cigarettes with additives to hook us. They gave it to the kids. They gave it to the service people. They're in the business of premeditated murder. And so I don't feel bad at all when that's my enemy. I don't feel bad at all when I'm trying to get compensation for people who got hooked and addicted by a very evil company. And by the way, today, those same companies now own our food companies.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And processed food is the new tobacco.
In terms of, so in a little bit, we want to ask about all your businesses because you've had so much stuff. But just to add, to give us some context into the timeline, when you start advertising, do you remember like the next 10 years of business? Like how big did your business grow?
It was gradual, but the way I always looked at it is I had a number of what I thought a case was worth, and then I had the number of cases that I would sign up, and I would divide the average fee into the cases. And as long as that equaled out where I could break even, I kept pouring more money into it. So if a case was worth $4,000 and I was spending $4,000, and if I was spending $80,000, if I got 20 cases, that was break even. And if I got double that, then that was profit. So that's kind of how I did it in a very simplistic way. And I felt like as long as I'm breaking even, I'm building the brand. And building the brand was very important too.
When you say building the brand, like what's the John Morgan school of brand? If you were going to school us in how you think about brand, what do you think about?
First of all, I want it to be something that's memorable. So when I first did it, when I first got into it, there weren't even computers. I didn't have a computer. I didn't have a URL. The first time I really understood what a URL was, I was at a Yankees game with some lawyers in New York, and they all had these devices in their hands called BlackBerries. And I'm like, what are those? It was like, what is this? And they're all there, and they're just thumbing through it the whole game. And I'm like, what are you doing? We're getting cases. So I went back home and said, I got to get a BlackBerry. And then when I got the BlackBerry, I said, I got to get a URL. And then, so the beginning of the brand was the URL. And so I wanted my URL to be my mission statement and my branding statement. The two things I came up with in my mind was justice for all and for the people. Those are the two URLs. And I ultimately went with for the people because I was worried that people couldn't spell justice all the time. But I knew that we could all spell for the people. And so when I built my brand, I wanted my brand to be my mission statement and my URL. I wanted all to be one thing, so I never had to say something twice. I could just say it once. So a lot of the ads visit, call Morgan forthepeople.com. Right, so I can say it all just like that. And so, but building the brand was very, very important.
Who did you take inspiration from on building an iconic, memorable brand? Who did you think was doing it well?
Well, the people that I admire in my life is Walt Disney. I did magic at Walt Disney World, and so every time I walk out of the magic store, I see Walt Disney holding Mickey's hand on Main Street, and they had Dream It, Do It. And so that was kind of in my mind. It was P.T. Barnum, Disney, those type of people. So I liked the promotion. Like when I was building WonderWorks, I knew that the building itself, you've heard the slogan, sell the sizzle, not the steak. Well, there's a lot to that. So when I was building WonderWorks, I was thinking, sell the sizzle, not the steak. People will pay just to get behind the curtain, like they did with P.T. Barnum. They'll pay to get behind the curtain just to see the human pincushion.
How many active companies do you have right now?
I got so many K1s that I've got shopping centers that I've built, and I've got apartment complexes that I built and are under construction. So I got that whole part of my life. I've got the attraction businesses that I have. I started building Marriott hotels about 20 years ago. I had a billboard company that I sold to Lamar for a lot of money. I had an ad agency for lawyers called Practice Made Perfect that I sold and did well. The new thing I've got going right now is, the guy, who Guy Fieri is. He's a California guy.
Yeah.
So Dave & Buster's kind of has it all to themselves. And so we built our very first, what we call downtown Flavor Town in Pigeon Forge. And it's basically Dave & Buster's meets Guy Fieri. And we opened up the first one about a year or so ago, and we're building the second one right now in Pigeon Forge, in Myrtle Beach.
This fascinates me because so many people come on this podcast and their message is you just gotta focus. You gotta, don't get distracted, don't chase the shiny objects, you just gotta do one thing and let it compound for a long time. But you kind of seem to have done both, right? Your firm has compounded. I think you guys do like $2 billion in revenue now. This is like a huge firm. But you've had all these other entrepreneurial side quests. So I guess kind of square that circle for me. Are you focused? Are you unfocused? How do you think about that?
Here's how I think about that. Those people that tell you to focus, they're also doing a lot of this: hunting, fishing, golfing. All three off. Now nothing wrong with off, but there's nothing about business except maybe a little golf. You can do a little bit there, but hunting to me makes no sense. Killing an animal right up on an animal makes no sense. Venison, I can taste the fur. I don't want to eat it, so I don't hunt. So I got that. Fishing, I don't understand. I don't understand catch and release. Let's go out and have a good time. Let's catch a fish. Let's rip its mouth open. Let's tear its eye out, and let's throw it back in the water. I don't understand that. And golf, look, it's a great hobby, but I'd rather shoot pool, for an hour than golf. So all that focus that these people are focusing on, I don't have that distraction. I don't hunt deer, I hunt money, and I like it. So instead of collecting stamps, some people collect stamps as a hobby. I collect artifacts for Alcatraz East. I hunt.
You're a big fan of presidential note cards, presidential flashcards. You just like collecting those bills.
Yes, and clipping coupons. So I am very focused. I'm just not hunting, golfing, or fishing. If you take all that, and listen, I watch sports on TV, but there's people that are more interested in Lane Kiffin's new job than they are their own job. Well, I don't have those distractions to my focus.
Can I ask you about each one of these businesses that I researched? And I want to brag a little bit about you, and also you can tell me if it's true or not.
Okay.
So listen to this, Sean. So tell me if this is true. Okay, so we have Morgan & Morgan. That's a huge successful thing. You talked a lot about that. But you also have a company called Litify, which I think you sold. So Litify is a tech company for lawyers, and I believe you sold around 60% of the company. You still own 40% at a $600 million valuation. Is that true?
That's right.
Do you have a method where like you do the vision and you hire a CEO early
Yes.
on? Like what
Yes.
makes the system work?
For that, the guy joined me who was, this guy was one of the smartest guys, a young guy, and he could do anything. And it was like, I could just tell him, I called it magic carpets. I would say, can you do this? Yeah, I can do this. Can you do that? Can you do this? Can you do that? Yes. When I first brought him in, my vision, and I've written a book called I've written 2 books. One called You Can't Teach Hungry, one called You Can't Teach Vision. My big vision for the law was this. What if Google was a law firm? What would it look like? That was a thing that just hit me, and I just kept going over and over and over in my mind. Now, the problem for a guy like me is, terrible in math, terrible in science, the idea of coding, no idea. But I had that vision. What if Google was a law firm? And then I decided that I was going to build what I called the Google law firm. But I didn't have so I'd been close with Obama's team, and I was talking to the Obama people, the guys who ran the cave in Chicago, guy named Teddy Goff, and there was another guy named Elon Kriegel, and I'm talking to all of them about the Google law firm, and when I would talk to them, they're just blank face, like, what do you mean the Google law firm? So I found this guy, and he got it. And the first thing I said to him was, everything we're gonna do, we're gonna ask what Google would do. And here's what Google would do if it was a law firm. Google would be everywhere for everybody. And Google wouldn't want some cases, they'd want all the cases. And if they didn't handle their cases in-house, they would refer them out. They would partner with a firm like Uber. So I was inspired by Google and Uber. So I wanted to build the Google law firm. I'd keep a lot of cases, but I'd refer a whole bunch more out. Well, so I say to the guy, he says, what do you want the most? I said, I want transparency and automation. Now, we had a software called Client Profiles, and it was pretty good. But he kept saying, it's not enough, it's not enough, it's not enough. We have to build our own software. And that's the last thing I wanted to do because it's just too big. And I mean, that's not what we do. But he finally convinced me we got to build it. And I had gained such trust in him. I was like, well, let's go ahead. And so we built Litify for us internally. And we put it on Salesforce. We layered it on Salesforce. Nobody had ever done that before. So all of a sudden we got all these engineers. We got this, we got a staff of thousands of engineers. Salesforce was interested in us because they hadn't been in the legal space before. And we can change things we can do whatever we want. So we started Litify. And part of the deal, if you want to be, so I refer a bunch of cases out to lawyers across America. But like with the Bloomies, if people want to get my referrals, they got to be on Litify because that's how we talk to each other. So a case comes in that I'm going to refer out to Des Moines. The case comes in. I got a partner who's on Litify. I refer the case to him. He's got 12 hours to accept it or decline it. If he declines it, it comes back. It goes to a second person. Comes back, goes to a third person, and then there's this. So it started as something internal for us, but then it became so good that everybody wanted it. So we started selling it.
How much did you invest in it, and what was the time to exit?
Well, other people invested in it with us. Fortress put some money in. I was on a bank board. I was on a bank board called Esquire Bank, which is a bank for lawyers. It trades on NASDAQ. I sat on the board. Tiger Capital put in some money. I would say from beginning to exit 6-7 years. And look,
incredible.
I didn't really want to exit, but it was time because, like you said, the focus. I needed to focus on the Google law firm. I already had this. And I still have a lot of input with the Besmer, and I sold it to somebody who I thought would be good. I sold it to Besmer, and they're very good at this. And so, about 6 or 7 years.
Okay, that's amazing.
By the way, it seems like there's a flywheel between these businesses. So you said we built kind of for ourselves, and then you used your position and leverage in the market where, hey, if I'm referring your case, you got to be using our platform for this to work well to get more customers. The second business I think Sam's going to bring up is like this ad agency you created.
The ad agency was, here's how the ad agency was. I called it Practice Made Perfect. So what my idea was is I was going to go out across America and say, if you want to do what I'm doing, I'll write your ads, I'll place your ads, and when big cases happen, when mass torts happen, you can put them in and then refer them to me. So I built this company called Practice Made Perfect, had all these lawyers across America. I was charging 15%, so I made money. I was probably making $8 or $9 million a year just running that business. But more importantly, all those lawyers started referring me. When Vioxx would happen or when mass torts would happen, they would send me their cases as well. So I built this. I thought of it like Global Crossing, where I'm laying all this fiber optic across America. But my fiber optic were these law firms across America that I would make money being the ad agency, but I'd make the big money with the cases they would send.
Wait, so was that its own entity? And you're saying it was doing $8 million in income?
Yes.
That's incredible. Where's it at now?
I sold it because here's why I had to sell it. As I started expanding across America with all these lawyers, they were all good friends of mine by the end, but I kept they were like, you know, I had a guy up in Indiana, and he's like, John, you know, you're infringing on my territory. I'm like, how? Because my deal with my clients is this: you don't have to sign a contract with me. You can fire me anytime you want, and I'll never compete with you. I'll never compete with you. And it was just a handshake. Well, they were like calling saying, well, John, you know, I saw one of your billboards. I'm like, well, where did you see it? He's like, well, I was driving to Louisville. I go, were you in Kentucky or Indiana? Well, I was in Kentucky, but I was driving. I was like, hey man, you're in Indianapolis. I'm in Louisville. So I was infringing on my clients.
Right.
And it just became untenable. I was at a crossroad, and I either had to not grow the Google law firm or keep this other business. So I sold Practice Made Perfect. I don't know what's going to happen to it. I'm very worried about it because when they bought it from me, the person that came in to run it, they called the person they put in there the resident entrepreneur or something like that. They had some name for the guy who's going to run it. I'm like, you know, just give me the money and go do what you want.
How much did you sell for?
Like 18.
Okay, so that's 18 million. All right, now listen to this, Sean. Is this true? So do you still own this? And tell me a story about it. You had a trade show called Mass Torts Made Perfect, and it's a twice-a-year trade show for lawyers. So you basically owned like the networking of law firms. Is that right?
It's called Mass Torts Made Perfect, and we put 2 times a year, people would come to learn about the latest mass torts. It was a play on my Practice Made Perfect. I had Practice Made Perfect for my clients and Mass Torts Made Perfect for all the lawyers in America. And I stayed with that for a long time. And at a certain point, it was me and 2 other firms. It was when Johnny Cochran was alive, he was part of it. And I was helping Johnny Cochran map out his national strategy, which also helped me learn about going national. And then another law firm. But at a certain point, back to your focus, you are right about focus. I mean, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett both say focus, focus, focus. At a certain point, Mass Torts Made Perfect was not helping me grow my business. And so I sold, I let them have Mass Torts Made Perfect. I kept Practice Made Perfect. And then I went and spent way more time on the Google law firm.
Well, how big was the trade show business?
It was big, but it wasn't that profitable. The trade show itself made money, but not a lot of money. Practice Made Perfect, the ad agency, was really supplementing that. But what we were really looking for were cases. We were really looking for people to say, hey, you know, we're going to send you our cases. So the trade show itself never made money. It was the cases we got.
Where do you see opportunity today that, you know, a younger, more free John Morgan would actually be able to go and pursue? What would you go chase down?
If I was young, I would probably, because of AI and because I'm not good at that stuff, I would probably be looking toward the service industries for John Morgan, you know, plumbing, electrical, air conditioning. I think that's where a person like me could thrive because I'm good at scaling, I'm good at building teams, I'm good at sharing the profits. And so I think that I think I might be in something like that. But the business I really enjoy the most is the entertainment business. And I don't, it's just the great thing about the entertainment business, whether it's the downtown Flavortown or WonderWorks or Alcatraz East, is you're not fighting.
Can you, okay, so Sean and I are, I guess, sort of in the entertainment business because we have this podcast, but, you know, I love the idea of owning an upside-down museum. That sounds amazing. It sounds fun. It sounds like it's good for the world. Like, it's wholesome. It sounds fantastic. It seems cool to touch the things you're working on. Can you teach us how to get into that business and how to operate, run, spot an opportunity, or what a winning formula looks like?
Well, winning formula looks like you got to go back to the basics always. Location, location, location. Look, my Orlando store does the best. And then Pigeon Forge does the second best. And then Myrtle Beach does pretty good. But Branson does less than Myrtle Beach. It's all about where your locations are. If you don't have a great location for this type of business, look, Six Flags is having trouble in America right now because there's just not enough people to go to Six Flags. I like these one-offs where location-based attractions where it's at the corner of Main and Main. You got a lot of people coming with, you know, and when people come with money, they're coming to spend money. When people come to Orlando, they're coming to spend money. And so that's what I would focus on. Would be you know, the cities itself.
And is the business model just $30 tickets or $50 tickets?
Yeah,
or
they're not. It's like $26 tickets. Yeah, and the value. The reason I think I'm really doing well is the value is incredible because there's probably 4 or 5 things inside of each attraction that if you just went out and paid for it on the street, like I've got these virtual roller coasters. In malls, they go for $20 a ride. You know, 3 minutes, $20. With me, you can just keep going and going and going. Ropes course, $15, $20 a ride. With me, you know, laser tag, $15, $20. There's probably 5 items inside of a WonderWorks that would cost $100 each by themselves. But here, a family of 4 comes in for $100, and they leave, you know, with a huge grin on themselves, sweating from all the activities, and the value is incredible. So the thing I love about the business is there's really no fighting. Like in my law business, you know, I'm competing to get the cases, and I'm fighting the insurance company, and I'm fighting the defense lawyers, and everything's a fight. The only thing's a fight here is when somebody comes and says, I didn't like it, I want my money back. And we basically look at the ticket and go, how long were they there? If they were there for an hour or less, here's your money back. When they come and ask for their money back and they were there for 3 hours, we're like, get the fuck out of here.
Is there like a winning strategy? Like, okay, the story of an upside down house that got tossed out of the Bermuda Triangle, that's kind of cool. Crime and Punishment's cool. What other winning story formulas do you like?
Well, I have one that I'm looking to build right now, and it's called Santa's Chocolate Factory. So imagine this is Santa's Chocolate Factory.
Nice.
Okay? And the thing in the middle, so envision, here's where this came from. Here's where this idea came from. So I'm at Disney one day, and I'm sitting at Ghirardelli's. And Ghirardelli's is an ice cream chocolate store. Right next door was a Christmas store at Disney Village. I'm sitting there, and then I go into the Christmas store. Christmas is, you know, a year-round business in certain places. So then I thought, what could I build that would be phenomenal? So I thought, well, Willy Wonka, you got to pay IP for Willy Wonka, but you don't have to pay IP for Santa Claus. So I said, what about Santa's chocolate factory? Santa's living there. This is Santa's house. There's a big chocolate factory. There's ice cream. The booths are made out of sleighs. And you got all the merchandise you're going to sell. You got Santa Claus there in, in his workshop. You got pictures being taken. You got elves working there. And so my idea is to build this complex of Santa's chocolate factory where Santa is. And on the hour, every hour at midnight, every hour turns into midnight. The clock turns, dong, 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 dong. The lights go down. And all of a sudden, the store comes alive. The train starts moving. The bears are moving. It's Christmas time on the hour, kind of a Bellagio moment where people come. It's snowing outside. And so that's the next thing that I'm going to do.
I love it. Have you seen Enchant Christmas? Have you seen this business?
Yep. But here, think about this, what I'm thinking about with this. Because the inside's going to be so phenomenal, I'm thinking about doing something that's never been done ever in the history of the world, charging money to come into a retail store. $1 to come in. Now, I don't know if it'll work. If it doesn't work, I'll quit charging the $1. But I think I can build something inside so spectacular that people will want to get in there to see the clock strike 12. If the clock strikes 12, all of a sudden, everybody's up on the counters like Johnny Rockets. They're all saying it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. There's this 5-minute interlude every hour. And I think people will pay to come in and see it. So that's my next thing that I'm working on right now.
Sam, isn't it crazy that he's basically like half Walt Disney,
Yes, shark.
half lawyer shark, Better Call Saul meets Jeff Bezos? It's like one of the wildest combinations.
That's pretty amazing. I mean, you've been in the. It's kind of funny. There's like a joke here, like you just became a lawyer to fund your carny ambitions, and that's pretty badass to be honest. Because being a lawyer is cool, and I'm totally on board with helping the little guy. But there's something special about, particularly in a world of AI. This is a common theme that Sean and I talk about. In a world of AI and more digital, it's pretty cool to be out of the house and screen-free experiences. And so I actually find your attraction business almost probably more interesting than your huge law
That's
firm.
what I told you. My wife doesn't understand it when I tell her I'm more proud of my attraction business than the law business, just because it's so unlikely.
And what do you think? And so that business is 30. What do you think? Do you own the whole thing?
Almost. I had some limited partners. Over time, I bought a lot of them out, but yeah.
So what's that worth?
8x, $250 million. Yeah.
What are you doing with malls? Are you doing something interesting with malls?
So what I'm doing with malls is this: everybody's tearing malls down because malls are no good. So up in Myrtle Beach, I'm going to build this. I'm building this new downtown flavor town with Guy Fieri. So there was a mall that was just on its last legs. There's an out parcel that has a Bass Pro that kicks ass. So that's golden. But the mall, what I really wanted out of the mall was I wanted the JCPenney's location. It's the location's fantastic. The mall's just no good. I wanted the JCPenney's location to build downtown flavor town. But then I got stuck with the mall. But I bought the mall. I bought it all for an incredibly low price. So now the question's going to be, do you level the mall or what do you do? What I've decided to do is to do something that's never really been done like this. For your viewers, now you guys see, you'll know the answer to this. Are you all familiar with the concept of first principle thinking? Okay.
Yeah, Elon has popularized this term.
And Aristotle taught Elon the term. So you take these assumptions and you deconstruct them. So right now the assumption is if you buy a mall, you tear it down because there's nothing you can do with it. So I've decided to do some first principle. I do a lot of first principle thinking in my businesses. So I've decided, what if I take this older mall and with new technology and LED and illusions and all that, what if I take this mall and I don't tear it down, I just repurpose it, but I make it a gallery. I make the whole mall illusions. That like when you're at the Venetian and you see you're on the water, and there's so many things to do with LEDs. So I'm going to take this mall and I'm going to repurpose it and I'm going to call it the gallery. And the mall is going to be a museum. You're going to go to the mall just like you're going to go to Santa's chocolate factory. You're going to go just to see the inside of the mall. You're going to go to see all this and that. I'm going to have a zip line from one end to another. I'll have my ropes courses in the middle. I've got so many cool things. So when you go to this mall, most malls are now just tore down. That's what you do. I'm going to take Elon's first principle thinking, and I'm not going to turn the mall down. I'm going to make the mall the attraction.
You're fascinating. And your wife, your children, and some of your close coworkers, what would they say it's like working with you?
Well, I think they would say that I have strong feelings. If I feel like something is, I don't want to say my way or the highway, because I do a lot with consensus. But once I form my consensus, then I execute. I mean, I'll spend a lot of time going around the horn. But once I figure out what it's going to be, I execute. I would say, procrastination may be what they would say. I might put off a little bit, but I don't see it that way because I feel like I'm like, even on this mall, I'm still thinking of what I'm going to put in it. I mean, over the weekend, I was looking at these buildings where they have painted illusions on these different buildings. And so you pull up to a building and it looks like it looks like it's something, but it's not. It's an illusion. So like this weekend, I was looking at all these different things. So it's not really procrastination in my mind. It's
thinking.
It's thinking.
Planning.
Yeah.
So it seems like you probably meet a lot or talk to a lot of entrepreneurs. If I said to you, man, so many entrepreneurs just don't get it. What is it that they don't get that you get?
Well, first of all, I have a game that I play when I drive down roads. I'll see a new business coming in, and the game is this: is it going to make it or not? So I'll see an old Burger King being turned into some health food store, and you look over and you go, is that going to make it or not? And it's usually if they're repurposing an old Burger King, they're probably not going to make it. What I think they make the mistake, they want to do it so badly that they try to put a round peg in a square. It just doesn't work. They want to do it so badly that they forget location, 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 location.
So would you summarize that into just planning in advance, or just like, or basically like if you nail one thing, everything else is taken care of?
Yeah, and I also believe bullets before bombs. You got to really test things a little bit. A lot of people try to build 2 at once or 3 at once. You got to build that first one, that first pilot, and really get it down. And that's how I do the law firms. Before I really go big in a city, I come in, spend some money with ads, hire a few lawyers, the bullets, and then when I feel it catching on, then I bring the bombs.
And when other people try to compete with you, because if I drive, I was in Vegas, and in Vegas, every single billboard is a personal injury lawyer. It's like insane. I don't know why. I don't know why that is in Vegas, but there was a lot of competition. And when I think about what you did, I guess my shortcut answer of like, why did he win? Why did you become the largest law firm, and then everybody else is playing for second place? My answer is you were early. You were first. Not maybe not the first mover, but you were very early. And then once you figured out the secret, meaning like business is about exploiting secrets in a way, you figure something out before everybody else before it's consensus. So you figured out, hey, we can advertise effectively, and we can basically like pour money into ads and get cases out of it. You were way more aggressive with that. That even if other people were advertising, they weren't as aggressive with the advertising, meaning either putting money and effort into the creative or just reinvesting capital to build the national brand. And so I guess that's what I would say is the thing. Is that right, or am I missing something that was important and why you won and everybody else didn't?
Okay, you're missing a very big piece. I think one of you said, I don't know if you heard me say, but one of you talked about fishing, and I've got in my business I call it, first of all, you got to fish first and fish fast. So there's 2 sides of my business. There's catching fish, and to catch fish you got to fish first and fish fast, and then there's cooking fish. The value of the case. Where my competition gets beat by me is most of them, 95% of them, are shit lawyers. They're terrible at what they do. They couldn't try a case, many of them, if they wanted to. So they have to take the last best offer. You'll see people bragging, hey, we settled this case for $1 million. Yeah, well, the case was worth $10 million. But the problem for them is they couldn't do it. They didn't know how to do it. What I did when I was going through all this, I started to really look at where does my money come? 20% of my cases are 80% of my money. But here's where my money really comes. It comes the Friday before trial. So they said, no. That was Friday before trial. The Friday before trial, a lot of times they say, okay, here it is. The next time the money comes is right after jury selection. We pick a jury, like, oh, we don't like that jury, we pay us then. The third time our money comes is during the trial. They might say, here's the money. And then the fourth comes is the verdict. I get gigantic verdicts, where they're talking about 500,000. I got a verdict in your city, San Francisco, against Google a couple of weeks ago for $500 million. And so, I'm not hunting cockroaches. I'm hunting big game. I'm not happy just to get a little bit of money. I want to get exactly what it's worth. So where my margins, where I have separated myself from all of them, is results and reputation. And then the other thing they don't do, there's a concept in my law called bad faith. If there's $1 million in coverage and they don't pay it, they're in bad faith, perhaps. When they come to offer me the $1 million, it's too late. Now, most lawyers, because they need the money, they take the $1 million. I say, I go get the verdict. I go get the verdict for $10 million. I got I represented a state senator this year. They were offering us nothing. They finally offered us $1 million the day a trial was a death case. I said, F you, and we got $100 million. And so where the disconnect is, they're not real lawyers. So what have I done? I've got a stable of racehorses that get big verdicts. I got people who, that's all they do. They just go around the country. They go from here to here to here to here to here to here. They don't even live in the cities. They just parachute in. And I call it the Walter Payton rule. When Walter Payton played for the Bears, he got the ball 50 times a game. When it was 4th and goal, he always got it. So I've got my Walter Paytons. Who I parachute in, and they get these big verdicts. So my differentiator between me and my competition is most of them are not real lawyers. They're marketing people who take the last best offer, and their margins are terrible. Now, on the cases I refer out, the Google law firm, my margins on those cases, my margins in my business is about 30-35%, but my margin on my referrals is 85-90%. And that business is getting bigger and bigger and bigger as my national footprint gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So I got 2 sides of the business. I got the stuff I do internally, but then I got the cases I refer out. And when I refer them out to my Uber drivers, it's not an Uber driver, it's Mario Andretti that I'm referring these customers to.
I got goosebumps, John. I love that answer. That was incredible. That should be your next infomercial. That was incredible.
John's a cowboy. I mean, you got this cowboy energy, which we love. We love cowboy. We have a joke. We call ourselves Manifest Cowboys because we dream up stuff and make it happen.
Because we're hoping other people start to call us that. We get to stop saying it ourselves. That'd be great.
When you nickname yourself, it's not as cool, but I think you actually are the Manifest
also,
Cowboy.
law firms can't really be held by non-lawyers. So do you own, the partnership, but do you own a huge chunk of this firm yourself? No, there's no investors, right?
No, it's mainly me and my family, but I do have a lot of partners in it because I believe that, look, when I look at this firm or all my businesses, I always envision it like I'm building a circus, and I want to build the greatest show on the earth. When you see some of these circuses in shopping centers, they got an elephant with 1 tusk and a drunk clown and a seal that's hot, and it's a bullshit circus. The circus I'm building is the greatest show on earth. Why do people go to the circus? They go there for 2 reasons. One, they want to see the lions and the tigers eat the man. That's why they go. They want to see him, and then they want to see the great Walinda fall off to his death. That's why they're at the circus. That's why they go to NASCAR. They're hoping that somebody is going to die. How do you not die? Well, with the animals, you feed them and you love them. I've got a lot of partners who make a lot of money because they got a piece of this deal. The second way is you focus. You're up there on that high wire, and you got to pay attention. You got to get from here to there. So in building this firm, I got 3 rules: love them, feed them, focus, and then you can build the greatest show on earth.
You're very successful. You've won so many times in life. Has there ever been a point where the businesses or the firm almost went under because you said that you're a pretty risk risk-on person. Have you almost had to pay the consequences because of that?
I don't know about pay the consequences, but look, I sent a guy up to Atlanta. When I opened up Atlanta, I sent the wrong guy up there. By the time I got him out, we were $14 million in the hole. Just kept, and he was a disaster. But, now he's gone, and my team, Atlanta makes, prints money. So Atlanta was tough. I've had a couple of cities that didn't do as well as I hoped, like Memphis. So yeah, I've had some things not do well. I built a small amusement park called Magical Midway that I ended up selling, lost $1 million. But that doesn't bother me because nobody bets 1,000. I mean, if you bet 300, you're in the Hall of Fame. All you gotta do is get on base 1 out of 3 times, and you're in the Hall of Fame. Like we talked about earlier, Warren Buffett has 5 big stocks. You take those stocks away, he's not Warren Buffett anymore. And he's the first person that tells you that. That's why I love him so much. That's why I have so much Berkshire Hathaway stock. I mean, he's my guy.
You've been doing a lot of media. I saw you on this Jubilee thing, and I'd known who you were before that, and I was like, what the hell? Why would you want to do that? You came out pretty good. You got a really good job of judoing like a bunch of these gotcha moments. So that's been pretty cool. What are you gonna do? You try to run for office one day? I mean, what's going on? Why do you care about being out there?
Fish. I want fish. I want to catch fish. And I do these things called John in 60s. But look, I have had some success running for office. Look, I don't know about that, but in Florida, with my brother, the brother I told you about that got hurt, he needed marijuana desperately to help his situation. I ran a constitutional amendment twice in Florida to legalize medical marijuana. I spent tens of millions of dollars to pass it. And then later, when you make money, I believe that we have an obligation, a civic obligation, a moral obligation to give back. One of the things that I believe that where the country's headed in the wrong direction, and you're starting to hear about it, is affordability. It's all because people aren't paid enough money. That's the affordability problem. The minimum wage in America is $8 an hour. So what I did with my own money here in Florida is I ran a constitutional amendment to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And everybody told me, again, you're nobody, that's never going to happen. Well, it did happen. And so I raised the minimum wage in Florida from $8 to $15 an hour. So because of those constitutional amendments, I became almost like a politician in this state. And everybody's like, we want him to run for governor. We want you to run for governor. When I would go to the White House, they would take me to the side and show me polling about my poll numbers. So you think about it, but then you got to think about the job itself. I mean, I would have trouble with the job itself. I live in Maui, 5 months out of the year, which I love. I love it out there. And I'm 69, so I don't know. But really what I'm doing is, in this day and time, is just being out there. And if somebody sees me and they're favorably disposed by the Jubilee, or I was just on this thing this weekend that printed called the Business Insider.
Yeah, that was a good interview. I saw that.
So I just did that. So my thought is, it's kind of back to that, why bother? Some people are going to see this, and some people are not going to like me, but some people are. And look, you can become president with 51% of the people like you. You can get rich as hell if 51% of the people use you. So I look at these things as new age marketing, where people get to see me. With my ads, I look like I'm, working at a funeral home, with what I'm selling. So by doing these things, they're like, that guy actually has a personality. He's not a grave digger. But we want to make sure there's enough people watching before I'm gonna do it.
So like and subscribe, leave a comment. Well, this has been awesome, man. I appreciate you coming on. Shout out your new book.
It's being edited right now. It's called Life is Luck, The Paperboy.
You're the best. That's it. That's the pod.
In the top 100 books that have sold in history of all time, but also rumored to be potentially the youngest book to make the top 100 books in history. My question is, what has the success of Atomic Habits taught you about the nature of humanity and humans?
We all have habits. We all need habits. It's one of those it's an interesting concept because it is both universal in the sense we all have them, we all need them, but it's also highly individual. Your habits feel like your habits, not mine. So it's both universal and specific, and that's an interesting contrast. I think it leads to one of the reasons why people are so interested in the topic. We all have them, we all need them, we all feel like they're our own, we want to come up with our little version of them. But the habit also is like an entrance ramp to how you spend your time in other ways. Like the habit of pulling out your phone. That habit might only take 2 seconds to do, but then it might dictate what you do for the next hour. You're answering emails, or browsing social media, or playing a video game, or whatever. And it was really the initial habit of pulling out the phone that shaped what that hour did. So the influence of our habits is enormous. In a lot of ways, your results in life are kind of a lagging measure of the habits that precede them. Like your knowledge is a lagging measure of your reading and learning habits. Your bank account is a lagging measure of your financial habits. Even silly stuff like the amount of clutter in your living room is the lagging measure of your cleaning habits. And so we all so badly want our outcomes to change. We also badly want our results to change, but the results are not actually the thing that needs to change. It's like fix the habits and the results will fix themselves. Change the inputs and the outputs will shift automatically.
And it's funny because the book has shaped tens and tens and tens of millions of lives, but it also must have shaped you in some ways.
Oh, of course. In a way, I had to learn the concepts to write the book. Like I had to build writing habits to write the book. The fact that I have struggled with habits and failed with them, the fact that I've tried things and it hasn't worked out, the fact that I have eventually broken through and I've been able to build habits, all of that made the book better because you realize how hard it is to have something practical to say. I actually think I have this little theory that a lot of books are branded as how-to books, but they're actually what-to books. They tell you what to think. You should be confident. You should believe in yourself. You should take XYZ action, but they don't actually tell you how to do those things.
And in hindsight, is there anything you look back on that you regret about the book?
I don't think there's anything that I regret. If I could add something, I would add something. I would add this simple question, which is, what would it look like if this was fun? What would it look like if your habits were fun? Like the most common New Year's resolution is to do some form of exercise. So, I feel like a lot of people are going to the gym in January because they feel like they should go to the gym or society wants them to go to the gym, or there's some kind of social pressure to go to the gym. But if we were to come up with a list of what it means to be active and fit, and healthy, we could come up with a long list of things. You could go to the gym, lift weights, you could kayak, rock climb, do yoga, Pilates, whatever. We could probably sit here for like 15 minutes and come up with a real long list. And for most of your habits, if it's an important habit to you, I think it's worth it to take 10 minutes and write that list out, and then look at it at the end and say, what would this look like if it was fun? Which of these options is the most fun to me? And that doesn't mean that your habits will be like the most fun thing that you do each day. It's not like it's always going to feel like going to a concert or something. But it does mean that pretty much any habit can be more fun than the default. So you might as well take a little bit of time to figure out what is the fun version of this. And ultimately, I think the reason why this matters is that if you're having fun, you're more likely to stick with it. You're more likely to persevere. The person who's having fun is actually the person who's dangerous. Like, you don't want to compete with them because they're having a good time. When it gets difficult, they're way more likely to stick with it. The person who it felt like a hassle at the start is kind of annoying. They sort of have a negative frame around the behavior to begin with. Well, as soon as it gets difficult, they didn't want to do it in the first place. So they're much more likely to give up. David Epstein, who's the author of Range and Sports Genius, friend of mine, he told me once, grit is fit. Grit is fit. And what he means is that everybody wants to be gritty. They want to persevere. But the way that you display that grit and discipline and perseverance is in areas where you are well suited, where it's a good fit for you. If it's a good fit, if you're well suited for it, if you're having fun, if you're interested and engaged, then you're way more likely to stick with it. And so, in a lot of ways, I feel like the biggest hurdle to clear, and this is true maybe for life in general, but definitely for habits, because everybody wants to be consistent with their habits, everybody wants to stick to them. The biggest hurdle to clear is, are you interested? Are you engaged? Are you having fun? And so the more that you can get closer to that, the more fun it can be, the more likely you are to persevere and stick with it.
I was just thinking about this idea actually the other day because I was writing, when we hit a subscriber milestone, I was trying to think about what actually mattered the most, and the first thing I wrote was creating the conditions to out-persist. And what I mean by that is like create the conditions so that you can do this for long enough that things start compounding in your favor, like learning starts compounding in your favor, like the returns, like the subscribers or your finances are going to start compounding in your favor.
The question that you asked is very similar to one that I ask myself a lot, which is, am I creating the conditions for success? So I had a really good stretch of training in the gym, and then about 2.5 years ago, I was in pretty good shape, and then I had a year where it was just like really inconsistent. I missed a lot of workouts, and sometimes it would go well, sometimes it wouldn't, whatever. And after that year, I was like, okay, so I gotta change something. And on the surface, you look at it and you think, I'm having trouble with the workouts. You think there's some problem with exercise, but that was actually not the problem. The problem was I wasn't creating the conditions for success. And so there were lots of other things that were intervening and like interrupting my day and making it easy for me to miss. So this last year, I hired a trainer, and he shows up at 11 a.m. every 4 days a week, and when he gets there, every single time, it's a hassle because I'm in the middle of something. Right, every time I've got something going on, and I kind of am like annoyed by it that he's there. But we're creating conditions for success, and I make sure that I get down there and I do it. And then every time when I get done with the workout, I'm like, I'm glad I took the time to do that. And so nothing really needed to change with the workout. That was not the problem. The problem was I didn't have the right conditions to start the workout. And so I think this actually reveals a really deep and important thing about habits, which is so much of it is about mastering the art of getting started. It's making it easy to start. In a way, like probably 70% of what's in Atomic Habits are different strategies and different ideas and different tools that help you get started. That makes it starting easier. This trainer who I've been working with now, he came over the other day and he told me, yeah, I had a class in the morning. 8 people were supposed to come, but it was a pretty gross day. It was like rainy and wet and kind of cold, and only 2 people showed up. And I was talking to him about it, and I said, what's interesting to me about that is how little of an edge you need to gain an advantage. Really what we're talking about there is you just need to be okay with being inconvenienced or uncomfortable for like 5 to 10 minutes. Getting dressed, getting through the rain, getting to your car, getting to the gym. The workout is the same that it's always been. It's the same, you're in the same gym that you are in the summer when the weather's beautiful or whatever. So it's really, can you handle that like 5 minutes of inconvenience? And so many things in life are like that. Can you master that little moment? And if you can, and you can still get started, that's when you gain an advantage. Everybody works out on the good days, but on the days when you feel stressed and tired, on the days when the weather's bad and it's kind of inconvenient, on the days when you don't really feel like it, can you show up, even if it's in a small way? One of my little mantras that I try to keep in mind is reduce the scope but stick to the schedule. So the normal scope might be I write for 30 minutes, and then you look up at the clock and you're like, oh, I only have 15. And sometimes what happens in your head is you're like, oh, I don't have enough time to write today. Or you're like, oh, I was planning to work out for 60 minutes, and you look up and you're like, time got away from me, I only have 20 minutes now, I don't have time to go to the gym. It's easy to talk yourself out of it, but reduce the scope, but stick to the schedule. It's like, well, I only got 20 minutes instead of 60, so I'll just get in there and do a couple sets of squats, and that's it. And I've had so many workouts that have been like that, where you're like almost, it's easy to be kind of disappointed you weren't able to do the whole thing that you wanted to do, but you didn't throw up a 0. And if you don't throw up a 0, you maintain the habit, and if you maintain the habit, all you need is time. And so the bad days are more important than the good days in that sense. You need to figure out how do you show up even when it's not optimal.
In that first 5 minutes, I was thinking about all the first 5 minute battles that I've won over the last week, because I lost track of my work. I've been traveling through Asia on this tour I've been doing, got back, fallen off. The motivation doesn't seem to be quite the same as it was before I left. So it's like I'm dragging myself there. The workout to like 4 out of 10, but I went.
Yeah.
And now I think the momentum is building. But that first 5 minute point, is there anything that you've learned, any frameworks, any tactics for making sure you get past that first 5 minutes so you can get into the flow of a habit?
Yeah, there's multiple things. So first thing is, try to prime the environment to make the first action easy. Prime the environment to make the first action easy. So let's say writing, for example. I find that for myself, the biggest point of friction is choosing what to write about. Once I've actually finally settled, this is the thing I'm writing today, then I can get into it and I'm off and running. But I'll sit there for 2 hours just debating whether it's the right thing to be focused on writing or not. Should I work on this chapter? Should I work on something else or whatever? So what I started to do is sometimes I will write the first sentence of what I'm gonna write and just leave it on the Google Doc right there, and then leave. And the next day when I come back, I'm already in, right? Like it's already, the first sentence is already written, so now I'm just writing the next piece of what's coming, rather than trying to choose what to write about. Another one that I've done sometimes is I will write, sometimes I'll write the topic, or I'll write the sentence on a post-it note, and I'll put it on top of the keyboard. And so when I come into the office, it's right there in front of me. I can't, I gotta pick it off the keys to log onto the computer. And so it's like, remember, this is what you're writing about right now. So it's just trying to make these fit in. I have a bunch of readers who do stuff like, except they're running clothes out the night before, so they're right next to the bed. You got your clothes and your shoes there. One woman I just talked to, her at an event, she came up after, and she said, I actually sleep in my running clothes. And I just get out and put her shoes on and goes right out the door. But you're trying to prime the environment to make the action easy. Okay, so how can you set up the spaces that you're in to prime those habits? I think one really interesting question to ask, walk into the rooms where you spend most of your time each day, your office, your living room, your bedroom, and then look around and ask yourself, what is the space designed to encourage? What behaviors are easy here? What behaviors are obvious here? And the good habits that you say you want to build, are those the path of least resistance? Is that the obvious thing in this environment? And if not, maybe you can make some adjustments to try to make the good habit easier and the distractions maybe a little bit harder. So that's first thing, prime the environment to make the action easy. Second thing is, if there's like one principle that is probably the single most important for building habits, it's make it easy. Just scale it down and make it easy. I refer to it sometimes as the 2-minute rule. So take whatever habit you're trying to work on, you scale it down to something that takes 2 minutes or less to do. So read 30 books a year becomes read 1 page. Or do yoga 4 days a week becomes take out my yoga mat. Sometimes I will mention this to people and they resist a little bit. They're like, okay, buddy, like, the real goal isn't just to take my yoga mat out. No, I'm actually trying to do the workout. So this is some kind of mental trick, and I know it's a trick, then why would I fall for it, basically? But there's this guy, I mentioned him in Atomic Habits, his name's Mitch, and he went to the gym, and for the first 6 weeks, he had this strange little rule for himself where he wasn't allowed to stay for longer than 5 minutes. So he'd get in the car, drive to the gym, get out, do half an exercise, get back in the car, drive home. And you're like, this sounds silly, right? Clearly, this is not going to get the guy the results that he wants. But what you realize is that he was mastering the art of showing up. Right? He was becoming the type of person that went to the gym 4 days a week, even if it was only for 5 minutes. And so I think this is kind of a deep truth about habits, which is a habit must be established before it can be improved. It has to become the standard in your life before you optimize and scale it up into something more. There's that quote from Ed Lattimore where he says the heaviest weight at the gym is the front door. There are a lot of things in life that are like that. And so by trying to make it easy to master, easy to get started, then you're in the game. Now you're in the arena. There's all kinds of things you can improve from there.
I remember Jordan Peterson talking about some of his clinical patients and referring to one in particular who was in a room full of junk and couldn't leave the room because of a certain fear and certain psychological problems he had. And Jordan saying that day one, they just brought the Hoover into the room and that was it. Day two, they plugged the Hoover in and that was it. And then by day like 30, the guy's out of the room is clean, and he's walking around outside for the first time in months or years. And he goes on to say that the reason why people don't get started is because the first step is so embarrassing. People think that it's not worth it, or that it's like shameful to do. It's like almost like patronizingly embarrassing. And I've always kept that in mind since then, and when, from your work as well, just that assume the first steps are like embarrassingly small.
There's this process called habit shaping, which is basically like that. Like if you want to run a half marathon, the first day, the step might be to put on your running shoes. And then the second day, the step is to like walk outside the front door. And the third day, the step is to go around the block. And you're just like gradually shaping into this larger habit. But there's this thing that happens when people think about building better habits. I think particularly ambitious people, it's very easy to get excited about all the changes you can make. You start thinking, even if you don't say this explicitly, you think like, what would peak performance look like? If I could really get my habits dialed in, what could I do? And you start imagining 5, 6, 7 things that you would do and what all of them would look like in the perfect form and so on. And I think instead of asking ourselves, what could I do on my best day? It's better to start by asking, what can I stick to even on bad days? And that becomes your baseline. That becomes the first step. And now that you have this floor that is achievable, even when you're tired, even when you're exhausted, even when you don't have much time, now you can show up and feel like you're succeeding. And then you can progress from there. One of the most motivating feelings to the human mind is feeling of progress. If you feel like you're making progress, even if it's smaller than what you ultimately hope to do, you have every reason to move forward. But often we become like a victim of our expectations. We spend all this time optimizing the perfect plan and then expect things to go perfectly out of the gate. And you had it so built up in your mind that once you don't hit that mark in that first or second or third day, it falls apart.
And you talked earlier about sitting there for 2 hours thinking about what to write. I think I've learned through business in the first iteration of my career where I worked with CEOs and executives that were planning marketing campaigns that actually, in hindsight, often the biggest cost it wasn't being wrong. It was the time you waste making a decision. You see this, you've interacted with so many big corporations.
Yeah.
Like they spend 18 months thinking about waiting for Joanna to come back from annual leave to get procurement to sign off the thing. And I worked with this one particular founder during that season of my life where I was working with his dad and him, and his dad would take 9 months because the company was so big. His son would interrupt me halfway through the idea and call us all in and say, do it now. And he taught me that actually in life the biggest cost is the time you waste making a decision. And I think about that with my own habits. I think sometimes sitting around thinking about whether I'm going to run today is costing me much more than doing working. And do you think about how you kill that mental debate? Like, is that an effective strategy, try and kill the debate and not make a decision per se?
Yeah, so speed is perpetually undervalued, that's for sure. Life is short, and so the sooner that you make decisions, the sooner you get information. Now, I will say, I have a little framework that I call hats, haircuts, and tattoos, and this is how I kind of think about it. So a lot of decisions are like hats. You try one hat, if you don't like it, take it off, and try another. Just real quick, you get some information. Speed is most important. Move quickly, get some information, learn something. If it was wrong, it's not that big of a deal. Just take it off and put a new hat on. Haircut is a little bit trickier. It's a decision that you have to live with for a little bit. Like you're okay if you get a bad haircut, but you're gonna have to live with it for a month or two. It's gonna take a little bit of time for it to grow out. And so it's probably not a big deal to be scared of getting a bad haircut. I think a lot of people probably talk themselves out of it. It's like you'll be fine in a month. It's fine. Tattoos are trickier. You get a tattoo, you gotta live with that choice. It's permanent. And so if really what we're getting at here is the choice reversible or is the choice irreversible? If the choice is easy to reverse, speed is most important. You should move fast. If it's hard to reverse and you gotta live with it, then you need to think carefully before you make a call. And I think probably what you're seeing through some of your experiences is that most decisions in life are hats and haircuts. It's very rare that you end up with a tattoo.
But we treat them all like tattoos.
I think in particular we are scared, particularly the bad haircuts. I think the ones that like linger for just a little bit, but not that long. It's gonna take you a month to fix this if you get it wrong. But like that's fine. A month's gonna pass anyway. And so it's not that big of a deal. But we act like it's a bigger deal than it is.
Is there a particular case study or story from Atomic Habits community member or someone that reads your newsletter that has been the most impactful for you?
There's not a single one. There are lots that I'm like proud of or really excited by, ones I'm surprised by. I heard from a guy the other day. He was the head coach at St. Olaf's University in Minnesota and men's soccer. And when he came in, their record was something like 5 and 13, and they were like near the bottom of the standings. And he was like, I read Atomic Habits right around the time I took this job, and we came up with systems for everything we did. We taught our players systems for how they tie their shoes and cleats to get ready for the game. We taught them systems for how they prep for practice. We taught them systems for their role in the field. And gradually they improved each year, 5 and 13, then they went like 8 and 8, and then the next year after that they won the conference, and then the year after that they went to the NCAA Sweet 16, and then 5 years later they won the national championship. Of course, stuff like that's awesome to hear about, right? They went from 5 wins, and then 5 years later they win the national title. But the ones that matter to me the most are the ones that I hear from somebody and they say, I finally feel better. I feel different. I look in the mirror and I'm like proud of who I am, or my kids tell me that they're excited to see the change in me, or things like that. And that's what it's always been about. It's always been about becoming the type of person that you want to be. And so I think anytime I hear stories like that, I think it's exciting.
So when this was it a coach or was it?
Yeah, Travis Wall is the head coach at St. Olaf's. He's the head coach at Kenyon now.
So he talked about systems there. Most of us think about to-do lists and goals and those kinds of things. What is the difference between a system and a goal?
I was very goal-driven for a long time. I mean, I probably still am. I don't think there's any way to get around to the fact that we all have goals and think about the outcomes we want and so on. But a goal is about the outcome that you want to achieve, and a system is about the process for getting there. And so your goal is the target, the outcome, the thing you're shooting for. Your system is the collection of daily habits that you follow. And if there is ever a gap between your goal and your system, if there's ever a gap between your desired outcome and your daily habits will always win. And so almost by definition, your current habits are perfectly designed to deliver your current results. If you want to see like where you're going to end up, just follow the trajectory of your habits. What's the process you've been running the last 6 months or year, 2 years, and they've carried you almost inevitably to the outcomes that you have right now. Now, I'm not saying that habits are the only thing that matter in life, right? Like strategy matters, luck, randomness, those misfortune, those things can influence the outcome. But by definition, luck and randomness are not under your control, and your habits are. And the only reasonable, rational approach in life is to focus on the pieces that are within your control. So I think goals can be good for setting a sense of direction. They're good for clarity, especially if you have a team, get everybody rowing in the same direction. But once you've decided what the goal is, you should basically set it on the shelf, metaphorically speaking, and spend the vast majority of your time focused on building a better system. How are the habits we're executing each day moving us closer to this outcome that we want? And so where I've come, after talking about this for 5 or 6 years now since the book's been out, where I've come down to is, goals are best for people who care about winning once. Systems are best for people who care about winning repeatedly. If you really want to make progress again and again, if you want to get to the top and stay at the top, you need some process for staying up there, some collection of habits that's going to keep this machine running. So this is why I say in the book, we don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our systems.
But as you're talking, I was thinking so much about business and founders and entrepreneurs because they all have big goals. Like, we want to build the best AI app or the best, restaurant. And they stay really focused on those. But the greatest founders that I think I've met and interviewed on the show are actually really orientated on like what you call in the book first principles and systems. Is there a way to become more orientated towards systems and thinking about first principles, like the habits that lead to the goal? Or is it just so that some people have it? Because Elon Musk is always talking about first principles, and he thinks sometimes of building a system.
I do think some of it is personality and like what's exciting to you to think about. Like some people are very future oriented and like thinking about what the systems are and what that would lead them to and so on, or more process oriented. But there are a number of questions that you can ask that can help you figure out like what systems you should be focused on. So like a couple of the ones I like. One question is, can my current habits carry me to my desired future? So, like you have a bunch of habits you're following right now. What path are you on? Can your current habits take you there? And it could be either way. Like sometimes the answer is yes, and what you need is patience. You just need to keep staying on the path. But sometimes the answer is no. Then obviously something needs to change. You're hoping for one outcome, but then you're following a different lifestyle. So to want the outcome without the lifestyle is to like torture yourself. And what really matters is not do you want the result. Anybody would like the result if you just hand it to them. The question is, do you want the lifestyle? One of the little things I try to do whenever I have a new business project I'm thinking about or something I'm excited about potentially doing, the first question I ask is, how do I want to spend my days? And so then you like draw a box, and inside that box, how can we make the most money, reach the most people, make the biggest impact, make the contribution you want to make, but not outside of it. And what happens a lot of times is people do that in reverse. They start by asking, how can we make the most money or reach the most people or make the biggest impact? And then they decide, oh, this is what I want to do, but it's actually outside of how they want to spend their days. And it's not going to work out well because, it goes back to our point previously about, is this fun? If they don't want to spend their time that way, you're just grinding for a little while and eventually it's not going to work. That's the key for building systems that really work is this how you want to spend your days? The person who wants to live the lifestyle is much better positioned to get the result.
You say that there are multiple problems with goals as a rubric for thinking about what to do or what to aim for. One of them is that winners and losers have the same goals.
Everybody wants the results. Let's say you have 100 people apply for a job. You got a new job opening. Presumably, every candidate has a goal of getting the job. The goal is not the thing that determines the outcome. So the person who wins and the 99 people who lose, they have the same goals. You look at the Olympic Games. Presumably, any event, everybody who's competing has the goal of winning the Olympic medal, right? Of winning the gold. So the goal is not the thing that makes the difference. So again, winners and losers have the same goals. So if they have the same goals, they cannot be the thing that make the difference in their performance. It has to be something else. Maybe having a goal is part of it. Maybe it's necessary, but it's not sufficient for the outcome that you want. And for that, what you need is a system. You need a collection of habits that are going to make the difference and accumulate into a bigger outcome.
You say goals restrict your happiness.
There's some implicit promise internally that once I get to this goal, then I'll be happy. Once I write a New York Times bestseller, then I'll feel better about it. Once I achieve this certain number on the scale, then I'll be happy with my body. Once I get to $1 million in revenue, then I'll be happy with the business. And so you're kind of constantly pushing happiness off to the next milestone and thinking that once you get there, then finally you'll be satisfied. But I think, in fact, the better way to do it is to fall in love with the process, fall in love with the lifestyle. Then you can be happy along the way and still achieve the goals as you go, still achieve the milestones. For a long time, I had trouble with this question of, do I have to be dissatisfied if I want to be driven?
Yeah.
You have to be dissatisfied to be driven. Because to me, I felt like there's where I'm at right now, and there's where I want to be. And so there's this gap, and that gap is dissatisfaction. That gap is, you want it to change, you want it to close. And it's also what is motivating, driving you, is to try to close that gap. And so the healthiest answer, maybe the answer is yes, I don't know. But the healthiest answer that I've come up with is, imagine like an acorn falls from a tree. It manages to take root, becomes a seedling and then a sapling, and eventually grows into this mature oak tree. And at no point in that process, when it was just an acorn, it wasn't criticizing itself for not being a sapling. It was just a sapling, it wasn't criticizing itself for not being an oak. It wasn't dissatisfied with where it was at. And nobody came over and was criticizing it for, oh, I can't believe you're not a full-grown tree yet. But it kept growing the whole time. So simultaneously you have this thing where it was both perfect at each stage that it was at. Nothing was wrong, and yet it continued to grow. And the reason is because that's just what an oak tree does. That's what it is encoded to do. It is encoded for growth. And so when I look at myself, I think if I put myself in the right position, that's how I feel about it. I'm perfectly happy with where I'm at each stage, and yet I'm encoded to grow, right? I'm encoded to keep going. And so I can both be driven and be satisfied. I can both be appreciative of the moment and still moving forward. And I think that works best when you find that thing. Sometimes we call it your strengths. Sometimes we might say it's what you're encoded to do. But when you find that thing that's well aligned for you. And if you do find that, then you can have both of those.
I love that. And I think with age and maturity, I've gotten closer to being in that region where I'm well aware nothing is going to make me happier at all. Like no accomplishment, nothing's going to change anything. But at the same time, I'm still striving. And that does feel like a contradiction to some degree. It feels like, how can those two things be true at the same time? They're striving for things that won't really move the needle in any way. The difference I see between like me and something in nature is that the thing in nature probably is comparing itself on Instagram to like everyone else. And I understand humans to be like comparison machines, kind of how we understand the value of things. Like I understand the value of the steak on a menu by the cheap steak and the most expensive one. So I think the middle one is probably right. Do you think much about comparison as a motivating or demotivating force in this picture?
I think it can be very helpful, and it can also be very harmful. So it's just sort of a sense of how to use it. I tend to find it better if you compare small things. So if you compare marketing strategies, or squat form, or writing style, or the first sentence of each chapter, like how do I have a good intro? If you compare tactics, then that can be really helpful for building skills and for developing your ability. If you compare big things, marriage, net worth, things like that, it's like that's just kind of a recipe for ending up unhappy. Because as the scale gets bigger, things get more vague. There's so many things involved in marriage, and so or net worth or whatever. You just see one little slice, and you are trying to compare these two big things, but you don't even know what the full picture is. And so comparison is like the teacher of skills when it's applied narrowly, but it's the thief of joy when it's applied broadly.
Makes sense, yeah. Earlier when you said that ambitious people, they have lots of aspirations, lots of habits they want to start, I was thinking about myself and thinking, there's probably 30 habits that I would like to acquire. I want to be better at writing, I want to be a runner, I want to be better at speaking, I want to be a better friend and be more attentive with my friends and make sure I text them on their birthdays and shit, all of these new habits that I want to pursue. How does one know which one to aim for first? Is there a framework for knowing?
Yeah, there's some things that you can do. I don't think, to your point earlier about sometimes the riskiest things just take a long time making the decision. Maybe you should just pick one and work on it, and then you can get on to the next one. But I do think there's some level of strategy, which is a good place to start is by asking yourself which habits are upstream from other good things happening. So, for example, I know that if you were maybe the question to start with is when you live a good day, when you feel dialed in, when things are like rolling along well for you, what tends to be part of that day? Okay, great. So that's I would say for me, sleep is definitely one. I would say getting my workout in, and usually reading and writing are part of it. But I think I could just boil it down to reading. If I just read like 10 pages, that often sparks the writing. So reading is like the fuel for writing for me. So I could say get a workout in and read for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Those are the two things that are part of a good day. And what happens is they're upstream from a lot of other good things happening. For example, if I get the workout in, yeah, I feel good. I get the benefits of the workout. But I also have a post-workout high for like an hour or two, so my focus and concentration is better. I sleep better at night because I got the workout in and now I'm tired. I tend to eat better when I work out. It's when I'm not working out that I eat terribly. It's just like, I don't know, it's kind of like I don't want to waste it or something. So at no point was I trying to build better focus habits or sleep habits or nutrition habits. Those just came kind of as a natural consequence of getting the workout in. So what are those things that you do that are upstream from other good things happening? I think those are good like anchor habits to start and focus on. If I could add another one for myself, I would say it's a little bit of time. It's really just time to think, but it's time to reflect and review. There's this interesting thing that happens if you have a really good work ethic, if you have a strong work ethic, and working hard has gotten you far in life. It kind of becomes a crutch. For a long time, I was like, if I ever had a problem, I was like, well, I'll just work my way out of it. Just work hard on it until I figure it out. And that's great. That's really powerful for a lot of things. But at some point, it breaks. Like you can maybe, if you really try, maybe you can work 10% harder or 20% harder, but there's some limit. But if you work on the right thing, well, you can get 100x the result or 1000x the result. And so if you just keep your head down and work hard, it's very unlikely that you'll be spending your time in the highest and best way. And the only way to figure that out is to have time to reflect and review, time to think. So you need enough time to think to figure out what should I be focused on next. And so I think that is it's almost reflection and review is almost like the meta habit that is above all others, because if you give yourself time to reflect and review, then you can troubleshoot your habits and figure out how to adjust them.
I was thinking as you're saying that time to reflect and review is actually also a review of are my current systems moving me closer? Because when you're talking about that, I was thinking times in my life where I was so close to like the picture and I was so in the trenches doing the thing that I hadn't come up to even say, actually, is there a system I can put in place to solve this problem over the next 5 or 10 years? Like, for example, is there a person I need to hire? So actually, should I go into the hiring process versus being there fixing the problem myself? Should I spend 10 hours this week on hiring a candidate to do this, or should I be doing it? But sometimes you get so caught up in the trenches, especially when things are tough and difficult and moving very quickly, that you don't review your systems. And also, when you talk about systems, I think about how systems sometimes expire.
Sure. Yeah.
Because things change.
That's a great point, and I think this is probably one of the most overlooked things with habits. A lot of times when someone sits down and they want to build a new habit, they don't say this, but what they kind of assume is what it would mean to be successful with this habit is that I do it for the rest of my life. And that if at some point I'm not doing it, then that must mean that I failed or I quit on it. But that's not how it is at all. Like, things have a season, and so habits have to change shape over time. Let's take my writing habit, for example. The habit that launched my career was I wrote a new article every Monday and Thursday, and I did that for 3 years. So the first 3 years, 150 articles, write twice a week. That was a great habit. They were like 2,000 word pieces or so. But then I signed the book deal for Atomic Habits. I didn't have the capacity to do that and also write the book, so that had to change. I wrote the book for like 3 years, and then the book came out, and now I write a newsletter once a week, and that's much shorter. But I kind of feel like my writing habit is maintained that whole time. It just changed shape. But that's fine. It just needed to shift based on the season. But I don't know. People, they get so attached to one form of habit sometimes that they don't realize it's no longer serving them. And I think that's one of the trickier things to give up is a habit that used to be good for you, that used to work well, that no longer serves you in your current season. I find that I'm kind of a slow learner with that.
I guess parents can probably really relate because they're forced to basically change their goals, and therefore their systems would have to. I mean, you're a father of 3, so you probably know this much better than I do. But has there been systems that you've had to do?
I think there's lots of inflection points in life. So having kids is one of them. Starting a new job, moving to a new city, it could be big stuff like that. I just talked to a mother who her kids moved out, so she's now an empty nester. She's like, last 25 years I've been parenting all these kids, and now finally they're all out. But it feels, in some sense, it almost feels like a loss of identity. Like I thought it was one thing, now feels like things have shifted. But also it just signals an inflection point in life and the new season that you're in. And when your seasons change, your habits often need to change with it.
You talk about this 4 burners theory. I guess dovetails into what we're talking about here, where you use this to kind of think about what habits to pursue in any season of life, but also a phrase I've heard so often, specifically from mothers on the show, comes to mind, which is that you can't have it all at the same time. I've heard that I think 4 or 5 times, different mothers in particular, which says something about society.
Yeah.
Have said to me that they've had to realize that they can't have it all at the same time.
For sure. So this is not my concept. This is this idea that I came across. It's called the 4 burners theory, and it breaks life into these 4 burners on the stove. So you have work and career as one, you have family, friends, and then personal health, or yourself basically the other. The idea is that for the burners to really be going well, you can't have all 4 on at the same time.
And burn
have to choose the stove. Yeah, the stove top. So you can choose. You could have 3 going on at kind of like a mid-level, but if you really want them to do well, you can only have 2 on at the same time. And who knows? I don't know if it's true or not or whatever, but it's an interesting idea. And what it does is it gets you to realize, a fundamental part of life is trade-offs, and you cannot be good at everything at the same time. So this is true across projects. You try to do 7 things at once, spreading yourself thin in 7 different ways. Very hard to be excellent. For me, what I think about is life has a series of seasons, and life has a series of sequences. So let's say it's not always exactly 10 years, but let's say the big movements in life are roughly 10-year buckets, right? So like for me building my first business, that was kind of like a 10-year thing, and eventually led to the launch of Atomic Habits. You maybe get 5 or 6 of those in your adult life. Some of those things make sense to do in a different order than others. Like, if you want to travel the world and see a bunch of places and party on Ibiza, you're probably not going to do that in your 60s. You know, like, I mean, you can. There's nobody's saying you can't, but some things are probably better sequenced in other, in other spots. Obviously, there's, especially for women, there's a certain limit on if you want to have a family, what decades that happens in. So yeah, it's just a matter of sequencing and prioritization. You look at the tapestry of your life. What do you want the big movements to be, and where do those seasons need to slot in? Yeah, there is no right answer, but it's interesting that as soon as you realize it's a finite number, and as soon as you realize that trade-offs are always going to be a reality, you have to deal with that in some way. I decided that right now when my kids are young, like I'm going to turn the career burner down, and that's fine. It's not going to be how it was for the last 10 years, but that's okay because they're only 5 once. They're only turning 6 once. They only go to second grade once, and I want to be there for all that. So there are always trade-offs.
I think that sequence point is super interesting. Got me thinking because you're right, there are sort of some constraints, whether they're biological constraints, or in the case of your kids, like just natural constraints. That mean this season can only happen now.
Here, right?
Yeah.
There's also some things like, both of us are fairly young entrepreneurs. I'm so glad that I started this in my 20s rather than my 50s. Doesn't mean you can't do it in your 50s. There's nobody's saying you can't. It's just that it makes things a lot easier for the next decade. It's easier for me to be there for my kids now because I have control of my time because I did the business part in the previous decade. And so
the risks.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean it's always going to work out or whatever. It doesn't mean that you're going to be able to perfectly plan it all. But you just see how the sequences can stack up in that way.
And how important do you think, when we talk about habits, do you think repetition is? Because there's so many of these sort of well-known concepts or frameworks in habit formation. One of them is that habits take roughly 66 days. One of them is that it's about repetition. Does repetition really matter?
It definitely does. I mean, repetition is how habits form. The 66 days number comes from one study that came out that found that on average it took about 66 days to build a habit. If you look at the study, the range is pretty wide. So if you pick something really simple, like drinking a glass of water at lunch each day, that might only take 2 or 3 weeks to form. If you look at something more complicated, like going for a run after work every day, that might take 7 or 8 or 9 months to form. And so I don't know that 66 days really tells you anything. It doesn't tell you that this is how long it's going to take for your habit to stick. I mean, the range is wide. Sometimes when people ask me how long does it take to form a habit, my answer is forever. Because if you stop doing it, then it's no longer a habit. And what I'm kind of getting at with that is that habits are not a finish line to be crossed. They're a lifestyle to be lived. And so we approach our habits as if it's a finish line. Oh, let me do this 30-day cleanse and then I'll be healthy. Let me do this 90-day sprint and then the product will be shipped. I won't have to worry about it anymore. And it's like most things in life, especially the big important things, they're endless. They're endless battles. So just because you went to the gym yesterday earns you no bonus points for tomorrow. Like you still have to show up tomorrow. Just because you were a good spouse yesterday earns you no bonus points for tomorrow. Stuff you loving and caring again. And so all the things that really matter are endless battles, and it's not about crossing a finish line. It's about living that kind of lifestyle. And so yes, it is true that repetition matters, and yes, it is true that the habits will become more seamless and automatic and maybe a little less effortful as you repeat them more. But that doesn't mean that you'll never have to think about them or worry about them again.
Do you think much about what's going on in the brain when repetition occurs? Like, what is it that's making it easier? If I've been on a roll with the gym, I've been going for 60 days in a row. Why does it feel easier on day 61?
That's a tricky question because if you were to talk to an academic and they would tell you like a habit is this automatic non-conscious behavior, really quick, simple things like brushing your teeth, tying your shoes, every time you pick up a pair of barbecue tongs, you got to tap them together twice, like stuff you don't even really think about, okay? That's actual habitual behavior. But if I were to ask you, what are some habits you're trying to build? You would say, I'm trying to go to the gym 4 days a week. I'm trying to write every morning. I'm trying to meditate, 5 days a week or whatever. And I know what you mean when you say that. You mean I want it to be this routine, this practice that I do consistently. But like writing every day is never going to be mindless the way that brushing your teeth is. Going to the gym is not going to be automatic the way that tying your shoes might be. And so the things that there's a little bit of sloppiness in the word habits and how we use it in life. They're not automatic mindless routines most of the time. Most of the things that we want to be habits are not like reflexes. They're routines and rituals that we do consistently. So having said that, it is true that after you've gone to the gym for a month or two, it does start to get easier. And I think there's a number of forces that kind of work in your favor there. One is you figured a lot out about what it takes to get into the gym. What time am I going? What route do I take? How do I pack my bag? Do I need to bring a water bottle or is there a water fountain at the gym? Like all those sorts of things are little one-time costs that you got to figure out early on. That once you're into a pattern, you already know them. The water bottle thing sounds like a small thing. I heard from someone who said, I always forget to bring my water bottle and they don't have water fountains at this gym. So like I sometimes skip a workout because of that. It's like it's remarkable how little friction it takes to pull us off course. And so figuring out all of those things is something that once you're a month or two in, you've crossed you've fought all those battles, but you know how to do it. So that makes it easier. The other thing is you start to build friendships, start to build connections, you start to know the people there, you feel comfortable there. There's this concept Stephen Pressfield talks about where, if you have a wolf and it's roaming around, eventually it starts to feel like it has its territory. And early on in the process, a creative process, writing a book, whatever, you go into the office the first time to write the first chapter of the book and you kind of feel uncomfortable. It feels like it's not you yet. You go to the gym on the first day, you feel like people are judging you. Do I look stupid? I don't know how to do this. But after a while, it becomes your territory. It's just like the wolf. It starts to feel like your home court. And so that familiarity, I think, also makes it much easier to stick to habits, once you start to feel comfortable there. And that takes a little bit of time. And then the last piece is identity. The more that you start to follow this habit, the more you repeat a habit, the more you reinforce being that type of person, the more you start to have that element of your story. I think this is one of the most important things for building habits and getting habits to stick, which is how your habits reinforce your desired identity. We often start by asking, what do I wish to achieve? But I think what we really should start with is, who do I wish to become? What are my actions reinforcing? What are my actions taking me closer toward? In a sense, every action you take is like a vote for the type of person you wish to become. So, no, doing one push-up does not transform your body, but it does cast a vote for I'm the type of person who doesn't miss workouts. And no, writing one sentence does not finish a novel, but it does cast a vote for I'm a writer. And no, sending one bit of positive feedback does not make you like the world's best leader, but it does cast a vote for I'm the type of leader who cares about their teammates. And individually, those are small things, but collectively, you build up this body of evidence for being that kind of person. It's a little bit different than what you often hear. Like you often hear people say something like, fake it till you make it. And I don't necessarily have anything wrong with fake it till you make it. Like it's asking you to believe something positive about yourself. But behavior and beliefs are a two-way street. And so what you believe influences the actions you'll take, and the actions you take also influences what you will believe. And my encouragement, my suggestion is to start with the action, to let the behavior lead the way. Make one sales call or meditate for 1 minute or do one push-up and let that in that moment be evidence that you were that type of person. If you go outside today and you shoot a basketball for 5 minutes, you don't instantly think, oh, I'm a basketball player. But if you do it every day for the next 3 months or 6 months or a year, at some point you cross this invisible threshold where you have to admit, I guess playing basketball is like kind of an important part of who I am. You know, I guess it's part of my identity. And once you adopt a habit as part of your story, once it becomes part of how you see yourself, it's not just like I need to go for a run. It's like I'm a runner. You know, I do this because it's part of who I am. Then you'll fight to maintain the habit. Right? Like then it becomes easier for it to stick. And so the connection between habits and identity, I think, is ultimately how you really get habits to stick for the long run.
It reminds me of a study I was reading recently that said if you speak to someone in terms of giving them an identity versus using a word as an adjective, the behavior curse. So an example would be, if you do something for me and I say, do you know what, James, you are a kind person. In the studies, people become more kind. But if I say that was kind, or that action was kind, people are less kind. So if I can give you feedback that embodies your identity, then you're more likely for that behavior to occur. So with my team, and this is maybe giving a bit of the game away, I will often refer to them as an identity. I will say, you are an innovator. You are an experimenter. Because from the studies I've read, that increases the probability that they embody that identity.
There's another study that did it for voting. So people were more likely to go and vote if you said, like, I'm a voter. You got them to identify as I'm a voter rather than are you voting today. And so same thing. There's an example in Atomic Habits I talk about. Imagine two people who are trying to quit smoking, you know, and so the first person gets offered a cigarette and they say, oh, no, thanks, I'm trying not to smoke. And the second person gets offered and they say, oh, no, thanks, I'm not a smoker. And so the first person is trying to resist something that they still see themselves as. But the second person no longer sees themselves as the type of person who smokes. And some of the evidence and research suggests that once you adopt those identities, it's easier for you to stick to the behavior.
Reminds me of the research from Leon Festinger, the guy that came up with the term cognitive dissonance. The way I understand the concept of cognitive dissonance is that if I have a perceived identity of myself and something external threatens that or challenges it, we're not good at living in contradiction. I'm not good at, so for example, I'm an accountant right now, and I hear that AI is doing accountancy work amazingly well. Now I've invested 10 years in that accountancy degree, and I see myself as a great accountant. My sort of initial reaction will probably be to either dismiss my current identity as a great accountant, that's going to have a great career in the future, or to dismiss the AI. And he talks, people that have studied his work talk about how we're very poor at being able to hold two contradictory things to be true at the same time. So we tend to protect our identity.
And yes, there's something incredibly powerful about this that also ties into habits, which is that a lot of our identity, not the whole thing, but large portions of our identity are tied to our relationships. You know, I'm a father, I'm a husband, and so like it's the connection that we have with others. Our social bonds influence the picture that we have of ourselves. This is something that widely influences our habits. You know, so we are all part of multiple groups. Sometimes that group is large, like what it means to be American, or what it means to be British. Sometimes that group is small, like what it means to be a neighbor on your street, or a member of this family, or a member of the local CrossFit gym. But all of the groups that you belong to, large and small, have a set of shared expectations for how you act, have a set of social norms for what you do in that group. And when your habits go with the grain of the expectations of the group, they're pretty attractive. You know, like you want to stick to them, you get praised and rewarded for it, you fit in. And when they go against the grain of the expectations of the group, they're kind of unattractive, and you get criticized, and it doesn't feel good. And so if people have to choose between, I have habits that I want, but I'm cast out, I'm ostracized, I'm criticized. Or I have habits that I don't really love, but I fit in, I belong, I'm part of something. Most of the time, the desire to belong overpowers the desire to improve. And so you want to do something different, but you also know you're going to be heavily criticized for it. You're going to at least add friction to your relationships. And we don't want to live with that dissonance of I can have this, but I also create friction here. One of the lessons, I think, one of the big takeaways if you want to build better habits and get habits to stick, particularly for the long run, is you want to join groups where your desired behavior is the normal behavior. Join groups where you can rise together, where the people that you're surrounded by have the type of habits that you want to have.
It reminds me of this thing that appeared in Jeff Bezos' shareholder letter about persisting equilibrium.
I didn't know about this guy.
So in Jeff Bezos' shareholder letter, he writes to shareholders that when referring to Amazon's ability and desire and need to innovate for the future, he says he makes a comparison to Richard Dawkins' book called I think it's the Blind Clock Maker.
Blind Watchman.
Yeah. And says that essentially all living organisms live in this constant battle to resist their equilibrium. And actually death itself is when we become our environment. Because right now me and you have a huge amount of energy expenditure to be different from our environment in terms of temperature, in terms of acidity, etc. And he's making a comparison which sounds a lot like what you just said, that if you want to, that all living organisms are in this constant battle to be different from our environment. And the more different our environment is, the harder the fight. So if I go to the desert, my body has to put out even more energy to be a different temperature, to be a different sort of acidity than the environment. But if I want to make my life easier, make that fight easier, then go into an environment where my environment is the same as my internal state.
That's great. I think that punchline of the more different your environment is from the habits that you want to build or from whatever equilibrium you're trying to achieve, the harder you will have to fight to maintain. And that is a fight that you can do for, I don't know, a day, a week, a month, but it's some limited amount of time. At some point, it just is draining to try to grind against the environment all the time. Sometimes I view environment, both physical and social, almost like a form of gravity. You know, like the physical environment that we're in right now, okay, it's always nudging you in certain directions. Like I'm sitting in this chair right now talking to you. I could be sitting anywhere else, but I would have to sit on the floor, right? The environment of the chair is ushering me to this spot. It's almost like a form of gravity pulling me here rather than getting me to go somewhere else. When we leave this room, if I wanted, I could try to do something crazy and break through a wall or climb to the ceiling or whatever, but I'm going to go through the door because that's where the environment is naturally nudging me toward. It's where that behavior happens easily. And all of our spaces are like that. You're always being kind of pulled toward what is natural and easy and consistent in that environment. So how can you prime your environment to make those the things you want to do? That's for physical environment. Social environment is the same. You know, you're always kind of being pulled toward what the behaviors are that are natural there. What are the social norms? What are the things that people get praised and rewarded for? What is the culture typically calling you to do? And that's where I think the answer is you want to surround yourself with groups who have the behaviors you want to have. Join groups where your desired behavior is normal. If it's normal in that group, then you can rise together.
So I mean, that must mean getting rid of certain people in one's life, and sometimes those people have to get rid of because their families, their mums, their dads.
Sure. And I'm a little, sometimes you hear people say things like, fire your friends, or whatever. Like, and I'm not all the way there. I think that, yes, it is true. Sometimes you have, an extreme circumstance was a particularly toxic person or something like that. And yeah, like, you probably maybe should not be around them. And that does lead very hard decisions. But I would say for the majority of life and the majority of your relationships, what we're really talking about here is not getting rid of relationships. We're talking about finding specific places where that habit can thrive. So here's some examples. There's a number of studies that have shown that it tends to be easier to build a new habit in a new environment. So for example, first let me back up. There's an interesting way to define what a habit is, which is that it is a behavior that is tied to a particular context. So for example, your habit of watching Netflix might be tied to the context of your couch at 7 p.m. And whenever you walk into your living room, you're by your couch and it's in the evening, you're kind of naturally being pulled toward picking up the remote and doing that because that's the context the habit happens in. So if you want to build a new habit, and again, these studies have found that it tends to be easier to build a new habit in a new environment. Well, let's say you want to start a habit of journaling. Well, you walk into your living room in the evening and you sit down on the couch and you're like, I'm going to start journaling, but you're naturally, your brain's kind of like, well, it's time to pick up the remote, turn on the TV. That doesn't always mean that you need a brand new space, like a new building or a new room to do every habit in. But you could do something like you get a chair and put it in the corner of the room, and that becomes the journaling chair. And the only thing you do when you sit in that chair is you journal for 5 minutes. So now you have a new context that is tied to the behavior that you want to perform. And in the social sense, so this is what we were talking about previously, you want to be able to create a space that is a safe place for that environment, for that habit to live, or for that habit to thrive, let's say. Sometimes those spaces are ready-made. Like, let's say you want to do yoga 4 days a week, but you look around your family or your friends and your partner, nobody else is interested. They don't want to do it too. You do it in the living room, you kind of get made fun of, or you're stepping on other people's space, so like, I'm trying to do stuff in here too. It's just kind of inconvenient. Well, you can go to a yoga studio, and that's a place where, for that hour, you can be surrounded by a group where your desired behavior is normal. You don't have to fire any of your friends, and you can just go to a place where that habit can thrive. And I think each habit likes to have that. It likes to have somewhere where it can exist in a way that's going to be supported or in a way where the environment makes it easy. Sometimes the environment is ready-made like that. Other times it's not. So for me, one of the most useful things I did in my entrepreneurial career, I had no entrepreneurs in my family, no authors. So I had this thing that I kind of wanted to do, but I didn't have anybody close to me that I could look to. First 6 months I was an entrepreneur, I sent like 300 cold emails just to other people that were like a year or two ahead of me. Someone who seemed like you're actually doing this thing where you've got this online audience and you're writing about stuff you like. Maybe 30 people got back to me. I did like a little Zoom call or whatever, and we chatted and connected. And then I met some of them at a conference like 6 months later. So I was 6 months in, I knew like maybe 10 people that I met in person, and I had like 30 that I'd reached out to. So now it feels like, okay, at least I know a couple people who've done this thing. And I started hosting these retreats. So once or twice a year, I'd get 6 or 8 authors together, and I'd say, let's just rent an Airbnb, we'll split the cost, and we can talk about how to build an audience, and how to grow your email list, and how to write a book, and launch it, and all the stuff that we were kind of focused on. It was almost always like the best weekend of my year, because I would have 6 months worth of stuff that I could execute on after that was done. That's kind of like going to a yoga studio for yoga, but you had to create space. I was always worried that I was going to look like some dork, like invite everybody and they would all say no or whatever. But everybody wants the same thing. They're all waiting for somebody to create space for like-minded people to get together. So sometimes you need enough courage to create space yourself. But the punchline is the same, which is you're trying to surround yourself with people where your desired behavior is the normal behavior.
I've had so many founders speak to me and say, why didn't this particular ad that I ran on this platform work for me? Maybe the copy wasn't good, the creative wasn't strong. Usually the problem is they're not having the right conversation because that ad never reached the right person. And if you're in B2B marketing, that is much of the game. And this is where LinkedIn ads solves that problem for you. Their targeting is ridiculously specific. You can target by job title, seniority, company size, industry, and even someone's skill set. And their network includes over 1 billion professionals. About 130 million of them are decision makers. So when you use LinkedIn ads, you're putting your brand in front of the right people. And LinkedIn ads also drive the highest B2B return on ad spend across all ad networks in my experience. If you want to give them a try, head over to linkedin.com/diary. And when you spend $250 on your first LinkedIn ads campaign, you'll get an extra $250 credit from me for the next one. That's linkedin.com/diary. Terms and conditions apply. I'm thinking about all the people that are currently sat in a job that they don't like. They're sat in a job in the middle of a big city, they're miserable, they want to go do something else, they want to go be an author, they want to go follow in your footsteps, they want to build a business, a media business, for example, but they're so far away from that, they're held in place by their parents' expectations, they're held in place by mortgage and all the things that, life. When they get home every day, they're tired, really, really tired, so it's remained a dream. You must have so many of those people that write to you, that message you, because of what you produce and because of the content that you make. What do you say to those people? Where does one such person start?
One is, I don't think it serves you in any way to just kind of wallow in how hard it is or to talk about how tough. Complaining about how hard it is just makes it harder. So the act of complaining makes a bad situation worse. The act of emphasizing the things that are going well or trying to take, it's kind of this endless game of trying to take your current advantages and gain new advantages. So like early on, most people don't have many advantages. Like I didn't know anybody in the industry, I didn't have any money, I didn't have any experience. But the one advantage I did have was I had time. And so I could use that time to try to gain new advantages. So in my case, I used the time to write 2 articles a week, and I did that for 2 years. I did like kind of freelance gigs on the side to pay the bills and stuff. And eventually that's how I built the audience. And then once I had the audience 2 years later, then I had a new advantage, right? I not only had time, I also had an email list. Now I can go from there and I can get a book deal, and then I have a new advantage. I have a book deal, and then you just kind of like continually use your current advantages to gain new advantages. And I just talked about this for about 20 seconds. That was about 7 years of my life. The span of all that, right? It goes slower than what you want, but it's kind of just that endless game.
It goes slower than you would want. Makes me think about this whole idea of being 1% better every day.
Yeah.
What are the most pertinent parts of understanding that graph?
2 things stand out. All right, so first is this chart is showing what this is showing is if you get 1% better each day for a year, okay, so 1.01 to the 365th power, you get 37 times better by the end of the year. Right, so that's this curve. If you get 1% worse, 0.99 to the 365th power, you drive yourself almost all the way down to 0. Now, a chart like this is just compound interest. Right? It's just a compounding curve. And real life is not exactly like compound interest. Your habits are not exactly like this mathematical formula. But I think this chart does a good job of encapsulating what the process of behavior change feels like. What it's like to try to get a little bit better each day. Because 2 things are true. These are the 2 things that stand out. First, any compounding curve, a hallmark of any compounding process is all the greatest returns are delayed. Right? You are 80% of the way through this curve before it really starts to take off. So all the greatest returns are delayed. The early stuff doesn't feel that impressive. The second is that on day 1, the separation between 0.99 and 1.01 is very small. Right? 1% better, 1% worse is very minor. So on any given day, it's very easy to dismiss, what is the difference between eating something healthy for lunch or eating something unhealthy? Today, basically nothing. Your body looks the same in the mirror at the end of the night. The scale hasn't changed. And there's no evidence. What is the difference between the person who reads for 10 minutes today and the person who doesn't? Basically nothing. Reading for 10 minutes does not make you a genius. But the person who always goes to bed a little bit smarter than they were when they woke up, the person who always takes a little bit of time each day to learn something new, 2 or 5 or 10 years later, that's a meaningful difference in wisdom and insight. And so you see the same pattern again and again throughout life, which is what starts out small, and it's pretty insignificant, easy to dismiss on a daily basis, compounds, multiplies, and improves over time. And so the effects of your habits are delayed. Time will magnify whatever you feed it. So if you have good habits, time becomes your ally. And every day that goes by, you put yourself in a stronger position. If you have bad habits, time becomes your enemy. And every day that goes by, you dig the hole a little bit deeper. And so the real lesson of a chart like this, the real lesson of getting 1% better every day, is not to get wrapped up in the number. It's not like, oh, is it a 1% improvement or 1.6% or whatever. It's not about that. It's an attitude, it's an approach, it's a focus, an emphasis on trajectory rather than position. You know, there's a lot of discussion about position in life. How much money's in my bank account? What's the number on the scale? What's the stock price? What are the quarterly earnings? We have all these measurements and metrics for assessing our current position. And then, if the position isn't what we want it to be, we get frustrated, or we feel guilty, or we judge ourselves, or we get annoyed, or whatever. And what I'm encouraging is to say, listen, just for a minute, let's stop worrying so much about our current position, and instead, focus a little bit more on our current trajectory. Am I getting 1% better or 1% worse? Is the arrow pointed up and to the right, or have we flatlined? So if you're on a good trajectory, all you need is time.
This is almost become a religious belief, because I think for everything you said, it has to become a religious belief because the results are hard to see in the near term. But it is most certainly a religious belief in our team.
I have multiple readers who got tattoos of it, which I was not expecting. I drew this on an index card, and now it's on somebody's body. Yeah, that was definitely surprising.
And it needs that religion because that first part, where you're doing something and there's no progress, there's no evidence of progress.
There is something tricky about this that I think is important. So we all have made this mistake before, which is you can make 1% improvements that accumulate, and you can make 1% improvements that evaporate. Right? You can spend your time on trivial stuff, meaningful. You know, it can be meaningful small changes, or it can be meaningless small changes. And so how do you decide the difference between the two? And that's kind of tricky. And I don't know that you can always get it perfectly right, but to me, the dividing line is, does this action accumulate into something larger or not? You know, you can spend your time doing all small stuff, whatever, day in and day out, but are you building towards something bigger? And so in a lot of ways, I think the two time frames that matter most in life are 10 years and 1 hour. You know, 10 years is just shorthand for like, what's the big meaningful stuff you're working toward? You think about most of the stuff that people really get meaningful movements in life, most of them are multi-year things. You know, build a business that you're proud of, raising a successful family, you know, having a happy marriage, getting in the best shape of your life, whatever it is, contributing to some cause that you care about. Like, they're usually big multi-year, sometimes multi-decade things. So 10 years is shorthand for that. But if you can do one thing each day that's going to serve you well in 10 years, if you can find 1 hour sometime today to do something that's going to pay off in a decade, you usually don't even need to wait 10 years for it to really start to show up. You know, usually you get 2 or 3 or 4 years into that, and you're like, wow, I can't believe how this stuff's accumulating already.
And it makes me think again about your idea of systems versus goals, because the most exceptional founders I know, they'll think about what can I do in the next hour so that in 10 years' time we're in a different place. Which again, it sounds, I've said this a few times, but one of the most important things in business, I mean, the definition of a company is hiring. So nearly all problems I face in business are a people problem. It's like a people mistake that I haven't made yet. So the further I've got in my career, I've started to think that actually most of the next hour of my life should be working on people, because that corrects what happens in 10 years' time. Like if we want to want my company to go public in 10 years' time, in the next hour I should really be thinking about a hiring process, which will find the CFO, which will build the business.
And here you are talking to me.
No, but I'm learning, and I'm going to go take it out, and I'm going to go. No, but it's really useful speaking to you about this because it's given me the wording which will create memorability, which will create repetitions and habits, if you know what I'm saying, on Twitter. And I wasn't thinking in terms of systems and goals. I always refer to it with people, I say, what's furthest upstream?
Yeah.
And this can also be what we're saying about sleep. And I see hiring, for example, in business, or actually generally in your personal life, selecting people is the single most important factor to everything that happens downstream.
Relationships in general are probably, it's obvious to everybody that they matter, and yet they still are probably perpetually undervalued.
Yeah.
So it's true in a business sense, which is what you're talking about here. Like almost every business problem at some level could be a people problem, or there's a person who could unlock it and solve that problem. It's true in a personal sense. The most important decision you probably will make is like whether or who you get married to. That will dramatically shape your life. It's also true in like just a luck business life sense, which is that there's no such thing as an opportunity that's not tied to a person, right? Like opportunities come through people. And so when you say, oh, I wish I could just like have some good luck, or I wish I could like catch my lucky break, what you're probably talking about is there's a person who carries that opportunity with them that you need to interface with or get to know. And so in all of these ways, relationships dramatically shape our lives. And people are probably the most important thing in that sense.
I think with age, that becomes more apparent for most people. It becomes most apparent that the best decisions I've made in my life were people, and the worst decisions I've made in my life were also people. But we don't think about that. We think, oh, Saturday and Sunday in the office, I'll have some great idea. If I read a book, I'll have some great idea which will make me lucky and successful. Whereas we're trying to realize that the smart work versus the hard work is focusing much more on people. How does your work dovetail into things like self-esteem and confidence? And because everybody wants to build confidence, and for some people they're in a bit of a downward reinforcing confidence spiral, which I guess would look something like this. You know, something happened in their life, so they're less likely to raise their hand or to step outside their zone of comfort. And even when and if they do, they interpret it negatively, and that knocks their confidence. They see it. They're wearing sunglasses that interpret the things that are happening as negative, and they're in this sort of downward compounding spiral. And there's other people that seem to be going the other way.
First is, I had a high school basketball coach that told me confidence is just displayed ability. And what he meant was, if you want to feel more confident about like your ability to make a free throw, go out there and shoot for an hour, and once you knock down 10 in a row, you're going to feel a lot better about it. And so what you realize, this is true for everything, which is once you have started to display your ability in any given area, you know, give a successful speech or make a nice presentation for work or whatever it is, you feel better about it. And so what you realize is you need reps. You need practice. Whatever the thing is, you need enough repetition to start to learn how to do the thing. And so this is why sometimes I'll say like motivation comes after starting, not before. We think we need motivation to get started, but in fact you should try to scale it down and make it so easy that you'll do it even if you don't feel that motivated about it, and start to get some reps in. And then once you perform the repetitions, you start to build up some confidence because you know that you have some evidence that you can do it. So confidence is displayed ability. Let's try to scale it down, make it easy, start to display our ability, and then the confidence comes as a side effect. The second thing, though, and this might even be the more important piece, you mentioned this idea of someone who interprets things in a negative frame. You know, they get in the caught in this like downward spiral. They see like evidence of things working against them, or the world is tilted against them, or like they're emphasizing the pieces of the story that aren't serving them that well. I played baseball for a long time. I played through college, and when I was younger, 10, 12, 14, after each season we would do this thing. My dad and I would go out and sit on the back deck, and we would talk about like the wins, the good parts of the biggest games that our team won, or like my best plays from the year, or just like things that I got better at from the season before. And I was never the best player on any team that I was on, but you finish each season with a sense of positivity, a sense of confidence, this feeling of like momentum going into the next year. And I think I played for a long time, partially because of that. You know, like it was a practice of emphasizing your wins. And so I think that's an interesting thing that like more people should try is when you look back on your last year, what are some of the wins that you've had? And try to use that, tell yourself that story, emphasize that story, and use that to move into the next moment. I was talking recently, so I have this publishing company that I co-founded, Authors Equity, and we're publishing this book from this guy named Brandon Webb, who is a former Navy SEAL. He trained the Navy SEAL sniper unit in mental performance. And so he would teach them all kinds of things. I was talking about the book and some of the strategies, and I was trying to learn like what they would do. And two things stood out to me. The first thing he said is a positive outlook no matter the scenario. So the first thing we train them on is positive outlook no matter what situation or scenario they're in. The second thing is visualizing things going well. Okay, so one time a sniper came up to him and said, "What's a good score on this course?" Like they would give him these little courses to test, like they have to make 8 or 10 or 12 different shots or whatever. And he said, "Good score is 100%." And he was like, "No, in reality, almost nobody gets 100%." But I wanted to set that standard, right, to set that outcome in their mind as the thing they were shooting for. And he had 2 guys he was training, one got 96, one got 100. Anyway, the point is that in life, there are always things that go well and things that go poorly. There will always be days that things are stacked against you and days when things seem to go your way. And the question is, which story are you telling yourself? Which version of the events are you emphasizing? Now, I'm not suggesting that you should like ignore reality. If there's a problem that needs to be addressed, then you still need to address it. But as long as you're not ignoring reality, I feel like the only thing that makes sense is to emphasize the empowering version, to emphasize the wins, to sit down and reflect on what you've done and think about what the wins were and how that feeds into your momentum going forward, and to visualize the next step and how it's going to go well.
It reminds me of something Sir David Brailsford said to me when it was the prominent in the first chapter of your book. He was talking a lot about 1% gains, etc. He says the thing that he doesn't get to talk about enough is the psychological momentum that's created from accomplishing these 1% gains and celebrating them amongst the team. He said to me that when he was in the British cycling team and he went into there and they were down and out and depressed and kind of being ridiculed for being this terrible team, he goes, we started stacking up the 1%, etc. And the crazy thing that happened is we started to, quote, feel like we were going somewhere. And people stopped leaving the bike shop at 5 p.m. and started staying till 2 a.m. Because they felt like they were going somewhere. It dovetails into your point about progress, but also just the power of being intentional about celebrating those wins and the psychological momentum it creates in a group of people and yourself.
That's great. I think you do need to be a little bit more intentional about it in the real world. So if you look at some of the most habit-forming technologies, some of the most habit-forming things, like let's take video games, for example. In a video game, there are continual, constant forms of progress. So your score is increasing in like the top corner of the screen. Whenever you pick up a weapon or a ruby or a gem or whatever's like a little jingle or chime or some musical note, even the pitter-patter of footsteps as you like run through the level is a signal that you're making progress, that you're moving forward, that you're going somewhere. And so if you compare all of that immediate feedback that you're getting like all in the same moment when you're playing this level, and then you walk outside and you think about most of the things you're working on in real life, you're like, this committee's been meeting every Friday for 6 months. We still haven't shipped this feature. And you're like, I've been running every day for the last month, and I still don't see a change in my body. And so it's very hard to compare the digital world and all the progress that we get there through our screens to the physical world and the habits that we're trying to build and foster in our lives and businesses. And I think that's one reason why it is nice to be more intentional about it, to try to think about what are the 1% improvements or the small gains that we can make today, and then celebrating those wins so that you have some feeling of progress there. Because in the real world, progress is often delayed. My parents like to swim. Well, if they were swimming for the change that they're going to see in their body, it takes 2 years. The problem is they jump into the water and their body looks exactly the same when they get out, right? And so you need something in the moment that gives you some signal of progress. They use a habit tracker, so they have like a little template where they just put a little X on that day. But you need something that visualizes your progress, that gives you some signal that you're moving forward.
I was just reminded then of the Harvard Business Review did the study where they asked people what their best day in work was, and they asked them to keep work diaries. I think it was about 1,000 people, and the majority of people pointed out a day in their work diary in that week where they had a feeling of progress, even if it was tiny. And this goes to your point about making it fun as well. So highlighting one's progress and celebrating it makes it fun, but also that psychological momentum. And then also you can do this stuff. You can do the 1% better every day.
You put yourself in a position to experience the feeling of progress if you scale your habits down. So let's say sometimes in chemistry there's this concept of activation energy, how much energy it takes to activate a reaction. So if the activation energy is high, you have to put a lot of heat or a lot of energy into the reaction to make it occur. I think habits kind of have an activation energy too. So like let's say that your habit is to do 100 push-ups a day. The activation energy for that's kind of high. On the first day, when you're really pumped about it, maybe you're doing sets of 10 all throughout the day and you get to 100 and you feel really good. Maybe you can do that for a couple days or a week or whatever, But at some point, you get to a day where you're tired, or you had a lot to do at work or whatever, and then you turn around, it's 9:30, and you're like, I need to go to bed soon. Do I feel like doing 100 push-ups? And then you skip it. But if you're something much smaller, like your goal is to do 1 push-up or 10 push-ups, well, that is a lot easier, and the activation energy is much lower. And so then you get to that day, 8 or 9 or 10 days in, when it's 9:30, you can still do 10 push-ups before you go to bed, right? And so you still get the feeling of progress. You still get the feeling that you're moving forward, simply because you set the bar lower to start. If the bar is perfect at the beginning, it's really hard to maintain that for very long. But if the bar is getting you in, now you build momentum and you get the feeling of progress, and you get a month or 2 months or 3 months in, and you still have a streak going, and you feel pretty good about yourself. And at some point, you start doing it enough that you realize, okay, there will probably be a day in here where I miss, but I still feel good about who I am and how much I've shown up here, and like you've proven a lot to yourself. And so I think sometimes scaling it down, making it easy, gives yourself a better opportunity to feel progress.
2 words you said in the last couple of minutes. One of them was your parents used habit track, and the other one was used the word streak.
Yeah.
Do you understand the context of this, Gerald? Could you explain to me habit tracking and streaks and why they matter?
So when I was working on Atomic Habits, I came across this guy named Trent Dursmid, and he had an interesting story. He's an entrepreneur now, but early in his career, he had this job where he's a stockbroker in Abbotsford, Canada. And Abbotsford is like in the 90s, sometimes like pretty small town, like it wasn't, some big city. And he was supposed to just drive more business, but they didn't have a lot of advantages. It wasn't like he was in New York or whatever. He had this one simple habit that he used to end up becoming the top performer in the firm and building the biggest book of business there over like the next couple of years. And it was this simple strategy of paperclips. So all he did, a lot of his stockbroker friends who were like also working in this job, they would read analyst reports, they would look at the news, they would try to analyze companies' financial statements, they were doing all this other stuff. And he said, I'm not going to do that. All I'm going to do is I'm going to make a sales call. And whenever I make a call, see how tight anybody put these on. Whenever I make a call, I'm going to make a sales call, and I'm going to take one paperclip and I'm going to move it over. And then I'm going to make another sales call, I'm going to take another paperclip and move it over. And he had 100 paperclips in the jar. And his goal every day was to move 100 from one jar to the next. And that was all he did. And with that one simple habit, he ended up building this huge book of business. 2 things about this. One, obviously, he has a visual marker of the progress that he's making, right? So moving paperclips to the other jar is a way to see that he's progressing throughout the day. It also makes it a little bit into like a little game. It's like, okay, how quickly can I move the paperclips over? How much, progress am I making? Do I have 50 over by the time lunch rolls around? You can start to see how you have a little bit of these progressive markers throughout the day. But the other thing that I think is interesting about it is he boiled it down to just what was the one thing that really moved the needle, you know, and he just focused on that. And there's so many things in life that it's really easy to get focused on the optimization. You're so focused on finding the perfect sales strategy, the best business plan, the ideal diet to follow. You're so focused on optimizing. You're like, okay, how about sometimes people will come to me and they say they want to build an audience and they like ask about all the tactics and strategies. And I say, just write an article every week for the next 2 years and come back to me. Like, let's not skip that part. Let's start there. We're like, let's not miss a workout for 2 years and then like we can talk about whether the program's working or not. You know, and it's like that. So I think this helps you focus on what is the big thing that's really moving the needle.
I was thinking about it through the frame of the habit cycle as well, because as I look at this habit cycle, I'm seeing reward being hit, I'm seeing a desire for an outcome as well.
Yeah, this is interesting. So we haven't talked about this yet, so let me just break it down real quick. So if you're building a habit, there are roughly 4 different stages that every habit goes through. So I call them, in Atomic Habits, I call them cue, craving, response, and reward. Right? So the cue is just something that you notice. So let's say, for example, you see the plate of cookies on the counter in the kitchen. That's a visual cue. The craving is the prediction that your brain makes about what that cue means. So you see the plate of cookies, your brain predicts, oh, they'll be sweet, sugary, tasty, enjoyable. So that favorable prediction motivates you to take the response. That's the 3rd step. You walk over, pick it up, and take a bite. And then finally, the 4th step is the reward. Oh, it is in fact sweet, sugary, tasty, enjoyable. So cue, craving, response, reward. These steps are basically what every habitual behavior is going through, even really automatic stuff. Like let's say you walk into a room and the lights are off. So cue, it's dark. Craving, I want to be able to see. Response, I flip on the light switch. Reward, the lights come on. Now it's visible out there. So even really fast stuff like turning on a light switch is going through those 4 steps. So pretty much every habit follows that cycle. And you can see that, you know, this paperclip strategy does kind of play into this a little bit. Cue, you have the paperclips on the desk, right? So like not only do you want to make the sales calls for a business standpoint, but you also have these staring at you every morning when you come into your desk. And so it's a little bit of a visual reminder. Reminds you, prompts you to think, okay, all right, I do want to make these calls and try to drive more business or, you know, build up the, make another successful sales call. That craving gets you to pick up the phone, just the actual response. And then the reward is I get to move the paperclip over. And now I feel like, yeah, you get the little jingle in your ear of the paperclip hitting. And, you know, it adds to the reward effect. What I think is most interesting is how do we take this? How do we take these 4 steps that basically all behaviors go through and then translate it into something that we can use and apply in daily life and work? So I call this the 4 laws of behavior change. So there's one for each step. Yeah, we got them right here.
I'll give them to you.
So I call these the 4 laws of behavior change. Right. So for the cue, the first law is you want to make it obvious. Right. You want the cues of your good habits to be obvious, available, visible, easy to see. Easier it is to see or get your attention, the more likely you are to act on it. So a lot of that's about environment. It's about making things obvious, but it's the cue gets your attention, something you notice.
So let's put this in the context of me wanting to make sure I have my supplement routine every day.
Sure.
Because that's something I think about.
Yeah.
I will have my creatine every
So
day.
it's like, where's the creatine in the kitchen? You know, is it tucked up in a high shelf and it's behind like a cabinet door and you don't really see it? Or is it like out on the counter? It's one of the first things that you see. So there are varying degrees of what you want to do here and like what you want to place out. But you're just trying to make the good habit obvious. You want to make it easy to notice.
Reminds me of when I started DJing, and the DJing equipment was upstairs in the spare room out the way, and I had a conversation with my girlfriend to do that. And I was like, I really want to learn DJing, so can I put it on the kitchen counter for the next year? Because then I'll be walking past one day and go, oh, DJ, and then I put it on the kitchen counter and I start DJing.
I have a reader who he would go to his guitar lessons and he would practice with his teacher and then he'd give him some homework to practice certain scales or whatever. And then he would come back and he would take his guitar, put it in the case at the end of each session and put it in the closet. Well, he'd forget it was there for a week and then, the next week around he'd pick it out and go to practice. And he'd be like, you didn't do this throughout the week. So he bought a guitar stand and put it in the center of the living room. Now he passes it 30 times a day, much more likely to pick it up and play for 5 minutes. So it's just making your habits obvious. The second law is about craving. It's all about making it attractive. And this is where I mentioned earlier that question of what would this look like if it was fun. You want your habits to be fun, compelling, attractive, interesting to you. And the more engaging or exciting it is, the more likely you are to stick with it. So like I had one woman who she wanted to stop going out to eat for lunch at work every day and start bringing her lunch in because she felt like it would be healthier. But the idea of making like a salad for lunch wasn't that exciting to her, so she came up with this phrase of a party in a bowl. And so she, in the beginning, she would do all kinds of stuff. She would like take potato chips and crumble them up and put them in there, or she would like chop up Snickers bars and put them in the salad or whatever. She was just trying to find a way to make it fun. And then once she was already bringing lunch in every day, you know, after she did this for a month or so, then she was like, all right, I'm in the habit of bringing lunch in. How can I start to make lunch healthier? So find a way to make your habit attractive. The third law is to make it easy. This is all about making it simple, frictionless, easy to do. The more convenient or frictionless your habits are, the more likely they are to occur. We've talked about this a lot already, but it's, you know, scaling your habits down. It's using the 2-minute rule to make it, you know, as easy as you can. But the easier a habit is to perform, the more likely it is to happen. Daniel Kahneman, the famous psychologist, I think he once said that if you were to boil behavior down to like a single principle, a single thing that drives human behavior, it's convenience, it's ease. You know, what is the easy thing to do? We are biological organisms and we expend energy to live. And it is in your best interest to try to conserve energy whenever you can. And so the more your brain is wired for, you're always looking for it. In fact, many of the largest businesses in the world basically just take a human desire that we already want to do and try to make it even more convenient. Like DoorDash is just like, you need food? Just tap a couple times with your thumb and we'll get it to you. I mean, in fact, the whole arc of human history and how we get food has just been one long path of making it more and more convenient. It used to be that we were hunter-gatherers and had to kill our food or forage for berries in the bush, and then we started growing it so it was right next to our house and we didn't have to move. We just harvest the corn or the beans or whatever and eat it. And then we started shipping it to grocery stores. Now you don't even have to grow it yourself. You'll just come over here and you can buy it and take it home. And then we said, forget it. You don't even need to drive to the grocery store anymore. We'll just deliver it through Instacart or grocery delivery or whatever. And now we say, you don't even have to cook it in your own house anymore. You can just order it on DoorDash. You just tap with your thumb and we'll bring it ready-made to you right here. It's all just one continual long arc of making it easier. And the more you can make your habits more convenient, the more likely it is that you're going to stick to it and follow through. And then the fourth and final law is to make it satisfying. The more satisfying your habits are, the more likely you are to stick to them in the future. The first 3 laws, make it obvious, make it attractive, and make it easy, are all about making your habit more likely to occur this time. Make it satisfying is about increasing the odds that you do it next time. Because by the time you get to this step, the habit's already occurred, right? It's already over now. But was it rewarding or not? Was it beneficial or not? Did it serve you?
我觉得
If
第
it
6
serves you,
集
if you
第
feel
6
like it
集还
benefits
是
you
挺好
somehow,
看
that marks the experience in your brain and says, hey, this was useful. Let's come back to
其
this
实
next
它
time.
那个
Next time
全
you're
部
in a similar
集都
situation,
挺好
let's
看
repeat this again. And so make it satisfying with reward. It's kind of, it closes the feedback loop of learning. You know, it increases the odds that you're going to follow through on it. I use that word learning intentionally. We're talking about building habits, but in a way, what we're really talking about is the process of learning. It's the process of how your brain and body learn what to do as you go through life. You go throughout life and you experience different things and you come across different strategies and you try them out. At some point there's the first time that you take a bite of the pancake and then you're like, oh, that's kind of tasty. Maybe I should take another bite. And other times you try things and you're like, I don't really like that much, or it didn't really do anything. It's kind of neutral. And your brain's like, well, maybe try something different next time. So the behaviors that are rewarded, the behaviors that are satisfying, the behaviors that are enjoyable are likely to stick.
And I guess there's lots of different ways one can make it rewarding. I was thinking about our fitness group, which we have on WhatsApp, where it's called Fitness Blockchain, and every month one person is evicted. Every day that you go to the gym, you take a screenshot of your workout and drop it in there, and then someone who's like a freelance data science person just kind of compiles it all into a document and sends screenshots every day without combined workouts. The whole game is consistency, so it doesn't matter how hard you work, it's just like, did you go? And that has kind of made, I don't know where that appears on this cycle, but I think of it as like accountability. It also makes it fun. But where is that sort of social pact element on this cycle? Is that part of the reward of it?
I think it influences all of the behaviors. So the fact that you see other people working out is a cue, right? So like you might get a text of somebody else's screenshot on your phone. You're like, oh, I need to get my workout in today. I don't want to forget. So that's a cue that triggers behavior. There's something attractive about being part of it as a group. That once you post your screenshot, that other people are going to see it, and like you might get kind of rewarded for it, or like you did your thing. So that's kind of exciting and feels motivating. That like motivates you to show up and do it. Sometimes you may work out with somebody, right? And so like that, there's something there that's improving the response. It's more fun to do it together, but it also gets you moving. And then finally, there's the reward of sticking to the streak or being part of it or not.
We get the rewards. There's actually a big metal belt, a physical belt. That's handed out every week. There's every month there's a winner that gets the display picture as their face. And
that's perfect. I want the belt. That sounds cool.
It's got my name engraved. That's awesome. How does this work if you're trying to break a habit?
So for each of these, there are many ways to do each of these things. There's many ways to make habits obvious. There are many ways to make them attractive and so on. And what I'm giving you is just kind of the overview of how to build a good habit or how to install a new behavior. If you want to break a bad habit, then you just invert these four. So rather than making it obvious, make it invisible.
Okay.
Unsubscribe from emails. Don't keep junk food in the house. Reduce exposure to the queue. Rather than making it attractive, make it unattractive. That's the hardest one. We can talk about that in a second. Rather than making it easy, make it difficult. So increase friction, add steps between you and the behavior. I find, like, here's two examples for me. I've tried this new thing where I keep my phone in another room until lunch each day. So usually it's like 9 to 11 or so in the morning. My phone is down the hall. It's in a different room, and I'm in my office. And it's just a chance for me to work on my own priorities rather than whatever's coming in through the phone. I'm like everybody else. If my phone's right next to me, I will check it every 3 minutes just because it's there. But if it's down the hall, it's only 30 seconds away, but I never go get it. And I always think that's interesting. It's like, did I want it or not? In the one sense, I wanted it badly enough that I would check it every 3 minutes when it's right by me, but I never wanted it so bad that I'd go work 30 seconds to go get it. And I found that a lot of habits are like that. If you just introduce a little bit of friction, they kind of curtail themselves to the desired degree. So beer is another one. I don't think this would work if you actually have an addiction or something, but I've noticed that if I get like a 6-pack of beer and I put it in the front of the fridge and I open it up and it's like right there and I can see it, I'll have one at dinner just because it's there. But if I put it like on the lowest shelf in the fridge, like all the way in the back, I kind of got to bend down to even see it. Sometimes I'll forget. I'll have it. It'll be there for 2 weeks. I won't even remember that it's in there. And so I think that's all about like inversion of the first law, make it invisible, and inversion of the third law, make it difficult. The less likely you are to see it, the harder it is to do. The more steps that are involved, the less likely it is to occur. And then the final piece is the inversion of the last law, which is rather than make it satisfying, make it unsatisfying. So layer on some kind of cost or a consequence. And in Atomic Habits, I call this the cardinal rule of behavior change. It's like so pervasive of a teacher, which is behaviors that get immediately rewarded get repeated, and behaviors that get immediately punished get avoided. And it's so obvious, but you have to ask yourself, do you have a good feeling when you do the thing that you want to do, the habit that you want to build? Are you getting immediately rewarded for that? And if you have a habit you're trying to avoid, what is the cost? What is the consequence? Is there something that feels like a punishment there? If so, then you're more likely to avoid it. If not, then it gets tricky.
It's hard, isn't it? Like, there's cookies on the counter out there. You might notice as you walk in and you've got them on a little plate.
No, I'm going to grab them all the way out.
but I was just thinking about, like, if I have a cookie now, I'm not going to get an immediate punishment. The only sort of immediate punishment is a bit of guilt. That I might start to feel that I'm now one step further away from the goals that I've set myself in terms of fitness. Is there any way to bring forward the punishment in areas, not the punishment, but the downside? The downside.
Yeah. The cost of your good habits is in the present. The cost of your bad habits is in the future. And so for a lot of your quote-unquote bad habits, it feels good in the moment. Like eating a donut feels great now. Playing a video game feels great now. Doing whatever. Like it's only later that you realize, oh, there's cost associated with this. Even something like the classic bad habit of smoking. Maybe you get to stay with friends outside and socialize, or maybe you reduce stress in the moment after a long day of work. It's only 5 or 10 or 20 years later that you have this consequence. So a lot of the game of building better habits is finding ways to pull the rewards of your good habits into the present moment, so you feel good now. You don't have to wait 3 years for it to happen, and pulling the consequences of your bad habits into the present moment, so that you feel good
现在
and realize this isn't
打游戏在目前是感觉很爽，但是以后就感觉后悔。
What about this
就是，
scorecard over there? Is that what your parents use for
可
swimming?
是我觉得这个讲的
habit
挺
scorecard,
正
this
确
is
的。
just a simple like assessment. The insight behind this practice is that intentional behavior change starts with self-awareness, right? So you will change your habits all the time, whether you think about it or not. You're building habits whether you focus on it or whatever. Like your brain and body is built for it. Now, the more interesting question is, can you design your behavior? Can you shape your habits in the way that you want? And that's where self-awareness comes in. It's very hard to shape your habits without being aware of them. And so there have actually been some studies that found that just the act of becoming more aware of the behavior will change it on its own. For example, there was one study that looked at people who journaled about they created food journals for what they were eating. No tracking of anything. They were not on a diet. They're not trying to eat a certain way. They don't care about how many calories you have. There's no tracking or anything. All they did was simply write down what they ate each day. And just the act of journaling about it changed what people ate and reduced the number of calories they had and so on, just because they were aware of what was happening. And so this is true for most habits, which is once you start to notice them, then you start to notice ways that you can improve them, or ways that you can refine them, or ways that maybe you want to do things differently. You're not operating as on autopilot in quite the same way. So the habit scorecard is just a simple way to do this. It's very simple. You just write down all the habits that you're doing each day. So you can start. Usually there's like a package of behaviors in the beginning, and maybe around lunch, and then like a power down routine at the end of the day. But it could be something like wake up, drink a glass of water, take a shower, check my phone, get dressed, whatever. Like you just go through the list of what your normal day looks like, and then once you have the behaviors written down, you give them a score. And the score is just if it's a good habit or a habit that you like that's contributing to your life, you put a plus sign. If it's a habit that you feel like you want to get rid of, like maybe say I wake up and then I scroll on my phone for 10 minutes before I get out of bed. You're like, well, do I really want to be doing that? Maybe not. I'll give that a minus sign. And then some stuff's just neutral. Like get dressed, chirp, whatever. Just put up an equal sign. And the idea is not to judge yourself for it. It's more like sometimes I tell people it's almost like imagine when you like go to the zoo and you like look at the lions. And you're like, oh wow, how interesting that they would do that. You kind of like do that with yourself. And you're like, oh, how interesting that I spend my time that way. You're not like trying to judge yourself or analyze it. It's just let me see what I'm actually spending my time on.
电视剧你也看电 视剧。
I think
你
that
现在还看电视
it
剧？
becomes
看
very
什
useful to
么
build
电
habit
视
stacks
剧？
for layering your new habits on top of the things that you're already doing. And so some of it's self-awareness, some of it is priming for habit stacking.
Habit stacking.
Yeah.
What is a habit stacking?
Look at this. I like these props. This is great. All right, so first let me just unpack the idea. Habit stacking is this concept that came from Stanford professor named BJ Fogg. And his insight, which I think is great, is that it's easier to build a new habit if you layer it or stack it on top of an old habit, a habit you're already doing. He calls it the tiny habits recipe, I think. But the insight is just that we all have habits that we're performing each day. And those can become anchors. They can become cues that prompt the new behaviors that we're going to perform. So let's say that your current habit is you make a cup of coffee, right? So you're already doing this, you're going to start each day, you're going to make a cup of coffee. And the new habit that you want to build is you want to start meditating. So then you can say, all right, after I make my morning cup of coffee, I will meditate for 60 seconds. So this is just like a basic habit stack, right? So you start with coffee, and then you meditate after. Now, once you get good at this, you can start to chain them together. So for example, you could say, after I make my morning cup of coffee, I will meditate for 60 seconds, and then I will write my to-do list for the day. After I write my to-do list for the day, I will prioritize them and start working on my first task or whatever. And now you have this little stack that you do the same way each morning, each time, and just as a way to like build simple momentum and get you in. I've got readers who made like all kinds of habit stacks. But one of the funny ones that I remember is one guy, he was really into working out, and he was always drinking protein shakes, but his finances were kind of a mess. And so anytime he would make a protein shake, he would like check his finances and check his budget for the day. He'd be like, when I make a protein shake, I fill out my daily budget. That was like his habit stack. But you can do it for anything, right? And the idea is that you want to find a good place for this new habit to live. Sometimes, like let's take a meditation example. As a general rule, as a very broad stroke rule, it tends to be better to do habits earlier in the day rather than later, because the later it gets in the day, the less your day is under your control, right? Like more things interrupt. There's just you run lower on time, lower on energy, and so on. So I like the idea of maybe doing meditation in the morning. So you make a cup of coffee and then you meditate. But if you have like 3 little toddlers that you're chasing around, you're trying to get pants on your kids, then maybe that's not a good time to meditate, right? It's not a good space for that habit to live. So I think once you've done that habit scorecard and you have like all of your normal habits laid out there, you can start to think about the new habit that you want to build and look at that list and then say, okay, what's the appropriate place to insert this new habit? Where should that new habit stack live? What's a good trigger for that new behavior to occur? And so you create these little stacks, and then it just eventually, it doesn't take that long, but eventually you get used to just doing the same order each time. Like I have one woman who she's like, every day I walk into my office, I hang up my purse, I hang up my jacket, I go fill up my water bottle, I sit down at the desk and I answer the first email. And that's like, she just does that sequence every time she comes in.
I have one I think that's kind of related, which is, and this sounds very strange, very weird, but whatever, is I wanted to learn how to meditate, but in my day, the way that my day was currently constructed, there was no great opportunity where I'm alone for like 10 to 20 minutes and I'm uninterrupted and I'm in that position. And so what I started doing is I started meditating in the shower. I'm there anyway, getting clean. So it's private, no
long showers.
Yeah, long showers. My girlfriend's like, what the fuck's going on? I'm not doing this on the floor. But no, I started just meditating in the shower, and it was in the morning, alone. I'm going to do it anyway. So that really helped for me. And then when that started to stick and I started to get a bit of progress and see the benefits, I can move out of the shower per se.
That's great. I had, you're reminding me, I had a woman who came up to me after a talk one time and told me that when she brushes, she wanted to work on her balance. She's getting older, she's getting into her 60s, and she said, and each day when I brush my teeth, I brush on one leg and I do like 10 like little kind of half squats on that leg, and then I switch to the other leg and I do 10 more of that. And she's like, my balance is better, my legs are stronger, and my teeth are very clean. It takes a while, but yeah, you can pair it up in all kinds of ways.
On that point of doing things in the morning and generally having less energy later in the day, do you think much about how to manage your own energy? I spoke to Dr. Lisa Feldman, who's a neuroscientist, who came up with this concept of like the body budget, that we have this finite amount of energy. And since then, it's really had a big impact on me, because I start, in so many ways we've talked about, one of which is I try not to try and take on too much, because if in a world where my energy on a daily basis is finite, I don't want to get to the end of my body budget. But also the order of things, like do I put my most important tasks today at the beginning of the day, etc., etc.
I would layer. So yes, I do think about this a little bit, and I've heard this like you want energy management, not time management, construct. The other thing that I would add to it that I don't know that I've ever heard anybody talk about is control. So the standard thing that everybody says is, oh, we only have 24 hours in a day, which obviously is true. But if you were to break that into like 24 one-hour chunks and just look at your day laid out that way, you have different levels of control over certain one-hour chunks than others. So for example, what I said a minute ago, like if you have a bunch of kids and you're getting them dressed from like 7 to 8 a.m., that hour isn't that much under your control. It's not a good time to meditate, it's not a good time to work out. There's other responsibilities that tend to happen in that hour. And so I think that's an interesting thing too, is to map your day out and look at this and say, all right, which hours is my energy the best, and which hours are most under my control? And then you can start to see like where you're, ultimately what I think you're getting to is, what are the good hours for me? Like where do those live throughout the day? And then the next step is to ask, what is getting my best hours, and what's getting my leftovers? And I have had a couple different times where I've looked at things and said, I say this is important to me, but really it's only getting my leftover hours. And so then you're like, okay, something might need to change. So I think about all of that. I think about how much time do I have in general, where are the pockets where I have the most energy or the best energy, and then also where are the pockets where I have the most control. And then you try to figure out how to slot stuff in.
And theoretically, you want to put the new hard habits you're trying to form in areas where you have a high degree of control versus like 11 p.m. at night.
Right. I think in general that's right. It's so tricky when you have multiple things that really matter to you. It's like, all right, you're choosing between family, you're choosing between work, you're choosing between personal pursuits and these new habits you're trying to build. Like everything's got to kind of work together. And so it's a balance of shaping all of that.
So many of us are pursuing passive forms of income and to build side businesses in order to help us cover our bills. And that opportunity is here with our sponsor, Stan, a business that I co-own. It is the platform that can help you take full advantage of your own financial situation. Stan enables you to work for yourself. It makes selling digital products, courses, memberships, and more simple products more scalable and easier to do. You can turn your ideas into income and get the support to grow whatever you're building. And we've just launched Dare to Dream. It's for those who are ready to make the shift from thinking to building, from planning to actually doing the thing. It's about seeing that dream in your head and knowing exactly what it takes to bring it to life. Enter to win $100,000 for your dream. All you have to do is share what it is. Learn more at daretodream.stan.store. Did I ever tell you about the data breach that we had at my previous company?
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Which was a total nightmare, so I'm glad that we now use 1Password.
What actually is it, Steve?
It's called 1Password, and they're the sponsor of the podcast now. And they have this feature called Enterprise Password Manager, which means that if any of our passwords across the team are compromised or leaked, then it notifies us. And obviously, if that were to be the case, we're a huge risk across the entire team. Through 1Password EPM, you can also store all of your sensitive information. And it's helping us to move closer towards passkeys, which means eventually everybody will be able to log in to pretty much everything without ever having to put a password in.
Sounds like a good addition.
Yeah, I think it's like the single most impactful security addition you can make to your team, especially if your team has tons of passwords. They're all like hidden in Excel files and stuff. To my listeners, if you want to secure your business, head to onepassword.com/DOAC. 1Password is a game changer. It's the future that I always wished would be the case. As someone that has 20, 30 different passwords for 20, 30 different applications. The first time we made our fitness group on WhatsApp, it was about how many calories you could burn, and that was what awarded you the points and won you the competition. Didn't last long. Didn't last long for a number of reasons. Kind of toxic, unfair, because I weigh more than anyone in the group, so I burn more calories just by standing up. And then it moved to this idea of consistency. Well, how do you think about what is better? Is it better to be consistent, or is it better to be something else?
I feel like there's the story that people tell themselves a lot, which is they want to do the big impressive thing. Like you want to do, you want to run a marathon, you want to do a week-long silent meditation retreat, you want to write the best-selling book, whatever. And I think about it as this balance between consistency and intensity. So intensity is a good story. I ran the marathon, I did the silent meditation retreat. Consistency actually makes progress. I meditate for 5 minutes each day. I run 3 days a week or whatever. And so people need consistency more than they need intensity. And in fact, what I would say is consistency enlarges ability. Consistency enlarges ability. It's the act of showing up consistently that builds your capacity to do something, that fosters the skill development and growth that you want. And so showing up, even if it's just in a small way, is the way that you actually create the opportunity to do something more intense or more impressive down the line. I also think that there's this deep, important lesson that comes from appreciating consistency and what's required there. Consistency is often adaptability. It's flexibility. There's this story about mental toughness and being a disciplined person that we tell ourselves that something like I grind to make sure this happens. I will make it happen no matter what the circumstances. Like that, the mentally tough person pushes through regardless of what they face. But I think that in real life, a lot of the time, consistency is actually being flexible. It's being adaptable. If you don't have enough energy, you do the easy version. If you don't have enough time, you do the short version. You find a way to not throw up a zero that day. You find a way to show up even if it's not ideal. And that is actually being very mentally tough. And so the adaptable person is the one that what's that line? It's, when the storm came, the oak tree fought it and broke, but the willow bent and survived. And so it's like you need a way to manage the storms of life and bend with them while still showing up. If you purely fight against it, you'd think that being tough, that being mentally tough is like, I'm going to make sure this happens. But it actually makes you somewhat brittle. You need it to be a certain way. And when you need life to be a certain way to succeed, you become held hostage by the situation. You need it to be just like that. But if in fact you can be adaptable and you can be flexible, now you're actually more resilient. And so I think there's a balance to strike there, and it feeds into the consistency that will ultimately enlarge your ability.
I think this is such an important point I don't often hear people talk about. It reminds me of my friend. My friend, one of my best friends, he has a tendency to feel like he's cracked fitness. And what tends to happen is he'll work out and go to the gym for like 3 months, and he'll then announce that he's finally cracked it, like the consistency, the motivation. And the minute he does that is like 30 days before he falls off again, because I think he gets complacent. Life is going to happen. And I remember saying to him one year, I've known him for 15 years now, I was like, the thing I've come to learn about the gym and fitness is that you never crack it, and actually the mindset that every single day I could fall off, and that life happens, has helped me be consistent. Whereas a version of me in 2017 set this ridiculous goal, which was I was going to go to the gym every single day without fail. And then 5 months in, where life happened and I missed a day, my motivation was gone and I fell off.
You see this a lot with top performers in many different domains, which is it's not that they don't make mistakes or they don't slip up. Everybody slips up, but they tend to get back on track quickly. And so really what you need is not a perfect plan or like a system that never fails. What you need is a good plan for getting back on track. If the reclaiming of a habit is fast, the breaking of it doesn't matter that much. You get to the end of the year and it's just like a little blip on the radar. But you need a good plan for getting back on track quickly. So I think that some of the balance, some of the strategy is actually knowing what to do when you fail.
Yeah.
And if you figure that out, then you're in a good position to bounce back quickly.
Funnily enough, when I fail, when I fall off my gym workout or whatever, what I do is I set the display picture on my iPhone to red. And I guess this is a point of self-awareness. It just reminds me that we've currently fallen off. It means every time I look at my phone, it's a reminder that this is code red.
Wow, that's great. What a strong visual sign.
Yeah. And I need to start doing the small steps, doing the shit workouts again.
So I had this little theory that the secret to winning is actually learning how to lose. So the secret to winning is knowing how to lose. And what I mean is that it's knowing how to handle a loss. It's knowing how to rebound and bounce back from that. I think that I learned it through sports. I don't think sports is the only way you can learn it. I think probably anything that you do with some level of public visibility could teach you. Musical performance or being in a fitness group with your friends, or there's lots of ways you do it, speaking publicly. But one thing about sports is that you're going to fail in front of the rest of the team. Like the ball will come to you, you'll start making a strikeout to end the game, or like, you go into the gym and work out with the team and like you miss a lift or you're the weak one or whatever. Like that doesn't feel good. But then you realize life moves on. You got to go on to the next set. You have to show up again the next time. And each little instance where there's like a little failure like that is practice for you to bounce back again. And I think it's important to have something in life that's like that, that's teaching you how to respond to failure, that you're learning how to lose and how to bounce back from a loss so that you can ultimately win. I got to the point at the end of my career, my senior year, where I was basically like, listen, I don't want to lose, but if we're going to lose, I'd rather it be me. I'd rather be out there. Put it on my shoulders. I can take the loss. I can handle it. I'll give you everything I have to try to get us to win, but if we lose, like, I'll be able to bounce back from it. And I think that ended up serving me really well in my entrepreneurial career, because stuff is never going to go your way all the time. And you need to be able to be willing to try things and be willing to sometimes look foolish because of them and still find a way to show back up the next time.
It reminds me of watching Roger Federer's commencement speech. He's arguably the best tennis player of all time. And shockingly, in his commencement speech, I don't know if you saw it, he talks about how in his career he's missed something like 47% of the points. He's the best to ever do it, and he only in his career has won 53% of the points, which means that half the time he's taking outs. But the difference is what he does when he takes the L, and not allowing that L, that missed point, to compound into his next shot. And I was in LA with my friends for my birthday. My friend Ash, who's had the most paddle training. We're playing paddle. That's what we do basically all the time when we see each other, our group of friends. He had the most paddle training. He's been in Spain with a coach, but when he lost a point, he would then start losing easy points. And there's this photo of me watching him play. I'm like, what the hell's going on with him? Like, he's the best. He's meant to be the best player. He's got the most practice, most repetitions. But when he loses a point, this downward spiral takes place where he just starts missing easy shots. So when he sat down, I told him about what a Frederick's thing, and I gave him this little idea in his head to handle the loss. And I said to him, when you lose the point, say in your head, that point doesn't matter. I'm going to win this game anyway because I am the better player. And I still get goosebumps when I say it because he went from being the 5th best in our group of 5 to beating all of us immediately. And it's so funny because my girlfriend and everyone here knows, like, he was like dancing through the house the same day. He beat all of us. I've never been beaten. I have a panic in my garden. Like, he beat me immediately. And all it was making sure that when he took an L, he didn't spiral into the emotional center of his brain and start catastrophizing, which he's susceptible to if you know him. He went straight back into the prefrontal cortex, the rational center of his brain. And he said, he's posted about it online, and actually part of my Asia tour recently was I showed all the videos, all the WhatsApp messages of this whole thing happening. But it just goes to show that actually it's how you take the L.
I love those mindset shifts. It's just it's living life with a next play mentality. You know, it's like you don't let the last play dictate you or like ruin you. We have to move on and make the next best choice now. We have to live for the next play.
And how this emotion just like ruins our training.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah. I feel like a lot of this is, there's a great book, Inner Game of Tennis, that came out many years ago. Might even be 50 at this point. But it's basically all about this. It's about not getting in your head. Okay. And it's specifically for tennis, but it applies to life. You know, it's just about it's moving on and having this next play.
So David Brailsford said that to me as well, that one of his main objectives when he had the cycling team was to get them not to think about the race while they were on the race meeting. I think it was Chris Hoy or someone. He said my entire training with Chris Hoy was getting him to stop thinking about the current race he was in, and that when Chris was hit his personal bests, he would get off the bike and have no recollection of cycling. He was to the point that it was like he was asleep on the bike. Because when the alternative meant that Chris would start thinking about his time and then cycling too hard, exhausting himself and fall out of his training. So fascinating. You talk about daily mental mindsets as well. Is it important to adopt this particular daily mental mindset?
Well, I had this thought that one time I had this thought that it'd be cool to be a higher mental performance coach who just did one thing. So you hire this coach and then they call you up each morning, like 8 a.m. or something, and they give you like a 5-minute pep talk. You know, or just they give you like a 5-minute mindset shift, just something little, kind of like what you said to your friend, you know, and just like you get this little mindset shift to reset your day and go into it with momentum, and then they hang up and you just go do your thing. And you know, I couldn't find anybody who could do that. But I've been working on this little project where I've been trying to figure out how to do it, and so I came up with, it sounds almost kind of silly, but I'm really excited about it. I came up with this Atomic Habits daily calendar, and the idea is just, it's actually like a blend of Atomic Habits principles and 3-2-1, which is my weekly newsletter. And I just have like one little mindset shift that's on each page, and it's just one page for each day of the year. You just look at it, read that page, boom, go into your day, and like it's just intended to be a little mindset shift. Anyway, it's just a small thing, but I like the idea of priming yourself to start the day in the right way. And I don't know, I didn't think that I would be excited about a calendar, but I'm kind of excited about it. I kind of feel like it could be good. So
is it coming out?
Yes, it'll be out soon. Yeah.
Okay. And where would we find it? We sign up to?
It's on Amazon. You can go there, or you can go to jamescurr.com and you'll find it there. But yeah.
So this book, the Atomic Habits Workbook, Simple Exercises for Building the Life You Want, is now out. It came out this week. What is the distinction between these two books? If I've read, I guess it's already.
Right. So Atomic Habits is the culmination of basically 10 years of work and effort for me. It's like my objective was to write the best book that's ever been written on habits. Now, I don't know that I achieved that or not. That's for the readers to decide. But I don't think you're ever going to just stumble into that result. You know, like you have to at least strive for it. And so that was the hope, is that everything that you could possibly need to know about building good habits and breaking bad ones should be in Atomic Habits. So then you're like, okay, why would I need a workbook? But what I've learned over the last 7 years of this being out and selling 25 million copies is that people always need more tangible, practical help with implementing their habits. So Atomic Habits is the full guide and the philosophy and the approach on how to do it. Then you finish this book and you sit there and say, all right, great, I have some habits I want to build. How do I do that? And the exercises in the workbook are intended to help you do that. They help you look at your environment and figure out how to optimize it. They help you look at your goals and how do I translate it into a system. They help you look at your desired identity and how are my habits reinforcing it. So it's just a series of exercises that help you apply and implement the ideas from Atomic Habits.
The great thing about the way that you write is it's so unbelievably accessible. So unbelievably accessible in the content, which means that you don't need to be a scientist or an expert to understand the concept. So I think that's why the book Atomic Habits has been so unbelievably successful. But this book, the workbook, follows in the same vein. It allows people at all levels of their knowledge of habits and intellect to get going and to start sort of holding themselves accountable. I'd say accountability is a huge part of this. I kind of see elements of that fitness group I described, fitness blockchain, just because you're reflecting and you're writing down what happened. And like you said earlier about how just journaling increases the likelihood of behavior. This book will raise your self-awareness.
Yes, that's actually a great summary of it. I think it makes you more aware of your habits and your environment and what you're trying to do specifically, rather than just understanding the concepts.
James, thank you. Thank you for changing so many people's lives. You must hear this all the time, but what a remarkable impact you must have had on so many people you'll never get to meet, getting them to quit habits that would have otherwise been fatal for them. You know, my dad is a prime example of someone who was smoking for 20 odd years of his life. He starts reading about these habit cycles in your work, but in other people's work as well, and he's quit smoking, and that's probably extended his life to some degree. And that's one such example of, I'd say 25 million, because I know the Atomic Habits is on 25 million, but you've reached many millions of people through your newsletter as well, 321, which is, the newsletter has kind of created a blueprint for anyone that writes a newsletter, frankly. I think everybody looks up to your work and what you've built as the framework for starting your own newsletters. And you know, you'll never get to see the downstream impact of the work you've done, but on behalf of everybody who's had their life changed because of the hard work you've put in and your obsession and your focus and your passion and these incredible works of art that you've written and that you didn't rush. Thank you, and thank you on behalf of myself, because your work has been super formative in how I think about business, how I think about my team, and many of the phrases that we use in our office every single day to build the companies we've built have come from your work as well. Everybody needs to go. I mean, if you don't have Atomic Habits, then I don't know what you've been doing with your life, but now that the Atomic Habits workbook is here, you now have a much more self-awareness inducing, practical, hands-on framework for implementing some of the stuff you've read in Atomic Habits. Now, I'm going to link both of them below so everybody can go grab them, but also your James's newsletter is phenomenal, so I'll link that below as well. We do have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest, not knowing who they're leaving for. The question that has been left for you. Dear next person in the chat, what do you believe is the best way to unify people of differing or even conflicting beliefs? Let me know your thoughts. Best, Kamal Harris.
I think the best way is to scale it down. You know, if you say, how can we have a more unified nation? It's big, it's vague, it's almost impossible. It's like an intractable level. But if you scale it down, now you can come up with things. You know, how can you have a more unified neighborhood? You could start a book club or do a block party, or you can come up with all kinds of things that you could do. And what you find is that in many cases in life, problems are intractable at a certain level, at a certain scale. And if you shift what level you're at, suddenly it reveals itself and there's a new solution. And so I think that is obviously true with big picture things like the question I was asked, but it's also true for your habits. If you think about your life in general and you say, how can I have a better life, or how can I figure out my purpose, how can I figure out how to have a life of meaning, these are big, hard questions. Sometimes they're almost intractable. They're too vague, they're too broad. But if you can scale it down and say, how can I live a good day today? Or how can I have a good week? How can I have a good next hour? How can I make this minute as perfect as possible? Well, those levels are much more achievable. And so I think if you scale your habits down to a level that's more solvable, you'll often see that there's a path forward there.
What's interesting with your neighborhood analogy as well is that neighborhoods are interconnected. So if I focus on making my neighborhood good, then that kind of just crosses over with the next neighborhood, like thinking about my street where I live. And so if that neighborhood becomes good, it's going to then hit the next domino, which is the neighborhood next door, and eventually
which is also true for your personal life. Each unit of time, each little habit is connected. You put your habits together and you kind of end up with this system of behaviors that influence your day and your week. So mastering this hour makes the next hour a little bit better as well. I ultimately chose the phrase atomic habits for 3 reasons. There's 3 meanings to the word atomic. The first is tiny or small like an atom, which obviously I think your habit should be small and easy to do. The second meaning is the one we're talking about now, the one people often forget, which is an atom is a fundamental unit in a larger system. So atoms build in molecules, molecules build in compounds, and so on. And your habits are kind of like the little units of your day. Collectively you put them together and you have your daily routine. And then the third meaning is the source of immense energy or power. And so if you put all 3 of these together, you kind of understand the narrative arc of the book, which is you make changes that are small and easy to do, you layer them together like units in a larger system, and collectively you get this powerful, remarkable result as a process, and so as a consequence. And that is the idea behind atomic habits. You make these small changes, and it's not just one, it's like 100 or 1,000 of them, and collectively they come together to create this powerful, impressive life.
Powerful, impressive life. Do you think that we should all be aiming at, this is a bit of an interesting word, but happiness? Is that the North Star that our habits should ladder up towards, or fulfillment, one might say, or meaning?
First of all, I think we should distinguish between happiness and meaning, happiness and purpose or something fulfillment. I don't think they're necessarily the same. There are many moments in my life when I'm happy, and that can be in the moment. And a lot of the most meaningful things I worked on, Atomic Habits is one of the most meaningful projects I've worked on. It seems to have made a big difference for a lot of people, or helped a lot of people. I feel great about that. But I wasn't necessarily happy every minute that I was working on it. It was quite difficult in lots of different times. And it took a long time, it was arduous and so on. But it provides a lot of meaning, so I definitely think it was worth it, even if I wasn't always happy in the moment. So I don't know that you should necessarily optimize for any of that all the time. I don't think your habits will lead you to some place where you're just permanently happy. But they will definitely take you on a journey where happiness is part of it, and where meaning can be part of it. And there are lots of other things that are parts of life too. But yeah, I think that you will be well served to invest in them for sure.
James, thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you so much for saying those kind of things. That's very nice of you. I have been incredibly lucky and blown away by the reception to the book, and it feels great to know that people are finding it useful. All I wanted to do was try to be useful and helpful, and I appreciate you saying that, and I'm grateful that many other people have found it helpful as well.
Yeah, I didn't even realize. You see 25 million people have bought the book, but it's much bigger than that. It's billions of people have been impacted by that, because every day is like a pebble thrown into the ocean, right? There's these ripple effects that go on, and it changes their professional life, their personal life, their health, their friendships, relationships. So it's unbelievable. Thank you, James. This is something that I've made for you. I realise that the Diary of a CEO audience are strivers, whether it's in business or health. We all have big goals that we want to accomplish. And one of the things I've learned is that when you aim at the big goal, it can feel incredibly psychologically uncomfortable, because it's kind of like being stood at the foot of Mount Everest and looking upwards. The way to accomplish your goals is by breaking them down into tiny, small steps. And we call this in our team the 1%. And actually, this philosophy is highly responsible for much of our success here. So what we've done so that you at home can accomplish any big goal that you have is we've made these 1% diaries. And we released these last year, and they all sold out. So I asked my team over and over again to bring the diary back, but also to introduce some new colours and to make some minor tweaks to the diary. So now we have a better range for you. So if you have a big goal in mind and you need a framework and a process and some motivation, then I highly recommend you get one of these diaries before they all sell out once again. And you can get yours now at thediary.com, where you can get 20% off our Black Friday bundle. And if you want the link is in the description below.
Future of 9 to 5 is less 9 to 5. I really do think AI has the potential to finally create the 4-day work week. We're already at a 4-day work week, meaning people do not work Monday through Friday the same way they did pre-COVID. It's already different. But for many in the neutral or don't like their job, we can all agree that people are with remote, with hybrid, with just a whole vibe. A lot of bosses like to crap on employees for not being, and they're not in. They're golfing, they're zooming, and then, when cats away, the mics will play their work. So we're already kind of in a 4-day work week. We just haven't structured it that way. And if we actually go to most countries Monday through Thursday, it changes the economy. Could you imagine what Thursday night becomes? A lot of people are gonna be like, yay. I'm actually concerned. My prediction, if we go to a 4-day work week, because people will probably make the same amount for a 4-day, but they're gonna spend more money. They're gonna have an extra day to spend money. People are gonna be more broke. Thank you all for joining. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is Tea with Gary Vee. Everybody, thank you for being here. And I want you to ask your questions. Belle, I have to quit my job because you're right. I know I'm right. You should quit your job. Start finding your next job. Who hates their job right now? Turkey time, Thanksgiving. Who hates their job right now? Say hates. I'm gonna end with this. I'm gonna help some people really hard. Who hates their job right now? Let me know. James says hates. It's a lot. Bro, it's a lot. This is real life. All my content comes from the silent emails I get. The reason I'm on stuff is because I read. I read what people write me in private. Turkey head, everybody, if you hate your job, you must start making content on LinkedIn. Who here hates their job but does not have a LinkedIn profile? And I don't care if you're a cashier at Burger King. Who here hates their job and does not have a LinkedIn profile? Say, don't have link. Say, don't have link. I want all of you to create a LinkedIn right now, and I want you to make your first post on LinkedIn like you would on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, and I want you to talk about the things you've learned at your job. the things you've learned at your job. Like make a video. Be like, hey, I'm a cashier at Burger King. One thing that's been really interesting to me is a lot of customers come in and they're frustrated by our lack of plastic this, or they're frustrated because we don't have fries, or we struggle with these hours because we don't have enough staff. Saying something smart about business in a video on LinkedIn literally leads to a McDonald's franchisee owner sending you a message and offering you to be a manager in their store instead of a cashier. That is how life works. And now, here's how life really works. Maria, I just said that, and do you know how many people watching this video said, nah, that doesn't work? That's life. I just broke down life. Take action when you're upset. Who hates their job? Go to LinkedIn, make posts about what you know. If Train hated his job when he was filming something else, he could talk about, like, when I was filming MMA, one thing I learned, that video could have led. Obviously, thank God I didn't do that because he ended up here in Butterfly Effect. But I just broke down life. I just gave everyone an actual action item that will work. Now, you gotta do it every day. It's not gonna be just one piece of content. I did that. If you're unemployed, you do the same thing. You talk about what you know. I'll say it again. You create a LinkedIn account. In LinkedIn, you can post content just like you can on Facebook and Instagram. Thank you, Care. I'm bullish on you back. You can post content. Make a video about what you learned, what you know about your job and your career or your industry, and post it. You will be shocked if you do that every day, what ends up happening. What are you allowed to do with your Cameo on Sora? Everyone, a ton, Travis. You're clearly trying to do some weird stuff. Flashblock CA, thank you. My energy is inspiring. You can thank my parents for that and my circumstances. Everybody. So anyway, I just told everybody exactly what to do to get happier. Can we be honest? Can everyone, when I said that LinkedIn thing, can you be honest and say in the chat if you were one of the people that says that won't work? Say don't work. If you said out loud or in your head when I did that won't work, say don't work. Say don't work right now. Say don't work. Be honest. There you go. Dirty Panda, Trust, Lala, look, Edward, Ernesto. KT said, I thought it won't work for me. That's it, my friend. That's it. And by the way, they need to do it 100 times over the next 6 months, but it will lead to the job that pays them more and they'll get out of their gig. It's that self-doubt. It's that insecurity. It's that looking for the bad even when it's good. They can watch this on a smartphone at 10:34 in the morning on Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Their life is good. They have electricity, they have an expensive phone. They might not think it's expensive because we've lost our way. They have an expensive phone, and they have access to information for free. That's what's happening here. Their life is good. I just gave them advice when they said they hate their job. That advice will work if they're disciplined and do it every day for 6 months. Random stuff, stories, things they've learned, things they've done well. And yet so many of them decided to look for the bad when I said it. That was it in practice. Let's keep the questions going.
We have a question from Snapchat. What do you think is the future of 9 to 5?
I think the future of 9 to 5 is less 9 to 5. I really do think AI has the potential to finally create the 4-day work week. In fact, I'm investing in leisure, live sports, restaurants, experiential events, concerts, running clubs, outside door stuff. I think we're going to go to a 4-hour work week, or it's going to feel like a 4-hour work week. We're already at a 4-day work week, meaning people do not work Monday through Friday the same way they did pre-COVID. Can everyone just keep it real? Everybody in the chat, let's be real about this. It's already different. It's already different. Right? Now, that doesn't, some people go hard. For entrepreneurial people, for incredibly ambitious people, like incredibly ambitious, not kind of like ambitious, incredibly ambitious, they're still kind of doing the thing. But for many in the neutral or don't like their job, we all can agree, look at everyone here, we can all agree that people are, with remote, with hybrid, with just the whole vibe. A lot of bosses like to crap on employees for not being, and they're not in. They're golfing, they're zooming, and then, when the cat's away, the mice will play. So we're already kind of in a 4-day work week. We just haven't structured it that way. And if we actually go to legally, in most countries, Monday through Thursday, or Monday or Tuesday through Friday, probably Monday through Thursday, it changes the economy. Could you imagine what Thursday night becomes? Right? And then what happens all day Friday? Like, I'm actually concerned because people will probably make the same amount for 4 days, but they're going to spend more money. They're going to have an extra day to spend money. And this goes back to my biggest point. Don't worry about what the government does. Don't matter what your corporation does. Do you have discipline? If we go to a 4-day work week, my prediction is that people are going to be more broke. They'll make the same amount, but by having that extra day, Raghav, we've worked together for so long. I like when you make the face when I say something you haven't thought about yet. It's my favorite face that you make. And so, that's what I think. But I think that for the people that are on here that are entrepreneurs, like for example, this thing I'm obsessed with, live shopping. XIRG Ghost, thank you so much for picking up the comic book. Everybody, if I've ever brought you value, for the 1,100 people here, if I've ever brought you value in my career through my content, it would be an incredibly kind gesture if you picked up the comic book, pick up a comic, put this away somewhere safe, let me cook for the next 7 years, and make the world fall in love with the notorious ninja. Josh D says, love me some Gary. I love you back, Josh. In China, screen time has gone up as live shopping got bigger because it's more entertaining. People are sitting and watching. I mean, look what's happening here. Like, how many people are watching right now that probably would have been off of the TikTok app had they not stumbled on this on my FYP? You probably would have moved on to your weather app or played a game or moved on or went to. How many people can actually say right now that if they did not land on this, they'd probably not be on TikTok? They would have been done. Happy Thanksgiving, Twitch. Raghav, do you see this? The amount of people that are saying me is enormous. So live streaming, live shopping is going to increase. Look, this is an inevitable world that we go into glasses and we go into VR and AR, and we will be living, I would argue, every moment we're alive will be on screen. Norea's glasses that I see behind the scenes right now, everyone will wear glasses, which is great for me because I need glasses now. So I can just segue right into it. And we'll all be wearing glasses and we will be digital at every minute, which is why I keep saying this is child's play. This is like the beeper. You're worried about your kid's screen time on the iPad and the phone, they're gonna live 24/7 in the screen time. Kids at 14, 15, 16, 17, whatever the social norms are gonna be in a decade, are gonna ask for their glasses, whether from Meta or Google or Apple or some other company, and they're gonna wear them, and they're gonna live in you're not gonna not use it because the world's gonna be activated with AR. There will be a world of haves and have-nots with glasses in the beginning, where I'm wearing, because I'll get them day one, I'm wearing glasses and I'm seeing something that you're not seeing, whether that's a deal at the store for a coupon, whether that's an extra replay at a football game, whether that's a Pokemon Go-like thing that's going on at all times. I'm gonna see, like, I don't understand what people don't, this is gonna be obsolete. 10, 15 years, this is gone, and we're fully here. Yeah, be friends, scavenger hunt is right. Straight 401 Sean, thank you for picking up a comic book. Now ask your questions. I'm about to answer questions. Go.
We got one from Spencer. I feel like my marriage is keeping me from progressing toward my goals. For example, I'm building a container home with my business partner, and I don't feel like my wife supports it. We have 4 kids and busy lives, so I kind of understand. But I don't get support from her in my goals and dreams in the way that I've supported her for years. What are your thoughts?
Marriage counsel. If you can afford it, go to therapy. I actually think couples should go to therapy even when it's good. I view it as maintenance. I view it like the gym. I'm a big proponent of couples, if they can afford it, to go to therapy, even if it's once every 90 days. I can speak for myself. Those environments are easier for me to be candorous than just normal day-to-day life. For a lot of us nice guys, you know, environments like therapy or couples therapy is a stronger environment to be able for me to be candorous. Even though I've gotten better at my candor and I've really worked at it, I'm better day to day. But this gentleman sounds like many women and men who have feelings towards their partner and aren't able to say it in a constructive way. Most people wait till that feeling boils over and snap back and people get into fights, right? Most fights that couples have isn't about the thing that just happened. It's the deep-rooted resentment of the macro. My answer to this gentleman is therapy. And if the counterpoint is like she won't go, put pressure and make it uncomfortable. Every partner does something for the other partner that the partner likes. Cut that off. The sex, the extra cash, the extra chore that they help with that the other, like, there's always something. When are you buying the jets? I don't know, Ray, but I am. And if they don't go, like Alina said, you go. It's better to get it out with them, but if you have to do it solo, friends, life is about getting the poison out of your body. Therapy is remarkable. Complaining to your best friend and your mom over and over is bad. Therapy, amazing. I'd rather you go to the woods and yell it out than keep going to your mom or dad or your other friend that's cynical and upset and you're in a circle jerk of darkness. Most people use a parent or a sister or a best friend to dump. What they're actually doing is chipping away at that relationship and making that worse if that person's epic, or that person's only listening because they then want to play ping pong and they want to dump back, and the two parties are just sitting there rolling in their mud. No, therapist. Because the therapist is going to get to what can you do about it. Your homie's going to be like, yeah, George is a dick. Friends and parents are enablers. Therapists, at their best, are look yourself in the mirror. Jerk. Mommy doesn't do that.
Can you explain how venting could ships away a relationship? I've never heard you say that before.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people. I'm one of these people. I'm such an enabler and lover of my inner circle that I will let you dump on me because my bucket's so big. I'll be like, yeah. Now, I'm me now. And in my 20s and 30s, I would just be there. I wasn't big on like doubling down on like George is a dick, but I would be a good listener. And I would be like, let's look on the bright side. You know, like, but like over time, I'm like, this is not fun anymore. Like, so I don't want to hang out with you. You're negative. Like, I'm not picking up the phone. Like, everybody, can everyone agree with me right now? Is there someone in your life that when you see the text or phone call, your stomach turns a little because you know it's negative? Yes, Train? Yes. Court? Norega? Raga? Me too. Let's see who else has it. Every yes in the chat. Almost every one of those people that the 5 of us just thought of is a relative or dear friend. Now what? We're getting deep on this pre-Thanksgiving morning, just in time for tomorrow. Just in time, because tomorrow is like, Thanksgiving is like family WWE. Shit's about to go down tomorrow. People are about to get mad tomorrow. People are about to drink alcohol tomorrow to deal. It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. Unix says drinking now, pre-gaming to deal with mom tomorrow, you know? I got a stepson who lives for drama on the holidays. That's tough. But we need to get to the heart of it. You need to say to stepson, brother, you clearly had a lot of trauma as a kid, but this nonsense you're bringing to the family here is not working. If your spouse is upset about that, you got to deal with that. But negativity is always wrong. Garbage is garbage. There's also a lot of other things if you can't afford therapy. Working out works for many. Not for me, by the way. Working out does not do anything for my mental health. My mental health is pure practice since I was 7th grade, maybe 7, 8 years old. Friends, I had a very weird life in hindsight. I was so scared that my parents were gonna die because both of my parents lost a parent young. My mom lost a mom. My mom lost her mom when she was 5. My dad lost his dad at 15. And my mom, because I was the oldest, always told me that if anything happened to her or my dad, I had to take care of my siblings. It was just immigrant, oldest child shit. I was so scared my entire childhood. That I cannot explain to all of you. I cannot explain to all of you. I wish it on no one, and weirdly, I wish it on everyone. How every goddamn day of my life, I had unlimited recurring nightmares of my parents dying, plane crashing, going back to Russia on a family reunion. Every time I would survive with a different random family member, like real heavy shit. I feel like every morning I would wake up and nothing happened overnight, I'd be happy. And I literally started practicing that at such a young age that, you know, my mental health comes from gratitude. A lot, you know, shut up and buy the Jets. Braxton will never shut up about what I'm talking about, and I will buy the Jets. I got you, bro. I love you, Brax. Hope you have a great, you know, it's funny, Deluxe by Diana says, that's so sad, constant anxiety. It was micro anxiety. It was like a boop, but then it'd be like the truth. It'd be like, boop, I'm scared. Okay, they're still here. By the time I got to 18, I'm like, I won. So basically my whole adult life, you know, has been just very grounded in gratitude. And I've just always been happy in my darkest days on paper, on my best days. I don't get too high. I just keep it super simple. Gratitude is the potion. So many of you earlier said, I'm down. It's because you're not grateful enough. A bunch of you are just crybabies. I love you, but you're a crybaby. You're deciding to be upset about something materialistic or vain or short-lived endorphins. The high of hooking up with a hot chick or like winning $1,000 in the lotto or having a Gucci bag. And you're not grateful for great stuff. A lot of people here have decent, good families where everyone's healthy and they're crying that they're not as rich as Mark Zuckerberg or not as hot as Hailey Bieber. What the hell is the matter with you people? Courtney, we've lost our way. People have loving mothers and fathers in here. How many people here would kill to have a loving mother and father? Say, I would, in the chat. You know? And like, luckily, many people have that. That's awesome, Wells. Right, exactly. I wish mine were still here, KK says. Now watch this. How many people have a loving mother and father? Have a loving mother and father. Like real talk, don't be a brat. Say mom and dad. Say mom and dad. Say mom and dad right now in the chat. If you have a loving mother and father, say mom and dad in the chat. If you're one of, like Andrew Garcia, I'm so happy for you. Like, look at, man, I don't know, everyone who said mom and dad just now, man, on some real talk, like, you won. And if when I go look back at the chat and I see people that say they're down, but then they also later answered mom and dad, and then a lot of people are saying only mom or only dad, right? Watch this for everyone who just felt bad because they saw people say mom and dad and they got to say only mom and dad. How many of you have neither? How many of you grew up, forget about if they passed, how many of you grew up without a mother or father that was loving and did the right thing? Say neither. Yeah. You say, Court? It's real, man. So I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know what we're crying about. Let me make it even more real. If you're one of the 1,300 people that can afford a smartphone that has TikTok on it and have the ability at 10 a.m. on this Wednesday to even watch this little silly show, your life is better than most people on Earth. What? What did I just say? Did I just say that if you're even on this show, there's 8.3 billion people, there's 830 million people on Earth that can't get to clean water this morning. They will have to walk 10 hours to get to clean water. Clean water. If you have a smartphone that has TikTok on it and you have the ability to be watching this at 11 a.m. Eastern, USA, you already have a better life than most people on Earth. But you motherfuckers decided to compare yourself to Elon Musk and Beyonce, and that's why you're upset. We've literally decided to compare ourselves to 96 people to make ourselves upset. You're looking to make yourself upset. Uh-oh. Now we're getting to something very real. Let me go somewhere really real with all of you. I'm going backwards hat, like Rocky, like Sylvester Stallone in, like, what was that thing? Yeah, was that Arma? Help me, chat. What was that? What was that movie he was in? Sylvester Stallone. Over the top. Thank you, Tyler. Spirited storytelling. Over the top. I'm going over the top right now. A lot of you have preconditions and mental frameworks that forces you to look for bad even when it's good.
The good thing about computers is that they do what you tell them.
This is real. We're getting into some real deep stuff. Many of you have been conditioned and have not fought against the number one issue in your life. The number one issue in your life is you're looking for bad even when it's good. I grew up with two very different parents. One who looked for good even when it was bad, and one who looked for bad even when it was good. I know this ice cold. Now what? And Wicked Wake says, okay, narcissist. See, the reason Wicked Wake says that in the chat is I'm poking. They're hurting. I'm sad you think that. I wish we knew each other, Wicked. I got nothing but love for you, and I wish you the best holiday. I'm poking. That's why that comment comes in. I'm poking. Yeah, man, yeah, Chris, it's hard, man, it's hard. And I want this so bad. Murph's brother, we got you before the end of the year, I promise. You know, like, this is real stuff, man. Phantom L, I know, man, this is real stuff. I'm gonna be in the chat for a little bit. Don't poke too much, bro. No, but I get it, like, that sensitive note, like, you do need to poke, but he's right. You don't poke too, like, the way I play, I'm very clever in how I've navigated Gary Vee over the last 15 years. He's right. You know, you understand, when you're weak, you're weak. But this is really real stuff. And someone today is ready for a hard poke, and other people just need to, like, that's why they're saying negative things. They need to sign off. Like, if I'm hurting you right now, you need to sign off, but you need to sit on what I said, because it's true. And all of a sudden, when you realize what I said is true, now, Judy Clamor says, I'm weak and I give up on myself too easily. Judy, it's because you believed other people. Judy, I'm telling you, you're amazing and capable, because you are. I believe every human is actually capable, no matter the trauma, no matter the burden. And I think we've over-psychoanalyzed this last 15 years. All of us are therapists on therapists on therapists. And unfortunately, what it's done is it's exposed the biggest issue, which is we were therapists on therapists on therapists. We're talking too much about feelings. No. We're not being accountable as human beings when we talk about our feelings. I talk about feelings all day, in fact. I was ahead of this curve. I was talking about feelings when y'all weren't talking about feelings. The issue is when I discovered that I lacked candor, and that was my flaw, I wrote a book and exposed myself to the world. When I realized I had a major flaw, I started making content and exposing myself. When you guys figure out you have a major flaw, you try to disguise it and blame everyone else. Uh-oh! 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 Yeah, Victoria, we're uh-ohing right now. We're getting to the real shit this morning. That's right, Brandon. Braden knows. Braden knows. Is Braden in the Dakotas right now? Probably shot a turkey this morning. Probably ate some mud with his brothers. You know what Braden's doing in Dakota? He like shot a turkey already, ate some mud with his brother, right? Was drinking like a 40 of Budweiser on some hay last night to 2 in the morning, reminiscing about falling off his granddaddy's truck. I know what you're doing, Braden. Extreme accountability. My friends. Oh, that's such a great question. Sav says, Gary, you ticklish? The answer is yes. I'm ticklish. Friends, I really need you to hear me this morning. I'm telling you right now, what's really funny is I went in this mood this morning in the perfect time for Thanksgiving, because tomorrow all the dynamics play out. You all know the same fight's gonna happen. Your aunt's gonna yell at your granddad for ruining her life, for not letting her marry Rick, without realizing she shouldn't have listened to her dad. That's on her. Auntie June, you're an idiot. You listened to dad. I don't know what to tell you. Young C says, boomer.
You're damn right, bitch.
Gen X, though. Shawnee says, Gary won't answer, he'll deflect. Shawnee, I don't see the question. Fire away, I'll try to find it. RS5364, good to see you. Judy, Gen X is right. I love you all. Everybody, thank you so much. Everybody, if you're new to me and you've enjoyed these last 30 minutes, say new and enjoyed. I want you to hit the top left corner, hit my face. When you hit my face, follow and hit the bell to make sure you get notifications that you're always on these shows with me. I want you always on these shows with me. Thank you, Christy, thank you. Who stumbled on me? Actually, here's a good question. Who's been hanging out, has kind of seen a video or 2 or 3 from me, but really didn't know what I was about, and is now enjoying this and ready to follow. Give me that one as well. Happy Thanksgiving. Great to see all of you. New and enjoyed. Thank you, Rick L. Appreciate that. Have been here for, thank you, everybody. Thank you for this. Literally, new, oh yeah, the title's awesome. Holla. I've seen you lost but never found you live. Thank you for that, Courtney. Glad you're here. What steps would you recommend to find? Man, stuff is going fast. Are you guys catching questions, everyone? Rogoff, no, right? Catching questions? Keep looking. You're welcome, Chad Lyons. New and enjoy. I'd love to know your opinion on the other side. I'm not deep Yuga Labs. I own 5 Bored Apes, but I'm not deep on giving you that answer, brother, because I just don't know what's going on deep enough. I've been so head down with V-Friends. I'm cheering for everything. I'm cheering for Pudgy. I'm cheering for Bored Ape, Azuki, Doodles. I'm cheering for all of them. I'm just so deep building V-Friends. I'm not sure. And for me, as a collector, my big thing is CryptoPunks. I'm obsessed. I want to go live and kind of happy Thanksgiving back. Neil's good to see you. Everyone's store says, help me out. What do you got, friend? Everyone's store. Ask your question. I'll have the team look for it. Advice on fighting the internal bullies. Mel's Hard School. Very simply. Anybody here who thinks they suck? Actually, let's get right into it. Since we have almost 1,000 people here. Who here genuinely thinks they suck? Like, who here doesn't feel great about themselves? Who's feeling down? Stay down. Who's feeling down? Who feels like they're not in a great place? Thank you, E-Beast. Who feels like they're not in a great place? Here's where it's at, friends. If you're feeling down this morning, this pre-Thanksgiving in the US or somewhere else in the world, there's just 2 truths to this. One, you don't realize that the voice in your head that is your bully and saying you suck was not put in by you. It was put in by a parent. It was put in by some other father or mother figure, whether it's a sibling or a teacher or a coach when you were little, and unfortunately you believed it. Unfortunately, the voice in your head that says you suck are just not real, and you decided to believe it. It's the boogeyman, it's being scared of the dark, it's completely fake. Or you're someone who was overcoddled and had actually a lot of love, but your parents or your ecosystem overcoddled. They demonized losing, right? They demonized losing. Wise man says, I spend holidays alone. Sure, you might be in a situation where you're estranged from your family, or God forbid, everybody passed, but you don't have to spend your holidays alone. In fact, I would argue that friends that you make along the way in life act more like your family than your family in the way that we define it. You choose the people you love along the way in your journey. You don't choose who you're born into. Friends, life is a mental game. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that take advantage of soft mental people. Politicians are very good at telling you that you all suck and you should be scared of these people, but they'll take care of you. Rogoff, you know about this? Politicians are very good at saying, be scared of these people, and they're selling fear and hate. I'm out here right now this morning selling love and positivity, money-making, non-money-making happiness, right? Money-making happiness, non-money-making happiness. And I'm telling all of you, I can't help you, you can help yourself. So that's that. I don't know, man. I'm just desperate to get people to understand that adversity is a good thing. You're in control, you're capable. Alamo says no Sora in Germany yet. A lot of you check me out on Sora, Gary V. You know, the next part, /Sora, S-O-R-A. Can some of you put that in? Gary V. You know what to put in, /Sora. Everybody put that in. All of you in the US should follow me on Sora. A lot going on there. It's time to get to Q&A. Yeehaw! I'm a cowboy this morning. Literally got up early, got in the gym, rehabbed my left glute, and got here early on a day that almost everyone is off. Big shout out to Train, Courtney, Nerea, Raga, Emily, all in the office. Corso's here. We're all grinding on a day. And honestly, I'm glad it's ending early and everyone can go do their thing, because you need the family time and all that, but I'm happy to be here to continue to bring value, bring people value, bring people value, bring people value, mentally, financially, and we're answering questions, everybody. Yes, if you want to learn more about V-Friends, who wants to learn more about this incredible fantasy world I'm building? Say, I want to learn. I'm trying to teach my kid to not fear. Z-Wiggy, just have them keep losing. Get them into competition, all that. Here we go, everyone, take a screenshot. Nerea, Raghav?
Yeah, we got a question from Akshay.
Akshay?
How would you respond to a coworker who has less knowledge and experience in your job, but tries to be unnecessarily bossy with you and overtake your leadership without making yourself come off like a jerk to people around you? I
call it kind candor. I think you sit the person down and say, hey, this is what I'm feeling. You know, I appreciate it. I'm not sure exactly where your energies come from. You know, maybe you think I'm a bozo. Because humility, Raghav, humility is a superpower. I would say to that person, hey, maybe you think I'm a bozo, right? I would also be real with them. I'd say, maybe you feel insecure. Maybe you're trying to make more money and get promoted above me. All of that is fine. It's real life. You're a human being. I just want you to know how I'm feeling, and I'm telling you where I'm going next. Which is basically like, hey, this is the nice version. And if that doesn't work, there's a different version of this. And whatever that means for that person. Go to HR, clap back, you know, and then if you're not confrontational and if you're not happy, or if you go to HR and you clap back and nothing's done about it, I just want everybody to know you're allowed to quit and get another job. Gary, do you eat hard-boiled eggs for breakfast? Golden Guy 111010. I have, plenty of times. Raghav, everything's about kind candor. Delivering truth respectfully and nicely is a lost art. Raghav, do you see people on the internet just triggered, especially politically? Everyone's a 5th grade girl. Everyone's become a 5th grade girl. We have 42-year-old grown men acting like 5th grade girls. Fucking, I just don't understand what everyone's doing. Like, childish. Like, and it's the politicians' fault. Politicians talk to each other like 3rd grade schoolyard, and it's parents' fault for not smacking their kids in the mouth and washing out their mouth with soap. And I know I curse, and I love a good curse, but like, I curse like for the enjoyment of the craft. People are like literally like trying to hurt each other's feelings. I don't understand, man. Anyway, let's keep the questions going.
Is our obsession with self-awareness making us more confident or more anxious?
Oh, it would make you dramatically more confident, but they're asking a question that's not the direct question. If your obsession with self-awareness is what you're doing, you understanding what you're good at and what you're bad at leads to incredible happiness, but the question becomes, do you have the humility to be bad at things? Do you have the confidence to expose what you're weak at? You know, if you look back at my content, Raghav, you've definitely heard this, and all 4 of you have like been around my content for years. Do you know how many times I've said I suck at 99% of things, but I think that goes unnoticed. Like when I just said that, all of you are like, yeah, I've heard that from him, but I don't think it's something I don't think any of the 4 of you have thought about that a lot. I have literally said all the time, I suck at 99% of things, but I know how to sell, or I know how to market, or I know a lot about the Jets, or I know a lot about wine, or I know about this, or collectibles, but I'm sure about this. I don't understand how all of you don't realize we all predominantly suck at almost everything and are kind of good at a few things. And then we try to trick people into thinking we're good at things. Jay Carlin from Clark, New Jersey. What's up, everybody? If you're from New Jersey, say NJ in the chat with my Jersey boys and girls. So I don't understand what everyone's talking about. Like, we all suck. I can't spell for shit. And I know all 4 of you know that. I can't spell for shit. I can't spell. I can't read. How many times have I had to ask for a 5-minute meeting just because you wrote 2 sentences? Naraya, right? Like, meeting. But I can't read. But boy, oh boy, if I hear it, it's over. My comprehension is like a robot if I hear it. My comprehension is like a stone or a worm if I read it. Am I supposed to be embarrassed about that? Do you know, like, do you know how much more attractive I would be if I got a nose job? No, I actually want to have this conversation. Do you understand that literally, like, 2 different, like, along, you know, you start getting notoriety, like 2 different surgeons on one day once emailed me 3 years ago and said, you know, you like become wildly attractive if you got a nose job, and showed me it. And I was like, whoa, I'm really fucking, like, holy crap, I'm hot. And I was like, huh.
Oh, okay. Never thought about that.
Yeah, the nose is like a big factor. This is why so many people get nose jobs. The nose is like this huge factor on your face that like really matters. But I'm like, ugh, like, I don't know, like, you know, I don't know, like, what are you supposed to be embarrassed about? Like, why are we so embarrassed? Good morning, Munchies. Good to see you, Lacksmith. Who is here for the first time ever and has never seen my face before, has no idea who I am? If you have no idea who I am, literally this is the first time we've ever interacted, say no idea. Not it's your first time watching me on TikTok Live. I mean, you've never even seen my content. I have 55 million followers, yet you have no idea. Look at this, look at this. No idea, no idea, no idea, no idea, no idea, no idea, no idea. That's why I want, and now for the people that have been following me every day for 10 years, they're blown, look at all these no ideas. They're blown away. They're blown away. They're blown away. Now everybody who's been following me, tell me what year you started following me. Or who's just got back on with me since TikTok Live. You lost me, you used to follow me pre-COVID, during COVID. Who's reconnected with me because of TikTok Live? Say reconnected. Say reconnected. If you've reconnected with me because of this live show. And you're like, oh, wait a minute, I actually do like this guy. That positivity and accountability, that's that good stuff. I actually lost my way. I thought Gary Vee was lame. Wait a minute, Gary Vee's exactly right. Who reconnected? Look at all these reconnected. And all the reconnecteds, tell me how it feels. Are you reminded that positivity and optimism and love is the best, but also holding yourself accountable and not being full of crap and being a man and being a woman is real? Remind me, tell me. Now ask your questions. I'm about to answer questions. Go.
Shrek Toss Cards says, I just started selling cards on Shmutnot. What are you feeling on selling on there versus TikTok?
Both. I believe everyone should be selling on every platform. eBay, Hunt, this, District. I expect all of you to learn more about live shopping. For a lot of you, the breakthrough of your life is going to be live shopping. By the way, if you don't know VFriends, look above me right now. Look at these auctions. Look at that. That card sold for $200. That card sold for $200. This is yesterday. Look at the dates. If you don't know what I'm building, who here collects Pokemon or Marvel and does not know VFriends? Say, don't know. I need all of you to learn. Please screenshot this right now. 212-931-5731. Text me the word VFriends.
What are your recommendations you can give me to start my own lawn business?
Lawn? Yeah. I'm incredibly big on door knocking. Like, you literally go to people's homes and knock on the door and be like, would you like me to do your lawn? Content on Facebook and Instagram, and then running $100 ads on a 10-mile radius of where you live, or 20 mile, whatever radius you're willing to do lawns, running Facebook ads against content, asking people if they want their lawns done, their landscaping done, and to put your email and phone number in the video. Let's keep going. Zachary B, good to see you. You like chicken? I do, Shrek. Who's got a question?
Misty Angel is asking, what are your thoughts on loans to start a business?
I'm not against loans if you have a capacity to pay it back, right? I'm not against it. You know, I love making money instead of borrowing money. That's why I love Flip Life. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, the chat is flying, KT.
How can someone with a service business get into live streaming and live shopping?
The service is a little bit harder, but you still can do it. I think it is coming. The platforms are not really built for service businesses yet, but Stan Store is. Go to GaryVee.com/Stan, S-T-A-N. Go check that out. That's where you can sell digital goods as services, and then you can make content. Check out what the Stan Challenge is. Google Gary Vee Stan Challenge, Gary Vee Stan Challenge. Shrine Delay, thank you for looking at the book. KK, thank you for adding the comic book into your shopping cart. I hope you pick it up. Laura, thank you for looking at my new business book. Everybody, if you want to learn how to be better at social media, my new business book is in my store. Courtney Looper just picked it up. Thank you. Jenna White just picked up some stickers. 401 Sean just picked up a comic book. Artie Lowe just picked up a t-shirt. Everyone, thank you so much. All right, let's keep going. Questions?
I always share your content with my 19-year-old son. I can't get him to take any steps towards anything. Any advice?
Stop giving him money and shelter. Uh-oh. I'm not being around the bush anymore. If you think your kid is not doing shit and you want them to do something, get them off the payroll. Tell them to move in with a buddy. I'm being a little extreme with the shelter, but the giving them money is firm.
Many rules.
I'm a little extreme with the shelter, though I think they would grow up a lot by going and living with a buddy. You can keep the shelter, but if your kid is lazy, it's because you made them lazy. What? What? It's your fault. What? It's true. Get him off the payroll. No shit, your kid's not doing anything. When he comes to you as a 20-year-old grown man, he's like, Mommy, I'm gonna go on a date with a girl. You give him $100. You idiot. I'd be laying on the couch right now too if my parents paid for everything my whole life. Chilling. I'd be playing video games, eating popcorn, and farting all day if mommy and daddy gave me money my whole life. Come on. That's the answer. B-Plane says they did. B-Plane's on that kick thinking my dad's liquor store gave me money.
Motherfucker, I built that store for him.
I built a $50 million business for my dad and left with nothing and had to start VaynerMedia in a conference room because I couldn't pay rent because I had no money. I gave mommy and daddy money. Learn your history. Let's keep it going.
What advice would you give to the youngest generation?
That they're gonna win. Gen Alpha and Gen X is the best. I'm obsessed with them.
Sleep.
I'm just mad at them for believing the propaganda. The boomers screwed it up for us. We can't go home. Go ahead.
Are you Gen X?
I'm Gen X. What are you saying?
Youngest generation, so Gen Z, Gen Alpha, Gen Z.
That's what I'm saying. I think they're the best. I think Gen Alpha, Gen X, Gen Z is the best. I just think they get caught up in bullshit. They believe propaganda that's not real. And we judge them for shit we would have done. Every boomer, every Gen Xer, every older millennial would be doing the social media thing as well if we had this technology. Why are we judging these kids for the shit we would do? Official Blake says, who are you talking to? Everyone. Blake. Bingo's right, Adrian. We'd all be doing this. Exactly, Yolanda. Stargus, finding an investor, always good with LinkedIn content. LinkedIn content. Digital content is definitely Stan Store. Check out Stan Store. Every generation believes the bull is right. You're absolutely right, Groxy Comics. Yes, user, BeFriends Topps cards are coming. It's not 2, it's 2026. We did it by year. Last year was, as you can see, this was 2025 Topps Chrome. Next will be 2026 Topps Chrome. Of course, social media rocks if it's used right. Everything rocks if it's used right. Medicine rocks if it's used right. Alcohol is right when it's used right. A nice glass of wine in a great setting, amazing. Microdosing is great. Binging and overdosing is bad. In everything. Sugar. Sugar's really bad if you don't know how to use it right. This is the point. Governments, politicians, bosses, everything's right when it's in balance. Hippie Future, I think it's interesting. GameStop is innovating a ton with that balding. Everybody, I just want to wish you nothing but good stuff. Andrea D, I love you back. Who got value from today's show? Say value. Annie Mo, thank you so much for picking up the comic book. It means the world to me. Who got value? Please come back. I'm going to be doing this. 2026 is the year of me doing an ungodly amount of TikTok Live. 2026. Every day I'm in New York. I will be in this chair doing this. Free value. You don't have to buy any of the VFriend stuff. That would mean a lot to me. I am building something. I never want you to buy anything from me. On the record. Clip it. There you go. Never buy anything. Could care less. I want people who want to buy things, who want to collect, who want to flip. But you can be here every day for free. I need nothing from you. I need you to listen and act and win. And you do it. Listen and act and win. How many people showed up to this live because they saw my piece of content that said I'm live now and clicked it? Say saw the content. Say saw the content. And by the way, was anyone curious? Nice, a lot of people. Anybody curious about these auctions above my head? Anybody curious? Say curious. Is anybody curious about what's above my head? A lot of people saw the content. Very nice. Rock it's clearly working. Anybody curious about? All right, everybody, if you're curious about what's above my head, I need you to get your phone ready. I need you to get your phone ready. You know, like the whole, you know what to do, like this, you know that? I need you to get the phone ready. I'm gonna have you screenshot something right now. If you're curious, get ready. 212-931-5731. 212-931-5731. Even if you're international, text me the word VFriends if you're curious. Text me the word VFriends if you're curious. Text me the word VFriends if you're curious. VEE Friends to 212-931-5731. Got it? Even if you're in the UK, WhatsApp me. Thank you, everybody. Love you all. Have the best. Getting laid off at the end of the year. Go time. Appreciate all content. So, man, you're going to do it. Make the LinkedIn content. LinkedIn content. LinkedIn content. LinkedIn content. Everybody, I'm about to hang up. I expect all of you, if you hit notifications after this, take a screenshot and tweet me at GaryBEE. Love you. See you. Have the best holiday weekend. If you're celebrating the US, everybody else internationally, if it's not your holiday, have a great week and a great week and a great week and a great life. And I'll see you a lot on here. Love you all. See ya.